Chapter 51. Rewards. Henry followed his gaze. "TSK, you can talk to them. They were pretty worried about you." He opened the door, revealing Arthur and Felix behind it, and left. Felix ran up to Neo with an excited face. "You defeated Morrigan. I saw the fight. It was awesome. Everyone's going crazy over your battle." Arthur came behind Felix. He stared at Neo awkwardly. "Congratulations." "Thanks." Felix noticed the awkwardness. He didn't understand the reason for it. "Congrats for the first rank. You might not know it, but you are the first ruler who isn't from Zeus clan or Poseidon clan. You've made history." Felix was evidently excited. "What about you two?" Neo asked. "I'm glad you asked." Felix grinned. "The Zeus clan members couldn't find us until the end. And since I stole their rank tokens, they had a hard time in the tournament." Felix's actions in the tournament were more or less as Neo expected. He continued, "Also, guess our ranks? Top 10? Yup. I'm rank 2 and Arthur is rank 3. Felix laughed. "Though, in my case, Arthur let me have the second rank." "It wasn't much," Arthur commented. Neo clicked his tongue. "Look at him acting humble. I bet he would have attacked me during the last days for the first rank if we were together," Neo thought. Arthur noticed Neo staring at him. He let out an embarrassed smile. "I don't know if I should be happy or sad. The students are calling us the fraud triad. Oh." Neo was confused. Seeing him, Arthur explained. Neo used trickery to defeat Morrigan. Felix became rank 2 because Arthur helped him. Arthur, despite having Kingsley in his name, wasn't from Zeus clan. All three of them were frauds. Hence the fraud triad. "Hey, let them be. They are just jealous," Felix snorted. Neo nodded. The three ate lunch together. Arthur and Felix left after it. "Rest well. We will come to pick you up tomorrow. Let's go the entrance ceremony together." Neo waved at them. After they left, Neo checked his rewards. Essence breath. Rank, tremor. Mastery. Apprentice. Effect. Allows user to breathe in ambient divine energy and purify it. Another tremor-ranked spell. Neo massaged his forehead. It would have been better if it was a low-ranked spell. Tremor-ranked spells required tremendous time and effort to be learned. On the other hand, whisper-ranked and echo-ranked spells could be learned effortlessly. It was easy to raise their masteries. Moreover, low-ranked spells would help him learn divine energy control. High-ranked spells were too complicated to be used regularly as a practice tool for divine energy control. Immortal. EXP. 103 out of 100. Neo could start his breakthrough any time. He decided to wait until he received the Starplum fruit. Consuming the fruit before the breakthrough would increase his gains. Neo closed his eyes and practiced the essence breath spell. He took a deep breath. Small motes of divine energy entered his lungs. From there, he pushed the divine energy into the blood vessels. It was only a tiny amount. He repeated the cycle. Late into the night, Henry arrived with dinner. They ate together. Henry grumbled the academy wouldn't let him stay over and left after telling Neo goodnight. Left alone, Neo resumed the essence breath spell training. He fell asleep without realizing it. Felix and Arthur came in the morning to wake him up. They brought the academy uniform with them. Neo's uniform was different. He wore the black pants, a black shirt, and a black coat. The tie, also black, had red patterns similar to the coat. "What is this? Why is it all black?" The rulers could decide their uniform color and design. It was a privilege given to only first-ranked students. "Your brother chose the design. He said it was your favorite color." "I see." The uniform was, strictly speaking, stylish. Nevertheless, Neo felt embarrassed. Even with the cast, he wore the uniform easily. The cloth stretched without ripping itself apart. Neo, cast on one arm and crutch on another, left with Arthur and Felix. They walked towards the destination. The closer they got to the audience hall, the more students began to appear. Most, no, all of them pointed at Neo, Arthur, and Felix. Neo didn't need to use his death affinity to sense their bloodlust and negative intentions. The top 3 ranks were revered designations in the Demigod Academy. Having 3 frauds as the top 3 was an insult to the academy as well as the students. Oh, Neo spoke. I forgot to bring the speech. Before Arthur and Felix could say anything, he waved his hand. Let's just go. I'll improvise on the spot. If it was before, he might have been intimidated. Giving a speech in front of thousands of students would have made him nervous. But after dying and facing worse threats, he didn't feel anything. The hall was massive and it was filled to the brim. Neo noticed only a single teacher next to the podium. The old man wore a cap and a knitted sweater while he read a newspaper. He noticed Neo, stood up, and went to the podium at the stage. Quiet, he said into the mic. The ruler will give his speech. You lot will receive your rewards after that. He returned to seat and picked up the newspaper. It didn't look like he had anything more to say. Arthur and Felix left. They sat on the front line seats. Neo could see some familiar faces there. Leonora, Lucas, Harrison, and a few more. Most of the Zeus clan members were between rank 20-30. They took a big hit. Shifting his gaze, he stared at empty space above Leonora's head. His affinities didn't react. So I can't see her spirit. Neo scanned the other seats while he approached the podium. He didn't see Morrigan anywhere. What he saw was hostility, mockery, and derision in the eyes of most of the students. Ahem. He tapped the mic to check if it was working. I'll skip the pleasantries. His eyes landed on Lucas. I'm sure most of you know about me from the registration day. A trickster, a fraud, a weakling. All of you must have seen my battle with Morrigan de Montaigne, and there must be a lot you would want to say. If they fought Neo, they could defeat him. If he fought Morrigan again, he would lose. But no one accepted him as the true first rank. He cheated. That's what their eyes were saying. I don't give a fuck what you think. Shut up and keep your heads down like the loser you are. Chapter 52. Entrance Ceremony. The air turned hostile. Thousands of students glared at Neo. Neo didn't shrink back. He welcomed their ire. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it because I called you losers? Neo swept his gaze around the hall. He saw clenched fists, strained expressions, and the hundreds of auras waiting to explode. You called me a fraud, a weakling. What about you who are ranked below me? Neo smirked. Useless trash that can't be recycled. That's what you all are. Someone who lost to a weakling. Their angry expression made Neo smile. That's right. Get angry. You must be hoping for a chance to prove you aren't a trash. But you all know I won against Morrigan even if I used traps. There is no way you can defeat who triumphed over her. All of you need to train to become stronger if you want to defeat me and survive the calamity that would soon arrive. Neo knew his actions would put him in danger. However, he was ready to gamble his life if he could push the students to grow stronger. They, after living a luxurious life, became conceited. Only a defeat against a no-name demigod like him could take them down from their high horses. Some of the students were about to shout when suddenly the doors opened. A young man followed by Amelia walked in. He clapped once to draw attention of everyone. Okay, that's enough for the ruler's speech. Percival, the student council president, smiled bitterly. Crazy bastard. He stared at Neo. Was he planning to start a fight? Thankfully, he was peeking into the entrance ceremony. Although his actions were against the rule, he saved the dignity of the entrance ceremony with the interruption. Neo Hargraves, thank you for your kind words. I will take it from here, Percival said. Neo nodded and sat beside Arthur and Felix. After Percival took the stage, he spoke the actual entrance ceremony speech. Most of the students ignored Percival. Their attention and hatred were aimed at Neo. Their stares sting, Felix said. Arthur smiled ruefully. He couldn't agree more. Suddenly, they heard Harrison's comment. Fucking frauds thinking they are hot shit. Don't be like that, Harrison. There are some people who don't know they were lucky to succeed and think it was their skill. Even if they are foolish, we shouldn't admonish them, Lucas replied. Harrison snickered. I'm sorry, he said. Ah, I can smell the jealousy in air, Felix spoke. Must be some sore losers. Ugh. Arthur spat. His attempts to suppress the laugh only served to irritate Harrison. "Hey you!" Percival's aura suddenly descended over the first row. He stared at them with a side eye while he continued his speech. "Shut up," his gaze said. His masterful control made it so no one, except the students in the first row, would know he used his aura. Felix and Harrison groaned. The others were not much better. After warning them against causing a commotion, Percival retracted his aura. The entrance ceremony ended. Neo and others were guided to their dormitories. They arrived at a crossroad. "Each road takes us to one of the 5 dormitories," the guide explained. He had a lower half body of a horse and the upper body of a human. Neo recognized him as the one who saved him and Morrigan in the tournament. "The dormitories will be divided according to your ranks," Damien said. "Seraphim Hall for rank 110. Cherubim Hall for rank 11 100. Archangel Hall for rank 101 500. Guardian Hall for rank 501 1000. Celestial Hall for rank 1001 1876. Neo, Arthur, and Felix were brought to the Seraphim Hall. The building stretched as far as Neo could see. It had an empty area in the middle, which was large enough to house a cafe, a pool, a common training area, and an entertainment zone. "Is that all?" Harrison questioned Damien. "I thought the top 10 would receive better facilities than this." "Yes, after all, this isn't the Zeus clan's villa, but the dormitory for students training in Demigod Academy. Tisk, useless." Damien continued to smile without retorting. After he explained the basic rules of the dormitory, he gave everyone a few palm-sized boxes. "These are your rewards. You must use them on yourself. If it's found you shared or sold it, there would be heavy penalties." He left after the explanation. The students split up. "What will you guys do?" Felix asked. "I'm not sure." Arthur shook his head. "I'll decide after listening to you two. Then how about we go to the gaming zone? It will be fun." Arthur nodded with a subdued expression. "Games? Are you for real? You don't know what games are." "Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. My circumstances are complicated." Listening to him, Felix decided they would go to the gaming zone. He turned to Neo. "You are coming too, right?" "I can't." Neo showed his reward box. "Starplum fruit needs to be consumed a week after it's plucked. I don't know how many days passed since the Academy got their hands on it, so I'll consume it now." Felix's excitement reduced. He made Neo promise he would come along with them next time. "We'll come to your room before the dinner. Let's go together. See you later. Bye." The two left. Neo went towards his room. It was similar to the knockoff dorm he used before the tournament. Only this one was bigger and had more facilities like a TV, a refrigerator, and king-sized beds. Neo sat cross-legged on the training room's ground. He opened the reward box. There was a golden pearl inside it. It had a sweet, intoxicating aroma. Neo put it into his mouth. The sweetness rolled over his tongue. He let go of the hold over his core. Restarting upgrade. Neo bit down on the starplum fruit. Divine energy rushed out of it endlessly. His body devoured everything like a black hole. His injuries healed rapidly. He gained muscles and his complexion improved. A sense of unforgettable comfort surged inside him. His body evolved and his divine energy pool increased. Unique skill, Immortal, Grade 5 has been upgraded to Immortal, Grade 4. Rank: Grade 5 Awakened, Grade 4 Awakened. Chapter 53. Grade 5 Mythic Purity. The rush of divine energy increased over time. It enveloped Neo in a golden hue. He took a deep breath and sucked the divine energy surrounding him at once. His core bloated like a balloon about to burst. He compressed the divine energy and forced it to stay inside the core. When the compression reached the limit, he let go and the divine energy exploded into the surroundings. It was denser than a moment ago. Neo sucked it in again and compressed it. He let it all out when he was done. After repeating the process several times, his core cracked. It let out a thunderous roar and shattered. Another core, larger, formed from its pieces, and it stored his dense divine energy. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 1 Awakened, Grade 5 Mythic. Neo's blood gained a strong shade of gold. His skin became fair and his scars disappeared. He could tell his affinities became stronger. Specifically, his attunement to his elements increased. Neo opened his eyes slowly. He let out a putrid breath and noticed his body covered in black gunk. His nose scrunched. It smells. Neo was about to take a bath when suddenly a faint lightning bolt hit his window. He saw Felix and Arthur below at the ground. Scanning the area, he could see several students who were similarly staring at Neo's window. What was that? Felix shouted to ensure his voice reached the third floor. Oh, your divine energy just went berserk. Are you okay? Yeah, I had a breakthrough. My divine energy didn't go berserk. Felix went silent. He, along with Arthur, stared at Neo with wide eyes. Breakthrough? Felix spoke with trembling voice. You were successful in digesting the star plum fruit? Neo nodded. Mythic purity? Felix questioned in disbelief. Yeah. Wow, fuck. Felix covered his face. He suddenly turned around and laughed hysterically. Ha ha ha. Everyone, you called him a weakling? No, he is far stronger than all of you. I bet none of you have grade 1 divine purity, let alone grade 5 mythic purity. Harrison and Lucas frowned and left without saying a word. The other students, irritated by Felix's boasting, returned to their rooms. Neo just shook his head. We'll have a party tonight. It's your treat. Felix shouted before Neo left. Okay. Neo closed the window. He smiled at Felix's antics. After he returned from the bath, he cleaned the room. Took a bit of time to remove the smell. I've achieved my goal of mythic purity. Neo sat on the sofa and opened a drink. He let himself rest as a reward for the hard work he did during the tournament. There are still 2.5 days left. What should I do now? Underworld was anything but safe. Neo knew he had to prepare more if he wanted to complete Barbados training. Since my combat techniques should be sufficient, I should focus on survival, food and water. Neo needed them after he lost the Underworld's blessing. Battles exhausted him greatly. It made him hungry and thirsty. He could ignore hunger for the 12 hours he spent in Underworld. Water, however, was a problem. I guess that decides it. I'll learn to create water. It should be possible with my water affinity. And I'll use the remaining time to awaken my shadow affinity. Neo needed training manuals. He was about to visit the library when someone rang his doorbell. Delivery. Please sign this, Damien said. Neo took the parcel and returned inside. This sender's address. It's the previous Neo. The parcel was sent from the apartment where Neo woke up in this world. It was sent 1 day before his arrival. Neo opened the parcel. The box was empty save for the slip of paper at the bottom. What's this? The paper had 9 dots similar to a phone's lock pattern. A line joined multiple dots. Is this my phone's password? Neo checked. The pattern wasn't for the phone. Strange. Why send this? The suspicious timing and address of the parcel made Neo frown. Looking back, Neo never knew what happened to the original Neo. He, according to Henry, was an introvert who often acted as if he lost his memories and ran away from home. It was against his usual self to register for the Demigod Academy. Oh! Suddenly, a thought appeared in Neo's head. He looked at the paper in his hand. Is it the private app password? He used the Akashic Record internet to know how to open the privacy settings. After watching a tutorial, he opened the private app space. It asked for a pattern-type password. Neo used the pattern on the slip of paper. The pattern worked. There was a single video in the private space. Why am I nervous? Neo noticed his heart beating loudly. He gulped. There had to be a reason why the previous Neo left a video behind and used a roundabout way to send the password. It was as if he knew someone else would possess his body. No, that is impossible. Neo took a deep breath to calm himself. He clicked on the video. The recording started with a static noise. It showed an apartment. The original Neo sat on the sofa. He scratched his face repeatedly, leaving red marks over his face that caused him to bleed. His eyes shook and he seemed to be out of breath. He was afraid. If you are seeing this video, Then I am dead. The original Neo took a deep breath. He tried to smile, but it only revealed the intense fear he was trying to hide. I'm leaving this video as a warning for my successor. Run away. There was a noise as if something fell in the kitchen. The original Neo jumped and tried to run away. He came back after a few seconds. He smiled bitterly. I guess you must be thinking I'm pathetic. His body shivered. Sorry. Is the video weird? I guess I'll start from the beginning. He picked the camera and held it in his hand. His sunken cheeks and hollow eyes made him look like a corpse. I'm Neo Clinton. Teach the second person to possess Neo Hargraves. Chapter 54. Neo Clinton. You must be shocked, right? He scratched his cheek. I'm the same as you. My world was destroyed by and I suddenly woke up in this body. Neo paused the video. It glitched when Neo Clinton revealed the name of those who destroyed his world. I couldn't hear it. He replayed the video from 10 seconds ago and listened carefully. I'm the same as you. My world was destroyed by and I suddenly woke up in this body. Again, the video glitched and he couldn't hear the identity. Neo bit his lips. His world could have been destroyed by the zombie apocalypse. Was it done by someone intentionally? He had to know the answer. No matter how many times he replayed the video, it would glitch weirdly. Neo sighed and decided to watch the complete video. It must been hard, right? Trying to survive in a dying world only to die and wake up in a world with a horrible family. Neo Clinton smiled. I don't know who you are, but run away and hide. You can't defeat them. No one can defeat them. He gulped. It really doesn't matter though. I will die, you will die, everyone will die. Still, I hope you will survive. This message is to warn you of something else. Someone is after Neo Hargraves' life. The original Neo Hargraves and my predecessor were killed by that person. I don't know who it is, but that person will definitely come after you. Neo Clinton took a deep breath. Please, survive for as long as possible. I don't want to be forgotten. So, please live for me. The video ended. Neo put down his phone and massaged his brows. Someone murdered the original Neo and the other two people who possessed the body of original Neo? Despite receiving the shocking news, Neo kept his calm. I can't trust this video. It's too weird. It's entirely possible the original Neo found out about someone aiming for him life. Coupled with his weak personality, the shock might have made him insane. He started to think the story of two non-existent people possessing his body, and left the video behind not knowing someone would actually possess his body. It sounded like a far-stretched theory to Neo. However, it had a high chance of being correct. After all, wouldn't Henry notice if his brother's personality changed 3 times? And, if Neo Clinton was afraid of people forgetting him, he could have revealed he wasn't Neo Hargraves. He didn't do that. There were too many strange points in the video. Sigh. Neo burned the slip of paper on the kitchen stove. I can't do anything either way. It's not like I can confirm the truth about the video. He clicked his tongue and decided to focus on the task at hand. The library was far from the Seraphim Hall. Neo used the Akashic Record Internet app for the navigation. Took him time to reach his destination. The campus was horrendously large. Neo smiled. He didn't tire out after walking. The breakthrough gave a nice boost to his physical condition. He felt like tearing up. The day, where he could run without feeling like dying, wasn't far off. On the way, Neo checked his status. Neo Hargraves. Rank: Grade 4 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 5 Mythic. Stats: Strength: 23. Speed: 24. Dexterity: 18. Constitution: 16. Luck: 0. Affinity: Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water. Magic spell: Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline: Monarch of Death. Unique skill: Death Immortal. Quest: Barbados Training, Part 1. His stats increased by 7. It was, as expected, a big jump. When one's rank increases, their stats receive a boost, but it is only a side effect. Divine energy pool and unique skills are the ones that get a huge amplifications. Neo could tell his divine energy reserves doubled after the breakthrough. I bet my skill got a huge, immortal, EXP 0/150 effect. You gain an extra life every 24 hours. Max stack 4. What? The stack increased by 1. That's it? Neo really wanted to cry. He expected something like this to happen, and it still made his heart break. Unique skills upgraded in a linear fashion. It is only when they evolve that they change drastically. Like how death became immortal. Neo reached the library with a heavy heart. Today is a holiday. The library is closed. The guard was about to tell him off until he saw Neo's clothes. Ruler of the first years. He bowed and opened the door. Welcome, Sir Ruler. The library, while closed, could be used by special students like top 10 students or student council members. Now where are the books on water element and shadow element? The reception was empty. While Neo was trying to find a solution to his predicament, he noticed Percival and Amelia coming down from the second floor. Neo? Amelia noticed him first. Percival followed her gaze. Oh my, if it isn't the suicide-loving first year. They came up to Neo. What are you doing here? Percival asked. Looking for books on water element and shadow element. Percival smiled, half shocked, half surprised. You can already use death and darkness, and you are trying to use more elements? Wow, maybe I should call you the crazy suicide-loving first year. You'll confuse him if you explain it like that. Amelia shook her head. She turned to Neo. Sorry, he doesn't mean bad. He is just annoyed his tournament victor predictions were wrong. They weren't wrong, just slightly off. No one could have expected his defense spell to be strong enough to survive the fall, Percival retorted. Not even the great me. Amelia ignored him like the air and checked Neo. Why are you outside? Your injuries shouldn't be healed already. They did. Neo released a bit of his divine energy. I had a breakthrough. Amelia and Percival understood he healed after the rank up. However, they couldn't help but be surprised at Neo's attitude. Chapter 55. Elizabeth's Arrival. Anyone would be jumping around and boasting if they reached mythic purity, not to mention Neo was far ahead of others. Yet, he didn't do that and continued to train. Whatever, it's nothing special. Percival let out a mocking smile. I had mythic purity far before others. The great me attained it before joining the academy. Amelia was exasperated. She never expected much from Percival, but he managed to hit a new low today. Don't be jealous of your juniors, she sighed. Percival shrugged and left. He told her to explain library rules to Neo before she returned. The library is divided into 2 floors. First years can only use the first floor. You can get spell books for all 108 elements from the library, but only if you have the element's affinity. You must pay to rent the spell books and you can't share them with others. Since you don't have any credits, you can't take anything. Neo frowned when he listened to her explanation. I don't need spell books, only books with basic elemental knowledge. I need credits for them too, he asked. Yes, Amelia smiled bitterly. The academy is based on meritocracy. You get rewards if you show results, but you don't get anything if there are no results. Credits could be earned through missions or be awarded by professors. Neo had to wait until tomorrow when the classes started if he wanted to earn credits. Seeing his frown, Amelia got closer to him. Show me your phone. Oh, just do it. Neo took out his smartphone. Amelia clicked on her phone a few times and held it above Neo's phone. A notification arrived. Amelia added you to her friend list. You are now friends with Amelia. Amelia has sent 10 credits. You've exhausted 20% of your credit transfer limit. Oh, Amelia spoke. The new ruler gets 50 credits transfer limit? I'm jealous. She tapped her phone on her chin and smiled. Anyway, congrats on becoming the ruler. Think of the credits as a gift from me. You should be able to buy the books you need with them. Thanks. Don't mind it. She left after explaining a few more rules to Neo. Alone inside the library, Neo went around the library to get 2 books. He didn't waste much time since Amelia told him where he could find them. Water Element, How to Use Your Affinity, for toddlers. Shadow Element, Awaken My Powers. He went to the reception. The table had an empty box. Following Amelia's advice, he placed the book inside and typed his name on the keyboard next to the box. The box flashed a light on Neo to confirm his identity. A notification arrived on his phone. 2 books have been rented. 10 credits deducted. Deadline to return the book. 1 month. He left the library. The guard at the door confirmed the completion of renting process before Neo was allowed to leave with the books. Neo returned to his room and opened the water element book first. What he needed now was not a spell. He only wanted to learn to create water using his water affinity. Magic was similar to architecture. An architect could create a house with his own experience, or he could use precise equipments to build the house. Spells were a magician's equipment. A demigod could use a water affinity spell to create water, or they could use their experience to produce water without a spell. It depended on one's mastery over the element and the complexity of the magic they wanted to use. Creating water was the most basic process. There was no need for a spell to achieve it. I should start training. Neo took a deep breath. He kept the book aside. His veins glowed and he burned his divine energy. An unfrequented area on the border of Demigod Academy. Elizabeth moved through the place. She held a large gig bag on her back and had her presence suppressed. While she was trying to secretly visit Neo and Amelia, she suddenly sensed a powerful presence moving towards her at a rapid speed. A beat later, a gigantic phoenix appeared in the sky. It blotted out the sun with its huge body and stared at Elizabeth. An old woman, barely 150 centimeters, with bob-cut hairstyle and a face full of wrinkles, jumped down from the phoenix's back. She landed in front of Elizabeth. "TSK, I thought you were dead," the old woman Charlotte said. Watching Elizabeth's silence, Charlotte became livid. "You never visited your master in ages, and now you did? You won't even greet your master? It is good to see you, master. If you are happy, then stop making a face as if you stepped on shit." Charlotte raised her cane and shouted. She huffed. "Anyway, why are you here?" "To meet them." Her answer made Charlotte frown. "That's all?" Charlotte asked. "What will you do after you meet your daughter and that boy?" "I'll return." "Return to where, you dumb girl? The entire world thinks you are dead. Where are you going to live? Are you thinking of wasting your life while living in hiding after you finally left that damned country behind?" Charlotte stopped shouting. She was out of breath. Her glare was aimed at Elizabeth. "Then what should I do?" Elizabeth asked. "If I stay with them, I'll only put them in danger." She couldn't ask for help. Not after ghosting Charlotte for decades. "TSK, you might have become a queen, but you are still foolish. I can't believe you faked your death without any contingency plan." Charlotte, the principal of Demigod Academy, turned around. She whistled and the phoenix flew down. "Follow me. I knew you would come to meet them, so I've prepared a disguise and a job for you. You are going to be the Chapter 56. Late Night Dinner. Neo exhaled as he lay on his back. Damn. This is fucking tough. It had been hours since he started training. He made 0 progress. Water element and shadow element. Neo could not manipulate them at all. "I can use Ocean's Embrace, even if it's a water affinity spell, because Elizabeth ingrained the technique on my magic circuits. Otherwise, I can't use water element." He knew it was normal. Only 2 weeks passed since he came to this world. His speed was already fast. It would be too much to expect a newbie like him to gain mastery over 4 elements so quickly. Sigh. Why am I trying to find excuses again? It doesn't matter if my growth rate is good. There is no genius on a battlefield. Only victors and losers. My growth pace doesn't matter if I can't win. Neo had to do better. His enemies wouldn't wait for him to grow stronger. He had to break through his limits if he wanted to survive and win. Sighing, Neo stood up. I'll eat something and refill my energy before I start training again. The cafeteria would be open even though it was night. He left the room. Arthur and Felix sat on the bench outside his room. The two were asleep, with their Felix leaning his head on Arthur's shoulder. Yawn. How did your training go? Felix opened his eyes when he noticed Neo's presence. So, Neo answered. What are you two doing here? Waiting for you to treat us. Felix yawned before he continued. We would have come earlier, but we met the student council vice president. She told us you were training and we shouldn't disturb you. So, we've been waiting for you to come out for dinner after your training ended. Felix yawned while he tried to wake up Arthur. The protagonist was half asleep. He only nodded and his eyes remained close. Did you guys eat anything? No, we were waiting for you. Felix continued to yawn. He was only a little better than Arthur. Then, let's go eat. Neo smiled bitterly. He didn't expect them to wait for him until the midnight. The Seraphim Hall had its own cafeteria. Are you going to treat us? I can't. I don't have credits, Neo told Felix. The cafeteria had specific meals that were provided for free. If the students wanted to eat something different, they had to buy it. Most of the times, the meals differed for everyone. After all, they had a choice to get high-quality and limited-amount meal set, or low-quality and high-amount meal set. Yon, let's just eat what we can get. We can have the treat later. The trio entered the cafeteria. Felix had to support Arthur throughout the way, since he walked with his eyes closed, half asleep, and almost hit several walls face first. He is completely different right now since he is sleepy. Felix smiled wryly. Neo nodded. Arthur was like a kid who couldn't stay awake past the bedtime. The door of the cafeteria chimed. They walked towards the counter when suddenly they saw Morrigan. She sat on the seat at the front. Her plate was filled with dozens of bread pieces. She wore black leggings and black tank top that revealed her navel. Her body was covered in sweat and a white towel rested at her neck. Her cheeks were stuffed, filled to the brim with the bread. Morrigan gulped the food and froze. She exchanged gazes with Neo and Felix. Neo went to the counter after staring at her for a few seconds. Felix followed after him. Hey, we should go. I'm not hungry anymore. Felix noticed Morrigan's murderous gaze at them before he whispered. Let's get out. She looks angry. Wait for me. I'll get my food first. Neo ordered for burgers. Felix altered his gaze between Neo and Morrigan. Unlike Neo, Felix knew what was happening with her. She had been called back to the Zeus clan as she lost the first rank, and to a low-rank, no-name demigod at that. Rumors were circulating that she was no longer the leader of Zeus clan's circle inside the academy. From a revered genius to a laughingstock, Neo destroyed her life. Sigh, I'll get something to eat too, Felix said. He followed Neo closely and made sure to stay away from Morrigan, until Neo sat in front of her. What do you want? Morrigan frowned. Neo didn't talk and focused on eating. Felix sat next to him nervously. He couldn't eat any under Morrigan's stare. Suddenly, Arthur laughed. He woke up and stared at Morrigan's plate. You eat like a pig. His head drooped and fell asleep. Felix closed his eyes. His expression was one of a soldier about to die. He thought Morrigan would attack without hesitation until he saw her lowering her head. Her ears were bright red. She stared at the ground, almost as if she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Don't mind him. He talks nonsense when he is asleep, Neo spoke up. He passed 2 of his burgers to Morrigan. What is this? You can have them. It must have been exhausting training late into the night. She glared at him, but it wasn't scary when she was on verge of tears. It was weird for her to show so many emotions. He wanted to get closer to her and find out why she was different from the novel. And what was better way to befriend a glutton than to feed them? Morrigan pursed her lips. Her dignity and emotions told her to flip the table and leave. You don't need it? Neo grabbed the plate with burgers. He was about to pull it back when Morrigan suddenly grabbed the plate. Tears welled up in her eyes. Morrigan didn't say anything. She wanted to refuse but couldn't. Neo let go. He didn't say anything else, since he didn't want to make things awkward for Morrigan. He left with Felix when they finished their dinner. Wow! She's different from rumors, Felix muttered. How so? Chapter 57. Who is she? She's more normal than I thought. His smile faded and he frowned. Though it's weird how she didn't seem angry with you. Neo agreed with him. It didn't feel like Morrigan cared if she won or lost. She was the opposite of the bloodthirsty, power-seeking Morrigan he knew. Good night. Sleep well. They split up after a bit. Felix took Arthur, saying he would bring him to his room. After returning to the room, Neo trained for a bit and slept. He woke up in the morning. The classes start today, he said to himself. I still can't use water and shadow. Guess I need to ask for help from the teacher. He wanted to sigh. The classrooms were assigned when he was unconscious after the tournament. Neo was in the class with the main cast. Their teacher was an extremist who favored God Clan's descendants. Arthur faced a lot of problems in the novel thanks to him, and now I will too. He initially didn't want to ask for help from the teacher, but there was no choice left. Just as he was about to leave, there was a loud knock on the door. Neo, there is a problem. He opened the door and found Arthur on the other side. Arthur was drenched in sweat while his face was filled with concerns. What happened? I can't find Felix. I've searched for him everywhere and there is no clue where he went. He isn't even picking up his phone. Arthur became restless. Do you think the Zeus clan got him? He asked worriedly. There was a high chance Felix was targeted since he made a fool out of Zeus clan and he was the weakest among the three. Calm down, Neo added when his words failed to assure Arthur. The Academy's principal can monitor the whole Academy premises at all times. There is no way the Zeus clan members will act out while she is watching. Then, where is Felix? Arthur asked. He might be busy. We should go to the class. I bet we will find him there. Arthur wanted to ask why Neo was so sure, but he decided to believe his words for now. They entered the classroom. The chatty atmosphere turned deathly silent as soon as they stepped in. Neo ignored them. He wanted to sit at the backbench. Unfortunately, he had to choose the middle seats in order to be with Felix and Arthur. Arthur on the right, Neo in the center, and Felix would sit on the left when he came. It feels weird to receive so much attention from the main cast, he thought. Neo was not going to push away Arthur just because he was the protagonist. He saw no reason to not befriend the future leader of humanity. While he was waiting for the class to start, he turned to Arthur. I'm stuck with affinity control. Can you help with that? Yes? Of course, I will help if I can. Neo explained his problem with water and shadow affinity. He did not want to ask for help from the homeroom teacher if possible. Oh, just that? You have to feel your affinity and ask it to work. That's all. You should be able to use water affinity with this method, since you can use its spell already. Neo wanted to punch Arthur. Did he not know not everyone was a genius like him? Noticing his expression, Arthur gave more solutions. They were all useless. While they chatted, the main cast arrived. Morrigan scanned the classroom as she stood at the doorstep. Her gaze hovered on Neo. A beat later, she sat on the front seat. After her, Leonora entered the class. She wore a jacket over the academy uniform and walked with her head down. Leonora sat at the backbench Neo planned to sit. A few minutes later, a boy, with red flaming hair and a wild aura about him, arrived. He went to the back of the classroom. Can I sit here? He asked Leonora while pointing at the seat next to her. She raised her head and looked at him with a nervous expression. And no, please keep your you ugly face away from my eyesight. Mars was stunned. The students knew not to laugh. Except for one of them. PFFTT. Arthur's attempts at suppressing his laughter were worse than Neo's excuses. Before Mars could say anything to him, a hand hit Arthur's back. I told you my jokes are funny. The girl, beautiful and proportionate, with lavender hair, continued to hit his back. She turned to Mars. Sorry if we interrupted you. I had a bet with him. Mars nodded, still unable to recover from Leonora's answer, and he took another seat. Thanks, Arthur told the girl. He understood she saved him from a troublesome matter. But who are you? I've never seen you before, he said. You don't recognize me? The girl seemed surprised at Arthur's confusion. Dude, it's me. Did you forget I have Aphrodite bloodline? She said. Arthur tilted his head, unable to understand her words. He turned to Neo for an explanation. The Aphrodite bloodline's first unique skill allows them to change their gender. Oh! Arthur stared at the girl, then at Neo, then back at the girl. Felix? He was too shocked to form proper words. I'm really curious about your childhood now. How can you not know about my clan's skill? Felix shook her head and sat to left of Neo. Soon, the class was filled with students. At exactly 9:30, the homeroom teacher entered the class. Her black hair with dark blue undershade and her red eyes complemented her perfect nose, small lips, and cold expression. She wore a light blue shirt, a black tie, a leg-slit skirt, and a fashionable overcoat that went well with her clothes. Good morning. I'm Anna Rose, your homeroom teacher. She stood at the podium and swept her gaze around. Her eyes stopped at Neo for a brief second. Chapter 58. First Class on Aura Manifestation. Neo didn't notice her gaze. His mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Anna Rose? Who is she? This was the first time he heard about her. What happened to the original homeroom teacher of the class? The present changed. It was not the same as Neo knew. Did our homeroom teacher change because of my actions? A butterfly effect. Small flaps of a butterfly could cause tsunamis on the other side of the world. Neo's minor actions might possibly change the future drastically. He would lose the advantage of knowing the future if this continued. But, so it began. Neo smiled. It's possible for me to change the future. I don't know how much changes the fate would allow, but this confirms my actions aren't meaningless. Neo never wanted to maintain the status quo. The future was a meaningless world ravaged by wars and destruction where the protagonist failed. The heroes died. The gods fell. Nobody could stop the calamities. So, Neo would protect his future by taking the matters in his own hands. We'll take the attendance before starting the class, Anna said. After the attendance, Anna explained about the curriculum. The first month classes will teach about the basics you've already learned. It is to allow students from outside of God clans to catch up to their peers. She continued, there is no minimum compulsory attendance. But beware, the professors might hold a grudge if you keep bunking their classes. Neo listened carefully. While he knew everything beforehand, he needed to make sure there was no gap between his knowledge and the actual information. Credits are the currency used inside Demigod Academy. You can buy anything with them. Spell books, equipment, holidays, extra lessons from the professors. There is no limit to what the credits can buy. Just remember one thing. You need to pay with credits if you want to sit in exams. If you don't have any credits, you won't be allowed to take the exam and you will be failed. Now, I'll explain about the Templar course. The students straightened their backs and focused on her words. All of them came to the academy to receive the Junior Templar certificate. It was important. You can convert 1,000 credits into a star. Only those with 3 stars or above can attempt the Junior Templar exam. If you are able to gain 5 stars, you can become a Junior Templar without challenging the Junior Templar exam. You will receive credits for completing missions, special tasks, or they will be awarded by the professors. So work hard. The explanation was easy to understand. Took a few minutes to complete. Some students asked about their doubts. Anna answered them patiently. After half an hour, Anna changed the topic. Since the explanation has been given, we will start the class. I will be teaching you about aura and aura manipulation. It's your core subject for the first semester. Everyone grew visibly excited. Aura manipulation was an advanced branch of elemental manipulation. It was easy to use aura to intimidate others. However, that was just the beginning. High-level demigods used aura attacks to battle their foes. We'll start with basic elemental control today. I want all of you to use your secondary elements and manifest its aura. The students followed her words. Neo closed his eyes and tried to do the same. Death and darkness. He was familiar with them. They were his primary elements. His mastery over water element was poor, thus it was a secondary element for him. Minutes ticked by. Neo couldn't do anything at all. Unlike others, He failed to manifest the slightest bit of aura using water affinity. Anna noticed him. She picked a piece of chalk and drew on the blackboard. Elemental manipulation is divided into 3 steps: core, god blood, magic circuits. Her words drew the attention of the class. This information was not in the books Neo took from the library. He tuned out the distractions and focused on the class. Core helps you convert your non-elemental divine energy into elemental divine energy. Oh, Neo frowned. That sounded too easy. It was something he never heard before, and he doubted it was so simple to use elemental divine energy. He had been training for days and he had been unsuccessful. Still, he followed Anna's words. He controlled his divine energy and pushed it into his core. His mind went through a tremendous change. He felt enlightened, as if he was a blind man who could suddenly see, or if he found the wallet he was searching for inside his pocket. How didn't I notice this sooner? Neo felt bewildered. Whenever he used spells, he had been using his core to create elemental divine energy. It was a gap. He was directly fed with information of spells. The instant mastery allowed him to use the spells without former training. In exchange, it left huge holes in his basic knowledge. Anna stared at Neo expressionlessly. Her eyes gleamed at his success. Your god blood carries the elemental divine energy, and it distributes the energy throughout your body. The amount of divine energy your god blood can store determines your divine energy reserves. The purity of the divine energy is decided by the concentration of divine energy per unit god blood. The process of infusing divine energy with water element was slow and tiresome. He was not dejected at his snail-like pace. After all, he could finally sense his water element. It was a huge progress compared to a day ago where he couldn't feel his water affinity at all. He, however, still couldn't use the water element-infused aura. The lecture continued. Magic circuits are the outlets that allow you to pour your divine energy out of your body into the surroundings. They are like muscles. The more you use a magic circuit on a certain part of your body, like your palms, the faster you can let out your divine energy through your palms. Neo closed his eyes. He tried to sense the magic circuits on his body. After locating a few of them, he pushed out his water element-infused divine energy. He manifested a pale blue aura. Chapter 59, Aura Blade. A smile appeared on Neo's face. After manifesting the aura, he tried to create water. Neo failed. He tried again, and again, and again. The result was the same. I guess I'm still far off from reaching the necessary level. Neo smiled bitterly. He had a lot to learn. When he was busy practicing, Anna explained, "Looks like all of you can use your auras. Now, I want you to create an aura blade." The faces of students hardened. Aura blade was the first combat technique of aura manifestation branch. A person needed months of training to manifest an aura blade. Take your time. It's a difficult technique, so there is no need to feel pressured to create an aura blade in today's class, Anna said. They practiced. Only Morrigan, Arthur, Lucas, Harrison, and Mars could create an aura blade among the 60 students. The students felt the gap between geniuses and themselves. While their eyes wandered around, someone spoke. "Hey, look at him." The student pointed at Neo. He was enveloped in a pale blue aura. His aura was weak and it flickered like a candle flame soon to be extinguished. The level of one's elemental mastery determined one's aura strength. Neo's control over water element, even as a secondary affinity, was far below average. Harrison laughed. "Look at our ruler. The fraud can't do anything if he isn't cheating." Harrison's words broke Neo's focus. Disturbed, Neo's aura shattered. It only made Harrison laugh more. "I can't believe someone could lose to a fraud like him." Morrigan ignored the jab. Neo was about to do the same when suddenly Anna opened her mouth. "Student Harrison, every person has their own speciality and weakness. There is no need to put someone down because they cannot measure up to you in your speciality." Her words made Harrison crease his brows. "What? I didn't say anything wrong. You can ask anyone in this class. That weakling became the ruler because he cheated. That's his only speciality." "Oh wait, He has a loud mouth too. A few students snickered. Their mocking gazes were aimed at Neo. Neo pursed his lips. He was about to ignore them when his eyes met Anna. "Both of you come up on the stage," she said. "Oh." Neo didn't understand her intentions, but he followed her words. He stood next to the podium alongside Harrison. Anna turned to the class. "They will now demonstrate the usage of Aura Blade." She turned to Harrison. "You first?" "Okay." Harrison smirked at Neo before he took the stage. He picked a ruler from the professor's table and held it like a sword. A grunt escaped his lips and lightning manifested around his body. It wasn't a spell, just plain lightning elemental manifestation. Suddenly, the lightning sparks crackled. They twisted and collapsed into themselves. The air tingled with an electrifying dizziness and the room was basked into a golden glow. When the berserk lightning returned to control, the ruler in the Harrison's hand underwent massive changes. It was wrapped in small, solid golden lightning. The lightning moved slowly and in a conspicuous pattern. Harrison slashed. A small lightning arc shot out of the ruler and split the professor's table into two halves. The attack continued to move forward. It left a deep burrow in the wall before it disappeared. The students broke out of the trance when Harrison coughed to grab their attention. They clapped enthusiastically. Harrison gave the ruler to Neo and let out a victorious smirk. "This is what an actual genius can do. It's not something the likes of you frauds can ever hope to achieve." Neo agreed with Harrison. Partially at least. Aura Blade was a dividing line between talent and mediocrity. The only way for a talentless person like him to use Aura Blade was to familiarize himself with the element to the point it became a second nature to him. "Neo, your turn," Anna said. He exhaled. Why was the professor doing this? There was no way he could use Aura Blade. The students stared at Neo. Their gazes revealed their expectations of him. They were waiting for him to fail. "You can use it. Your mastery over your element is good enough," Anna whispered. "Just follow my words." Neo knew his limits. He could not use an Aura Blade. Maybe she just wanted to make fun of him. He was wrong to think of her as a diligent teacher. She might have replaced the previous homeroom teacher, but she was just as bad. "Unleash your aura," she said. Neo followed her words. A heavy aura of death descended. The students stopped smiling. Their expressions contorted and a few of them frothed from their mouth. They groaned, unable to handle the pressure. "That's wrong. Compress your divine energy inside your core to the limit before releasing it," she advised. Suddenly, the aura pressing over the room was sucked into Neo's body. A thin line of sweat formed on his forehead. He never tried to limit his death aura before and it was hard to control. Still, Neo was familiar with death. He survived in Underworld where death was rampant and he experienced death multiple times. If mastery over the element was a condition of using Aura Blade. "What?" Harrison gasped. Faint sparks of red lightning flickered around Neo's palm. Red lightning? The students couldn't believe their eyes. Not after seeing Neo's poor mastery over water element. They thought his primary element's aura would be no different. But, a Aura Blade? The red lightning crackled silently. It twisted like a snake. Vicious, poisonous, and, like death itself, the ruler in Neo's hand crumbled into dust. Neo was left gasping for breath after the red lightning disappeared. His hands shivered uncontrollably. He almost fell from exhaustion. However, no one laughed at him anymore. They couldn't. "I hope now you know why you shouldn't make fun of others," Anna told Harrison before she turned to the class. "Most of the students can't use Aura Blade, but it isn't because they have no talent. You all lacked the resources and teaching of the God clans. It's a given you are lacking in comparison to the geniuses of your generation. Don't put yourself down. With sufficient time and training at the academy, your results will be able to catch up to your peers quickly." Chapter 60. Information about missions. Harrison's expression twisted into an ugly grimace. He glared at Neo. The students from outside of God clans looked at Neo in a different light. They didn't see him as a fraud anymore. Their gazes carried respect towards him. "That's it for today's aura manipulation class. We'll go to the mission hall now," Anna said. The students followed her out of the classroom. Felix and Arthur approached Neo. That was amazing. Felix smiled. Yeah, your aura is strong. It makes me shiver every time I feel it, Arthur said. Neo nodded with a pale face. He was breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Creating an aura blade exhausted him greatly. I should be able to create water if I train now, he thought. The trio reached the mission hall with the class. It was a huge pavilion with countless students going to and fro. That's the mission board. You can see the available missions on it. Anna pointed at giant hologram floating in the air. There were thousands of missions on it. Dozens of missions were being taken every second and new missions continued to replace them. For the first semester, you are only allowed to take missions inside the academy. The missions are divided into F ranks on the basis of difficulties. Anna explained the reward system. A rank mission equals 6 credits. B rank mission equals 5 credits. C rank mission equals 4 credits. D rank mission equals 3 credits. E rank mission equals 2 credits. F rank mission equals 1 credits. The credits were awarded by the Academy on the mission's successful completion. That was not all. The person who posted the mission would give separate rewards. C rank and higher missions can be accepted by teams with 5 members minimum. The team leader will get twice the credits for mission completion. You all have a week to headhunt your team members. The team members can't be changed until the next semester. Think carefully before choosing your teams. Anna suddenly stopped speaking. She looked the students in their eyes. Her gaze made them shiver. Forcing others to join your team or prohibiting others from joining a team is strictly banned. If it's revealed anyone blackmailed the students, be ready for severe punishments. Some of the students did not understand why Anna was confident in catching the rule breakers. Their friends explained the reason to them. After knowing the academy principal could observe the academy grounds at all times, they trembled with disgust and fear. Speak up if anyone has a doubt, Anna said. Lucas raised his hands. What about S-rank missions and higher? Anna stared at him silently. We can't choose them? He asked again. You can choose an S-rank mission if 3 of your team members are top 100 students. But I won't recommend them due to their difficulty. What about SS rank and SSS rank missions? Lucas ignored Anna's warning and asked. You need to meet special requirements for them. The requirements will be released after you complete an S-rank mission. Neo, on the side, frowned. He wondered if he should reveal the requirements to Arthur and Felix. Arthur might not be hit by the requirement, but Felix would. Don't take too many credits from others, Neo said to the two. In the end, he decided to give an ambiguous advice. Oh! Arthur didn't understand the underlying meaning behind Neo's words. Felix, on the other hand, had an epiphany. Smart bastard, Neo thought as he stared at Felix. How did you know? Felix asked. Know what? I don't understand what you mean by that. Felix didn't ask further questions when Neo made it clear he wouldn't reveal the source of information. The class was dismissed for the day. Let's go and search for 2 other teammates, Felix said to Neo and Arthur. She expected it to be a given for them to form a team. But, sorry, I don't want to be in Neo's team. Wait, why? Isn't it good for friends to stick together? Neo's rank might be low, but that's not the reason. Arthur faced Neo with an apologetic face. Sorry, Neo. I want to be the ruler. It's the reason I came to the academy. I've confirmed it from student council president that I can buy the first rank with credits. It costs an exorbitant price. I need to be the team leader if I want to earn enough credits for the first rank. I see. Guess we have to form different teams. Neo made it clear he had no intentions of giving up the position of team leader. Just like Arthur, he had his own reasons. Felix, whose team will you join? Neo questioned. Felix frowned. She tried to soothe them, but Neo and Arthur were adamant about forming different teams. Damn it! Arthur is the obvious choice, but I don't want to take sides. The moment I choose one of them, I will fall out of the favor with the other one. Felix tried to think of a solution. She opened her mouth. Then I will form my own too. What? Arthur's reaction was just as Felix predicted. Felix sneaked a peek at Neo to look at his expression. This guy is always maintaining that cold face. I can't even understand what goes through his mind, Felix thought. It was a risky move to say she would form a team. Despite the risk of actually being left alone, she decided to move forward with the plan. If you two think it's better to be alone, I should leave too. What are you saying, Felix? You are we. Arthur stopped speaking before he said anything inappropriate. However, it was clear what he was about to say. I'm weak. Felix smiled bitterly. Yeah, that's right. I need to be protected by you too. But that's why I'm trying to leave. You won't be able to give your best on missions if you have to worry about protecting me. That's not true. Don't lie. Both of us know you were about to call me weak, and there is no need to feel bad, because it's the truth. Arthur bit his lips. He turned to Neo for help. Stop being annoying, Felix. Arthur's eyes shot wide open when he heard Neo. Neo continued to speak before Arthur could stop him. Chapter 61. Headhunting teammates for S-rank missions. Yes, you are weak. And what's wrong with that? We are at the academy. We joined this place to become stronger. Being weak just means you can only climb higher from your current position. And stop misunderstanding us. We aren't protecting you because you are weak, but because you are our friend. Neo's sharp words surprised Felix. Felix planned to have them make her forcefully stay in their teams to protect her. She thought Arthur would stop her, not Neo. Maybe he was more compassionate than she thought? Just stay in Arthur's team. I'm the main target of the Zeus clan members. It's safer for you if you are with Arthur. Stop refusing. It's annoying. Why yeah, no, you aren't annoying. Anyway, Felix, join my team. I'm not teaming up with Neo because I want to be the ruler. I have no grudge against him and we aren't fighting. Felix's expression contorted as if she had to make a difficult decision. Got them good, she thought internally. After a long time, Felix sighed. Okay. Arthur was relieved after hearing her answer. Neo, on the other hand, didn't know if he should laugh or cry. There was no way he would hold a grudge because Felix chose to team with up Arthur. Her actions were the creation of her needless overcaution. The trio chatted. Felix and Arthur left after a bit of time passed to find teammates. I'm alone now. Neo's time was running out. He had to train quickly and reach sufficient mastery in water element before he entered Underworld tomorrow. However, he couldn't leave the mission hall. The top 100 students would form teams today itself. If he delayed searching for team members, he would not be able to take on S-rank missions. Who will be willing to join my team? Neo thought. He looked around and realized, am I overthinking it or is everyone trying to stay away from me? The students kept away from Neo. They turned away when he made eye contact with them. It was going to be hard to find teammates. I guess I'll go to people I know and try my luck with them. Neo looked around for Morrigan. It was easy to locate her. She was being ostracized like him. Looks like your friends didn't like you lost to me. Neo approached her. She noticed his presence and frowned. What do you want? I want you in my team. It's not like you have a choice if you want to take on S-rank missions. The Zeus clan members won't let other students join you. Morrigan pursed her lips. After she fell out of favor with her family, the attitude of the Zeus clan students took a turn. They were trying to put her down. Neo's offer was a godsend. There was just one problem. I don't want to join the team of someone weaker than me. Besides, I don't care about credits or ranks. She turned around and left. Neo was left stunned. What the fuck is wrong with her? Why is she so different from the Morrigan of the novel? Massaging his temples, he was about to look for other teammates until he noticed Leonora. She stood in a secluded corner of the mission hall. Her face was hidden under the hoodie. She was playing a game on the Switch and used earphones to drown the noise of the mission hall. Should I try it? The chances of making a team with her are low, but if I play my card right, I should be able to do it. He was about to meet her when a boy, buffed and giant, with dark blue hair stopped him. Where do you think you are going? The boy, Christian, questioned. Go away. Even if you are a ruler, there are some things you shouldn't do, Christian continued. Miss is the leader of the Poseidon clan's faction. You are insulting us if you try to recruit her. Zeus clan was already an enemy with Neo. If Poseidon clan joined the fray, he would be facing two great god clans alone. But when did he care about such things? Neo was about to forcefully remove Christian from his path when suddenly he heard a voice. "Sage Christian, let him come here." Leonora, the girl who disliked any and every person, was looking straight at Neo. 5 minutes ago. This sucks. Leonora wore the earphones and took out the switch from her pocket. She started the game after she leaned against the wall. Ugh. Why do I have to attend classes? I wish I could stay in my room all day. Leonora saw students moving around to find teammates. She clicked her tongue. The top 100 students were almost all from god clans. Their families decided their teammates before they entered the academy. Noisy. She increased the volume and focused on the game. Suddenly, a flying whale, otherworldly in appearance, came out of the wall and covered half of the mission hall's roof. Nobody could see or sense the whale. Leonora, shouldn't you try to talk to others now that you are outside? The whale's voice, sweet and lyrical, sounded inside Leonora's head. I don't want to. All of them look like idiots, Leonora answered. The whale, Ruby, sighed. She worried Leonora's introverted nature was taking a turn for worse with each day. She was about to reprimand her lightly when suddenly she stopped. Her gaze focused on the black-haired, red-eyed boy. Ruby flew down and circled Neo. What are you doing? Leonora questioned. I'm trying to find out if he can see me. He made eye contact with me during the entrance ceremony. That must have been a coincidence. Stop worrying about it and go rest. Hayes, you've really become not so sweet anymore, Leonora. Really? That's a good thing if it stops others from approaching me. Ruby continued to monitor Neo. When he was rejected by Morrigan and tried to approach Leonora, she spoke. Join his team. We need to keep an eye on him. No. It sounds like work, and Dad will throw a fit if I join a team other than with my clanmates. Leonora did not even bother to ask for reason behind Ruby's suggestion. Chapter 62. Invisible Bloodlust. Her laziness exasperated Ruby. You will regret it if you let the boy move on his own. Ruby explained in simpler words. Mastery over elements was done by experiencing the element and getting as close to them as possible. Death element was the same. Neo's high mastery over it signified he killed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. His murders were probably being hidden by his brother. Letting someone as dangerous as Neo roam unsupervised was asking for a disaster to occur. That's what you were worried about? I don't need to monitor him. The principal and teachers probably are keeping an eye on him at all times. Hayes, is this the naivety of childhood or the complacent of the strong? The spirit's sighs irked Leonora. Ruby spoke before Leonora could complain. You of all people should know one can bend the rules. It's easy for that boy to harm others without breaking rules. Moreover, his brother is not to be trifled with. The boy is moving around as if nothing happened even after the commotion in the country of mermaids. If he wants, he can act as he wished in the academy too. Leonora doubted Neo could do anything on the academy ground. However, Ruby's words planted the seed of doubt in her heart. What if Neo's brother could really save him from consequences? Wouldn't that mean he would go berserk in the academy whenever he felt like it? Oh, it feels like trouble is soon to arrive. Leonora spoke as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Leonora, the boy antagonized the Lightning clan already. There is no guarantee he will not target your clan next. If he starts a storm, the responsibility to deal with the aftermath will fall over you. Leonora stiffened. As the de facto leader of Poseidon clan circle, all problems inside the academy were to be solved by her. She didn't like work and ignored everything. But if Neo was actually a mass murderer, and he aimed for her clanmates, she would have no choice but to intervene. Her hands trembled at the thought of soon-to-arrive workload. And no, what should I do? I don't want to work. Join his team. If you keep an eye on him at all times, you can stop him before he does anything. Leonora thought about it. Ruby's words made sense. However, unbeknown to her, Ruby's words were a lie to trick her. Her intentions were to stick close to Neo so as to. His sword, what is it? It's a spirit, but not a spirit at the same time. I need to find out and eliminate them both if it's something dangerous. Sage Christian, let him come here. Hearing her words, Christian frowned. He let Neo pass. But Neo didn't move. What was that? I definitely sensed bloodlust aimed at me. Neo scanned the area with his senses. He couldn't find the source of the bloodlust. Suddenly, a voice appeared inside his head. Spirit. Aiming. For us. Both dangerous. Obias' presence became strong when it spoke. However, it returned to sleep soon after. The few words were enough for Neo to know Ruby, Leonora's spirit, was the source of the bloodlust. Spirits were born from the elemental seeds. They were autonomous beings and could support their masters in day-to-day life as well as combat. The only weakness of a spirit was it could not stray too far from its master. What is it? Why did you stop? Neo didn't know why Ruby's bloodlust leaked. There was a chance she wanted to kill him. Why? He didn't know. Was it okay to recruit Leonora if it meant being in close proximity to Ruby? Neo weighed both options before he made the decision. I think it should be clear, but I'll say it for the sake of it. He approached her. I want to recruit you. Okay. He felt a bit surprised at her quick answer. Confirmed his suspicions. Ruby must have advised Leonora to team up with me. It feels like that spirit is up to no good. Wait, miss. You can't do that. Christian reacted. The Patriarch would kill me if you go against Patriarch's words again. Please just team up with us. Noisy. Shut up. Christian closed his mouth when she stared at him in the eye. Stuck between a hard place and a rock. He really wanted to cry. Neo looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. Poor guy. It's not like he can force Leonora since he is weaker than her. After receiving the confirmation, Neo sent the team form to Leonora. She had to sign it with her name. The verification process would take a day. She would officially become his teammate after that. Right? Give me your number too. Why? She looked at him suspiciously. I need to contact you for missions. Why else would I want your number? Oh. She was about to give him her number when she remembered something. I have a condition if you want me to join your team. I won't do any work. You need to handle everything yourself. Neo more or less expected it from her. Her original plan was to join the Poseidon clan members' team and let them do all the work. He nodded. I'm fine with it. I just want your name for S-rank missions. You can join them if you want or not. Wait. Let me join your team too. Christian interrupted. He looked at Neo with a desperate gaze. The Patriarch will behead me if he found out I let Miss join your team. I might be able to survive if I tell him I joined the team with Miss and I will protect her on the missions. Don't worry. I will do all my duties as a team member. I'm rank 25 and I'm pretty strong. Please, let me be your teammate. It was weird to see someone with a big body like Christian almost on the verge of tears. Besides, Christian's actual strength was in top 10. He took 25th rank as Leonora originally planned to take 24th rank, and he couldn't rank higher than the leader of his circle. Chapter 63, Coffin of Darkness. Neo sent the team form to Christian. He filled it immediately and shook Neo's hand. Thanks you. You just saved my neck. It's no problem. I'm happy to have a strong teammate. While Christian didn't show it, Neo's amicable attitude surprised him. He thought Neo would be a stuck-up kid who was drunk on his strength. His personality will take him far. I guess it's a good choice to let Miss join his team. Sigh. It's not like Miss will listen to me if I tell her to not team up with him. Neo's team became qualified for S-rank mission. Now he just had to wait for the team form to be verified. We still have 2 spots left. Should I bring some people from my clan to join us? Christian asked. Neo shook his head. If 4 out of 5 people belonged to Poseidon clan, his team would be branded as a member of their faction, and he would become their underling in others' eyes. I will find the other 2 members by myself. Neo exchanged contacts with Christian and left. He could fill the remaining spots with random team members. I need to train. I don't have much time left. Just as he was about to step out of the mission hall, A boy with red flaming hair blocked his path. "Let me join your team." Mars grinned. He continued with fervor. "I have decided you will be my rival." "Okay." Neo exchanged contact with Mars, sent him the team form, and left before Mars could react. "There is no way I'm waiting for that battle fanatic to talk. I bet he would ask for a spar." Mars chose the 100th rank since his clan ordered him to. His actual combat ability was way higher. Even if Mars had a few screws loose, he was worth teaming up with. Neo entered his dorm room and locked it from inside. He stepped into the training hall. "Finally, I can train." Neo used the Essence Breath spell to recover his divine energy. There was something Neo had to check before he trained his water element. Darkness. He formed the necessary hand sign. "Come." The divine energy rushed into his core. After being infused with darkness element, it spread throughout his body. The hand sign blocked the magic circuits on Neo's hands. It acted like a valve, and the divine energy, with nowhere to go, rushed towards his feet. His magic circuits on the sole of the feet were the most developed after the magic circuits on the palms. The darkness spread out and formed a domain beneath his feet. Neo opened his eyes. He stared at the darkness. So this is why I had to use the hand signs. Spells were fascinating. Neo had been using them without understanding how they worked. Repeated usage of necrotic touch developed the magic circuits on his palms. Ocean's Embrace did the same for all of his magic circuits. It was why he could use darkness in one go when he tried. Because the magic circuits on his feet grew after he used Ocean's Embrace over and over again. I failed to trigger necrotic touch when I tried it for the first time as my magic circuits were completely dormant. It was all interconnected. Everything happened for a reason. Neo couldn't contain his excitement. He started training to grow stronger. He didn't want to be mediocre, but now he wanted to learn about spells and elemental affinities too. The feeling of becoming stronger and the knowledge he gained along the way was intoxicating. He couldn't get enough of it. "Focus." "I'm getting sidetracked." Neo switched his hand sign and boosted the infusion inside his core. The darkness spread out endlessly. It reached the walls, climbed, and continued to cover the roof. The entire room was shrouded in darkness by the end. Neo's expression twisted when he tried to maintain the coffin of darkness. The technique could be used to trap enemies. He used it against Morrigan in the ranking competition. Unfortunately, she shattered his coffin of darkness effortlessly. He had to increase the mastery of the technique if he did not want the situation to repeat. After training for hours, he got the gist of it. This much should be enough for darkness. He let go of the hand signs and switched the infusion inside his core. From darkness to water, the output of his divine energy shrunk instantly. He had trouble maintaining a steady pace of conversion, and the process was slow. His brows creased. Hours passed. And finally, water droplets dripped from his palms. The success broke Neo's focus and the conversion stopped. He fell to his back, drained physically and out of divine energy. A smile blossomed on his face. "I did it." He stared at the status window to know the time. 8 hours. 26 minutes left until the quest is terminated. 8 hours. It was enough time to brush up his water-creating skill to a usable level. 0 hours. 10 minutes left until the quest is terminated. Neo sat on the sofa. The time was nearly up. He would soon go to the underworld and face enemies who could possibly kill him. "I've done everything I can." Neo trained using his darkness and water. He practiced his spells and refilled his divine energy reserves. There was just one thing he didn't do: practice Aura Blade. It was a high-level technique and too draining on his divine energy pool. He would have practiced it if he had a week. A day was too short. Neo stared at the pen and paper on the table. He picked them up to write his will. "What should I leave? It needs to be something useful, since this time I might just die. But I don't feel it would be right for me to leave a heartfelt letter behind while posing as Neo Hargraves." Despite his calm words, his arms were trembling. He couldn't forget the brutal death. The feeling of his flesh being torn apart as the gremlins ate him alive was etched into his brain. The only reason he could sleep was because he exhausted himself to the limit every day. Otherwise, he would remember the scene of his death when he closed his eyes. Neo took a deep breath. He picked the pen and wrote, Chapter 64, Hellish Battle. To the dearest brother in the world. Sorry for leaving before you. Please don't be reckless and do anything that would make me sad. I wish you would live a peaceful life, get married, and spend your life happily in my place. He chuckled at his words. Why was the letter so sorrowful? It was almost as if Neo believed he couldn't return. He shook his head. His preparations were complete. There was a high chance he would win against the gremlins. Still, it never hurt to be prepared. Should I leave a letter for Elizabeth and Amelia? Nothing came to his mind after he wrote their names on the paper. While he was thinking hard, the timer reached 10 seconds. There was no time left. Neo crossed out their names and activated death skill. He felt a shift. Cold air stung his skin and, immense pain shot through his body. He appeared in the middle of the gremlin camp and fell to his knees. The injuries, the broken fingers, cleaved ear, shattered shoulder. He sustained last time he was in Underworld healed, at the cost of his divine energy. Neo's blood was wrung dry. He vision spun and he heaved his empty stomach. Nauseous, fatigued, distressed. It was the worst possible way to begin the mission. The gremlins noticed him. Those little critters circled him. Neo had no choice. He had to fight in his current condition. Taking a deep breath, he activated Essence Breath spell. The divine energy-rich air of Underworld entered his lungs and pumped his blood. He moved slowly at first. It was not easy to move while using the spell, but this was why he had been training. When an evolved gremlin approached him cautiously, Neo grabbed its head and smashed it into the ground, killing it in one go. The gremlins became livid. They screeched like a banshee. Neo did not wait for them to organize their ranks and dived into their midst. He tightened his grip around Obias and slashed. Why was Obias here? There was no time to think. Neo, surrounded, swung the sword in a wide arc to push the gremlins back. He was about to attack again when a noose came flying at him. Last time, it was those noose that done him in. Neo twisted his waist to dodge the rope. He grabbed it when it missed him and pulled the rope with a snap. 5 gremlins came flying. He broke their vital organs with the sheathed sword. Suddenly, his senses rang crazily. He let go of the essence breath without thinking and activated Ocean's Embrace. The blade failed to pierce his back. Neo turned around to look at the confused, evolved gremlin's face. These bastards only know how to attack from behind. He crippled the evolved gremlin with a kick to its knee and bashed its face with the hilt of the sword. The other gremlins attacked at the same time. But Neo was able to ignore them thanks to the Ocean's Embrace. The monsters tried to form formations before attacking Neo. It gave him time to compose himself. It's good the Essence Breath spell is tremor ranked. I should be able to use Ocean's Embrace for 20 minutes with the divine energy I've recovered. He fought like mad berserker. Even with the Ocean's Embrace, he was losing his stamina at a rapid pace. There was no time to hold back. The gremlins soon realized Neo was capable of dodging the ropes. They changed tactics. Dozens of evolved gremlins rushed at him from all sides. The monsters tried to hold him down. Learning from the last time, Neo swiftly dodged the ones who tried to grab his limbs and killed them with the combination of necrotic touch and his sword's bashes. Fuck! These guys are infinite. Neo was running out of breath. There was no end to endless wave of gremlins. Scorching heat stung Neo's skin and his senses warned him. He raised his head. The giant fireball floated in the sky. Shit! Neo's eyes widened. He tried to escape the fireball's area of impact. The evolved gremlins threw themselves at him. They wouldn't let him take a step, let alone escape. Neo clenched his fist. He had to take the gamble. He canceled his spells and fused his divine energy with death affinity. He compressed the energy within his core to the limit. Blood trickled down his lips. He ignored the gremlins attacking him. His stamina and divine energy rapidly decreased. And red lightning crackled around his sword silently. Neo slashed. There was no impact. No attack flew out of his sword. The gremlins surrounding him suddenly fell like dolls with their strings cut. Death claimed them without warning. Neo, exhausted and on the verge of fainting, bolted out of the area. The fireball hit the ground before he could leave its area of impact completely. He used the ocean's embrace. Neo blanked out when the exploding fireball crashed against him. Cough! Cough! He woke up, smashed into the wooden wall of the camp. Half of his clothes burned from the blistering heat, and his skin black and charred. Cough! Cough! Neo's throat, dry, stung when he coughed. His nostrils burned and he couldn't breathe. His limbs creaked when he tried to move. Crazy monsters. They took out their own to kill me. Neo noticed blood and pus leaking out of his cracked skin as he stood. He tried to ignore the pain and used essence breath. His divine energy reserve started to recover. He stood up and scanned the area. Half of the camp was destroyed by the fireball. The gremlins were in worse condition than him. Except the evolved gremlins, barely any normal gremlin survived. The survivors didn't attack Neo. They were busy devouring their kin to recover. Neo ignored them. He trudged his feet towards the source of the Death Affinity's warning. The one who aimed the fireball, the leader of the gremlins, stared at Neo with a mocking gaze. Chapter 65. Even if I die, I will win. The monster, twice the size of Neo, held a staff in its hand. Found you. The corner of Neo's lips rose. He formed the hand sign. Darkness, come. The shadows expanded like a blooming flower. They formed a dome, trapping Neo and the great gremlin inside. Careerer. The great gremlin realized something was wrong. The prey that should have been scared, trembling in his boots, injured and unable to fight back, was looking down at it. The great gremlin's instincts warned it. It raised its staff and chanted spells in its own language. Multiple small icicles formed behind it. Neo didn't run. He didn't try to cover the distance between the great gremlin and himself. He raised his sword above his head. He burned his god blood and infused his divine energy with death element. Red lightning materialized around his blade. Careerer. The great gremlin attacked. The icicles pierced Neo's limbs. Blood poured out of his injuries. His arms shook and he could barely stand straight. However, his gaze remained firm. The red lightning flared like a great bonfire. Neo compressed darkness alongside death inside his core. Wisps of black flame flickered on his blade. Careerer! The great gremlin realized it was in danger. It tried to run only to be blocked by the coffin of darkness. The monster attacked when suddenly, Neo slashed. Nothing happened. The great gremlin chanted a fireball spell. The thought Neo's attack failed when Neo puked blood and fell to his knees. Finally, the human lowered his gaze. It was about to attack when it stopped moving. A red line, running from the top of its head to the base of its stomach, appeared on its body. The monster split into two vertical halves. Huff! Huff! Neo couldn't maintain the coffin of darkness anymore. The darkness returned to his shadow. He won. But there was no time to rest or bask in the glory of victory. When the coffin of darkness disappeared, the surviving gremlins surrounded Neo. They stared at the corpse of the great gremlin, fear evident in their eyes, and didn't approach Neo instantly. These fuckers, they are waiting for me to die from exhaustion. Neo bit his lips. The pain brought clarity to his mind. He used his sword as support to stand. His blood trickled out, and it lured the gremlins. The monsters tried to act sanely and waited until Neo could not move. However, a single brave, greedy gremlin gulped. It rushed towards Neo, intoxicated by the smell of Neo's blood. Not wanting to lose their prey, the horde of gremlins followed after the first one. Neo smiled bitterly. He grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. He could use Immortal and run away to the world of living. But, he vowed, today he would win, even if he had to die. He didn't want to feel the sense of defeat he felt last time. He would rather die than become a loser. The first gremlin reached Neo. It pounced on him and sunk its teeth into his shoulder. Neo snapped its neck with one hand. The next gremlin arrived. He bashed its head with the sword. An attack from behind landed on his hand and Neo lost the blade. Neo turned around and punched the gremlin's head. The monster face burst open like a balloon. Suddenly, 2 gremlins jumped on his back and a third one clawed his feet. They tried to drink his blood. Move! Neo's limbs were as heavy as lead. They wouldn't move. Don't fail me now. Neo grabbed the leg of gremlins on his back and pulled. He smashed them on the monster at his feet. Countless more gremlins arrived. They, wounded from the great gremlin's attack and intoxicated with his blood, did not work together. Instead, they attacked each other and tried to stop their kin from devouring Neo. The human was theirs alone. They did not want to share. Seconds, minutes, hours. Neo didn't know how much time passed. When he came to his senses, he was drenched in the blood of gremlins and he was the last man standing. The gremlins were all dead. He couldn't feel his limbs and his innards slipped out of the wound on his torso. His vision was covered with darkness. Neo wanted to rest. He wanted to close his eyes and let go. Hadn't he done enough? But not now. If he fell after everything, how would be that any different from being defeated? He dug his nails into his flesh. He used the pain to awaken his senses. And darkness, heed my seek call. The shadows bloomed slowly. Neo devoured the corpse near him. Countless voices spoke to him. The jarring cacophony made him feel like pulling his hair out. Insanity. It was devouring him. Neo held on. In the past, Neo never took the easy way out. He fought until the end. Even if he could escape, he challenged students stronger than him. Even if he was the weakest, and he trained even if he felt like dying. Those actions were not meaningless. His will, tempered by his actions, protected him. Strength +1. Agility +1. The voices grew louder. Neo started to see hallucinations. Phantom pain surged throughout his body. Will +1. Muscle mass +1. Dynamic vision +2. He continued to devour the corpses. He gained primary stats shown in the status window and the hidden secondary stats. The darkness started to go out of control. It devoured Neo alongside the corpses. The insanity was overtaking him. And he held on. He continued to devour. For that one stat. The only way for him to survive. Finally, regeneration +3. Neo saw the light at the end of the tunnel. His vision improved and he could breathe again. He let go of the darkness and crashed to the ground. His breaths were shallow and he was wounded badly. However, he was healing. Slowly but definitely. Neo used Essence Breath spell while he waited for his body to recover. Chapter 66. Creeping Insanity. He sat up after a few hours. Fortunately, the heavy amount of gremlin blood covering him hid the smell of his blood. I feel like shit. He looked around. There were hundreds of corpses left for him to devour. I shouldn't do that. I'll go insane if I try to devour anything else. His eyes wandered to the body of Great Gremlin. Even if he couldn't devour others, he should devour it. He trudged to the corpse and called upon the darkness. Thier coming hue mi ma levi weario any thesqui w ilfall fall fa llf fall you will die iw il die everio nui lldie. His blood vessels burned and he felt they would burst. Constitution +1. Spell casting speed +1. Right hand magic circuit +4. Neo gasped. He took a mouthful of air and stood with the support of his sword. Suddenly, a gremlin appeared before him. He slashed. The attack passed through the monster without any resistance and it disappeared like a mirage. Oh! Terrible pain surged in his left hand. He looked down and saw his fingers crushed. These injuries were healed. Why do I have them again? A huge shadow fell over Neo. The giant hand came down from the sky and grabbed him. Picked him up and... Wake up! Don't let yourself be consumed. Obias' voice woke him up. His eyes snapped open. Hallucinations? After he devoured the great goblin, everything was a hallucination. There was no gremlin left alive. His hand was not wounded, and the giant monster did not return. All of them were illusions. His mind, on the brink of insanity, showed him. Time limit reached. You will be forcibly revived. Neo woke up in his dorm. 12 hours passed already? He felt tired. The clock struck 12 and he regained the 4th stack of Immortal. Alert! You've left the quest area. Please return within 5 days, or the quest will be terminated. Unlike last time, where he got 10 days of time limit, it halved to 5 days. A sigh escaped Neo's lips. Barbato's training was far more brutal than he predicted. He gained a huge boost in stats, both primary and secondary, but it wasn't without risks. A smile appeared on his face. I did it. I won. Neo didn't face a shameful defeat like last time. He emerged victorious and returned with his head held high. His blood burned with excitement. He won against hundreds of enemies. Ha ha ha. I can do it if I try. Huh? He was no longer the same Neo as the one in the past. Neo could say with confidence he wasn't mediocre anymore. He felt his eyes burn as he tried to hold back tears. His efforts weren't useless. As long as he worked hard, he was rewarded. The rush of adrenaline and dopamine erased his sleep. He used essence breath to recover his divine energy before returning to Underworld. Neo groaned. His divine energy was rapidly reduced to heal his broken body. It feels like shit, he said with a smile. The gremlin camp looked like it experienced a war. Half of the wooden walls and monsters were burned. Remaining half were chewed out by their kin, and the rest had their bones and heads bashed in by Neo. This reminds me. Why is Obias here? He looked down. The sword was at his waist. Obias was a spirit technically. Spirits consumed a portion of their master's soul to grow. They replaced the missing portion of the soul and became the better half of their master. Since Obias is my spirit, does that mean it can visit and leave Underworld along with me? It was good news. Neo roamed the destroyed camp of gremlins. The area, filled with blood and corpses, would soon attract monsters. I need to leave. It was regrettable he couldn't devour them, but he knew better than to get greedy and risk losing himself to the darkness. Right? I almost forgot about the flag. The first flag he put inside the flag post was still present. It was encapsulated in a transparent white dome. The dome was sturdy and it withstood Neo's attacks. Thankfully, it looks like my job is done after I insert the flag into the flag posts. He stared at the 4 remaining flags in his pocket. The first checkpoint nearly killed him. Neo had a feeling the next flag posts were going to be worse. He left the gremlin camp. Strangely enough, he did not encounter any monster on the way. It's too quiet. He did not find the next flag post after 6 hours search. Where the hell is it? Neo, parched, created water and drank it to quench his thirst. I should look for a high vantage point and see if I can find flag posts from there. He found a small hill after searching a bit. Just as he was about to climb, one of the flags buzzed. It flew out and pointed at the top of the hill. The second flag post is there? Neo squinted. He could see something similar to a flag post on the top. There was just one problem. Isn't this too easy? There are no monsters and I don't sense any traps. Worrying about it wouldn't solve anything. Neo took a step and climbed the hill. It took half day to reach halfway. This place is weird. Feels like it's sapping my strength. 1/4 of the distance was still left after last 6 hours. His time in Underworld was up. Neo waited for him to be teleported back to the world of living. He was going to return as soon as he arrived. But, nothing happened. He was not revived. A sense of unease appeared in Neo's heart. He opened his mouth. Status. The blue screen did not pop up. He repeated different words. The result was the same. He tried to use his spells, affinities, and divine energy. He couldn't do anything. What is happening? The mountain was weird. Neo had to get off. He turned around and looked at the path he walked only to realize a horrible truth. Chapter 67. Devouring Darkness. The path downwards was miles away. Neo recalled something. The hill was small. He should have reached the top within a few minutes. However, he completed only 3/4 of the way after 12 hours of walking. It was impossible unless... This is the second trial. An opponent worse than hundreds of gremlins combined. An enemy he couldn't defeat with physical strength. The flag post was at the top. Neo decided to climb upwards. Minutes turned into hours and hours into days. After the second day, he did not feel like he was making any progress. No matter how much he walked, the distance to the top wouldn't reduce. It's a good thing I can create water, or I might have died already, Neo said on the fourth day. Surprisingly, water element was the only element he could use. He could only generate water and do nothing else with the element. It was as if his ability was being restricted by a higher power. A week went by. Neo was starting to feel hungry. As a grade 4 awakened demigod, he could live without water and food longer than humans. There was, however, a limit. Fuck. Should I just climb down? On the 9th day, Neo realized he might have walked over 100 miles. The distance between him and the base of the hill continued to increase. Besides, there was no guarantee he could climb downhill. There should be limit to how much this mountain can stretch. If I keep climbing, I'm bound to reach the top. 20 days passed. Neo's stomach hurt. He felt weak and fatigued. He continued to climb. After 50 days, the pain intensified to the point he couldn't stand straight. He felt frail. His body shivered uncontrollably, and it was cold. Neo started to lose his focus by the 68th day. He would frequently go into daze and sleepwalk. He hit his limit on the 85th day. Taking a breath sent throes of agony across his body, let alone walking. By the 90th day, the pain disappeared. He felt emptiness gnawing inside him, eating at his emotions, leaving him numb. I have to reach the top. Neo repeated the same words to himself for the past 3 months. He diverted all of his attention and energy to climb even a step higher. Apex. Zenith. The top. He would reach it. At the 100th day, Neo stopped breathing. He didn't even realize he died. Neo's eyes snapped open. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and shivering uncontrollably. Time until you are forcefully revived. 5 hours and 26 minutes. Neo was back. To the base of the hill. How? He couldn't believe the screen floating before his eyes. 3 months ago, he started climbing when 5 hours and 29 minutes were left until his revival. So, why? Why did only 3 minutes pass when, in truth, he experienced 3 months? Neo stared at the mountain. He expanded his senses and... The hill is shrouded in darkness. He bit his lips. All of it had been hallucination created by the darkness. The months of pain, agony, and despair had been nothing but a lie. Neo just stood with his head down. He didn't move for a few minutes. That damned Barbados. He gave me a hellish trial. Neo woke up from the hallucinations through pure luck. If he tried to climb the mountain again, there was no guarantee he would wake up again. The second trial was far worse than the first trial. Unless he found a way to resist the darkness. Oh! No way! Resist the darkness? Neo stopped speaking. He suddenly understood the method to clear the second trial. It gave him shivers. Fucking hell. How is this training? He is trying to kill me. The only way to resist the darkness was to increase his mastery over it. The hill was coated in thick miasma of darkness. It was unsuitable for training. The gremlins, I need to devour all of them. If I don't go insane, my mastery over darkness would gain a huge boost. Barbados did not leave him a choice. The trial was made in a way where it forced Neo to devour every gremlin to increase his mastery of darkness element. Neo returned to camp of gremlins. He saw 3 quadrupedal monsters, with pinkish skin, blazing red eyes, and sharp teeth, feeding on the corpses. The monsters pounced on Neo when they noticed him. Neo let them bite his ocean's embrace and finished them with necrotic touch. He gazed at the hundreds of corpses. There was no way he could remain sane after devouring them. But it was the only path ahead. Before devouring the corpses, Neo repaired the camp's boundary using the wood from the trees. There was a high chance monsters would come after smelling the blood. Not only Neo had to fight the insanity of darkness, he had to protect the corpses from being stolen by the monsters. This much should be enough. He stared at the crude walls. They could barely provide any defense. Their only job was to warn Neo if someone broke through them to enter the camp. I should start. Neo formed the Enma Tenin hand sign. Darkness, come. The shadows bloomed. They spread out in a controlled manner and covered a small area around Neo. He absorbed the 6 corpses he placed inside his domain. The whispers returned. They spoke to Neo. Suddenly, Neo felt his emotions slipping out of his control. Anger, fear, jealousy. Emotions that weren't his own invaded his mind. He found himself unable to control his urges. He wanted to wreak havoc. Impulses of destruction and rage fueled his heart. The corpses, completely devoured, disappeared, and they took the voices along with them. After the foreign emotions vanished, Neo snapped out of the rage. He realized his mind had been influenced by the darkness. His body shivered. He felt cold. So very cold. Digestion +1. Hearing +2. 6 corpses devoured. Over 300 corpses remained. Previous. Chapter 68. Forged through the flames of darkness. Neo took a deep breath. He waited for his emotions to calm down before starting again. The darkness devoured the monsters. He ate a small amount. The voices screeched inside his head. It felt like his mind was torn apart hundreds of times, and each piece was forced to listen to a different jarring voice. Right hand dexterity +1. Vision +2. Black blood, tainted by darkness, dripped from his eyes. Neo tried to rein the rampaging darkness. Phantom pain surged through his body. Hallucinations of his deaths appeared in front of his eyes. Neo bit his tongue. He hoped the pain would help him hold onto his sanity. Darkness, devour. He moved to another set of corpses. Thousands of images appeared inside his head. The lives of gremlins, their feasts, their traditions of consuming their kin, the memories of the praise they devoured. Everything was inserted into his head in a split second. Neo felt his head split. Ah-arg-ah. He groaned. His body stiffened. His eyes turned pitch black and he frothed from the mouth. Neo lost control over the darkness. It climbed his feet and wrapped around his body like a cocoon. The shadows, limited in range by Neo, suddenly spread far out and covered the entire gremlin camp. Neo tried to stop it, but he failed. The darkness began to devour the hundreds of gremlins at once. Neo screamed. He dug his nails into his face and doubled over. No matter how much he tried, the darkness did not let go of its hold over him, pulled him into the abyss of insanity. Slowly, mercilessly, relentlessly, Neo could not resist. The darkness was overwhelming. He felt he was falling into an endless pit. The pain did not help. Just when he thought it was over for him, he heard a voice. Don't give up. Remember your vow. Obias spoke to him. A black light flew towards him in the endless sea of darkness. When you have to reach the zenith, even if you have to die, I will win. Neo felt as if he reached an epiphany. He stopped resisting the darkness. He no longer tried to halt the flow of the endless darkness. Instead, he molded its flow. He let the darkness devour. Not himself. Not the monsters. Itself. He used the darkness to devour the darkness. The darkness grew frenzied and tried to retaliate. But Neo persisted. He accepted the gluttony of darkness. He let it paint himself in its color. In exchange, he told it to eat itself. Black flames burst over Neo's body. The divine energy in the air trembled and the aura flames of darkness burned brightly. They devoured themselves. The darkness shrunk. It let go of its clutches over Neo. The energy, concentrated, grew smaller and got compressed. The aura flames shrunk until they became a pea-sized seed. The seed of darkness entered Neo's core. Free of the maddening noises and the countless images, Neo fell to the ground. He lost consciousness. Countless screens flashed before his closed eyes. Taste bud +1, sprint +1, punch power +3, water affinity +1, health +2, reaction speed +1, breath control +4, Flexibility +1. Reflexes +0. Libido +4. Grip strength +2. Endurance +1. Immune strength +2. Cold resistance +5. Bone density +1. Skin toughness +0. Lung capacity +4. Blood circulation +5. Jump height +1. Hand-eye coordination +0. Sweat efficiency +2. Metabolism +1. Tactical sensitivity +1. Hydration efficiency +1. Sleep quality +4. Agility +3. Adrenal response +1. Body temperature regulation +2. Posture +4. Height +3. Tendon strength +2. Core strength +1. Oxygen efficiency +3. Regeneration +2. Nail growth rate +0. Peripheral awareness +2. Bladder control +4. Tongue dexterity +5. Blood clotting speed +2. Bone healing speed +1. Pheromone sensitivity +1. Limb strength +1. Jaw strength +0. Pupil response rate +3. Gait stability +1. Fatigue resistance +3. Finger strength +1. Body symmetry +5. Bowl control +2. Neck strength +1. Spine strength +1. Limb coordination +1. Hormone regulation +3. Bone flexibility +2. Hundreds of corpses were devoured by Neo. His body healed completely. While he was in sleep, wisps of black flames materialized around Obias. The sword, hungry, did its best. The black flames entered Neo's body. They reached his core and took out the newly formed seed of darkness. Neo grunted. Obias retracted its black flames and held the seed of darkness within its clutches. There is no need for two spirits to serve our master. The black flames of Obias devoured the seed. The sword burped before it returned to sleep. Time limit exceeded, forcefully reviving Neo Hargraves. Neo woke up in the world of living. He groaned. Warning, you have left the quest area. Please return to the quest area within 5 days. Or else, the quest rewards will be forfeited. The time limit is 5 days. It wasn't halved. Last time, it changed from 10 days to 5 days. Neo did not understand the criteria behind the time limit. He stood up with a stagger. The lingering effects of darkness were still there. At the same time, Neo felt power coursing through his veins. His primary stats barely increased, but he could tell he grew stronger. A lot stronger. My secondary stats gained a substantial boost. It meant only one thing. Neo succeeded in devouring the corpses. He looked at his body and tried to sense the changes. While he was being devoured, he could barely think straight. He did not remember half of the things that occurred back then. I think I saw Obias' spirit. He stared at his sword. It looked the same as before, but he could tell. Obias was a step closer to completion. At this rate, he should be able to pull the blade out of the sheath soon. What about the seed of darkness? I'm sure I created one. He sensed his core. It was empty. There was no seed of darkness inside. Did I hallucinate about forming a seed? The theory made sense. However, it made him question one thing. Chapter 69. Attempting second trial again. Neo couldn't understand it. How did he survive the darkness if he didn't create a seed of darkness? Did Obias save me? It was the only answer he could think of. He looked at the sword. Obias, what happened back then? There was no answer. The sword spirit was asleep. It must have spent a lot of energy to help me back then. Neo smiled. Thank you. Foreign emotions appeared inside his head. Happiness, delight, joy, pride. Obias could not talk, but it could hear him. Neo smiled, seeing how happy the spirit became after hearing his praise. Now then, should I wait for the immortal to restack, or should I return to Underworld as is? The time limit was ticking by. Neo made his decision. He used death skill and woke up in the Underworld. For the first time in ages, he didn't lose half of his divine energy upon arrival. He took a deep breath. I can taste the darkness infused in the air. Seems like my senses increased with the mastery. The thick amount of death and darkness elements in the underworld calmed Neo. He felt like he was home. I wonder if my current mastery is enough to complete the second trial. The hill where the second flag post was located was only an hour away. Neo reached its base. With his improved mastery, he could see the thick, almost intangible darkness covering the hill. He smiled wryly. How did I fail to sense all of this before? If I hadn't been lucky back then, the darkness here would have devoured me. Neo took a step. He climbed. The darkness rushed towards him. It wrapped him in thick miasma and tried to eat him alive. Insanity attacked his mind. Emotions that weren't his own. Memories of a past he never experienced. Desperate pleas he never made. His mind buzzed with countless thoughts. Neo continued to walk. He ignored everything. His mind, numbed, withstood the onslaught unwaveringly. The darkness surged when he reached halfway through the path. Black flames of darkness materialized. They tried to burn Neo, but he was one with the darkness already. The black flames of such level were no longer a threat to him. So, he walked, step by step, and he reached the top. Neo took out the flag and inserted it into the flag post. Suddenly, the flag post shined and it absorbed all of the darkness lingering on the hill. The second trial is done. Neo couldn't help but think it was ironic. The trial nearly made him go insane and turned him into a monster, and once he finished his preparations, it was far easier than the first trial. He checked the timer. 10 hours left. I can start searching for the third flag post. It was clear by now the next flag posts would have a trial associated with them. The next trials would be more dangerous. Neo was not afraid of them. His emotions were numbed thanks to the mastery of darkness. He had not become an emotionless machine. But if he continued to walk on the path of darkness, he would become like that one day. Let's see. It should be easier to scout the forest from the hill. Neo scanned the forest. Again, he realized the forest was too silent. Was this how the underworld was supposed to be? Or was it related to the trials? He hoped it was the former. What's that? Neo saw a mansion far into the distance. The building was majestic and regal, completely contrasting the ambience of the underworld. That's where I will find the third trial, won't I? Couldn't have been less obvious. Neo got off the hill and went into the direction of the hill. It took him a few hours to cover the distance. The mansion was, as expected, enormous. Just when he reached the mansion gate, the third flag moved and pointed at the mansion. As expected, "It's here." He pushed the main gate. They opened with a screech. Neo held his sword, ready to fight, and slowly walked in. A lush garden with a marble path running through it lay beyond the main gates. The flowers were colorful and fragrant. Neo made sure to keep away from them. He circled the garden. There was a tea house deep inside. Other than that, there was nothing worthwhile. There was no living presence in the area. However, the flowers and the garden were well maintained, proving someone lived there. Is the owner of the mansion inside? He entered the mansion through the doors. The interior, brightly lit, had marble floor, high vaulted ceiling, large windows, and expansive halls. Suddenly, Obias trembled. Its emotions, fear, dread, horror, surged in Neo's mind. The sword was telling Neo to run away. He might have pushed forward, despite the warnings in normal situations. However, the intensity of fear was too high. Just when he was about to turn away, a voice reached his ears. "Oh my, a guest?" A skeleton, wearing princess tulle dress with a frill-layered skirt, walked down the staircase at the end of the hall. She wore a cloche hat and her eyes, instead of being hollowed, had gentle black flames burning in them. Obias' emotions went out of control when the skeleton woman appeared. It wanted Neo to escape as soon as possible. "You will die. Run while I stop her." Black flames and red lightning erupted from the sword's sheath. They attacked the woman when suddenly, "No need to be afraid, child. I won't harm your master." The attacks disappeared. They vanished into nothingness. Obias tried to fight again. "Sleep," the woman spoke. and Obias' spirit went into a slumber. I apologize for being forceful, but it didn't look like she would listen to me, the woman smiled wryly. Despite her face being a skeletal head, Neo could tell her expressions. She was smiling. She was beautiful. She was... These aren't my thoughts or emotions. The gravity of the situation finally hit Neo. He never sensed his mind being invaded. And why was he so calm? Neo realized. It was her doing. She was manipulating his emotions. Chapter 70. Talk with the former Grand Duke of Underworld. Oh my, you've reached apprentice mastery in darkness already? The woman smiled in delight. I wasn't expecting that, she said. She snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Neo felt as if a hand holding his head disappeared. His thoughts were his own again. The woman descended down the staircase and stood in front of him. I'm Paimon Lunoir, former Grand Duke. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She curtsied. Neo felt compelled to answer. Neo Hargraves. Just Hargraves? She gasped only to realize her gesture was rude. Pardon my surprise. It is my first time meeting a kin of his who has yet to go through ennoblement. This must be why Barbados came to find me. Neo didn't understand the current situation. His mind told him to run away, but his senses were calm. They told him there was no danger. Either the woman had no intention of harming him, or she was too strong for him to even think of escaping. What is this trial? The woman snapped out of her thoughts and faced him. Oh my, look at me. I haven't even asked you for a tea. Please follow me. She walked towards the garden. When Neo didn't follow her, she showed him a small flag post. I will give this to you if you listen to my words. Neo followed her. The two stepped out of the mansion and entered the garden. It took them a few minutes to reach the tea house. Please sit. She pulled a chair for him and began preparing a tea. What are you? He asked as sat. You feel same as Barbados. We do. We've might have inherited the monarch's blood, but it doesn't belong to us, so we never noticed we felt same. Paimon poured him the tea. Inherited the blood. You are a grim reaper too. She sat in front of him and drank from her cup. How old are you? She asked. First year in Demigod Academy. You are quite young. What about family? Do you have siblings? Brother, yes, an older one. That's a surprise. There are 2 descendants of the monarch in a single era. It's a good news. I wouldn't say that. My brother couldn't awaken his god blood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He must have been devastated. It's the opposite. We didn't know we had the blood of Monarch until I awakened. I haven't told him about it either. Why? Didn't have the time to tell him. The two talked over the tea like old friends. Paimon asked questions and Neo answered. It looked like she just wanted to talk to him. It was peaceful. And it made Neo suspicious. There is no need to be cautious. I only wanted a conversation partner, she said as if she read his mind. Aren't you the former Grand Duke? Should be no shortage of people who want to talk to you. Paimon placed her empty teacup on the table. She looked him in the eye. You could say I lost the interest in anything and everything. The reason I wanted to talk to you was to see if a descendant of Monarch could rouse my interest. Neo frowned. Suddenly, Paimon slashed with her arm. A scythe came out of her sleeves and the blade stopped just before Neo's eyes. Neo wasn't afraid, even though he should have been. He stared at the tip of the scythe calmly. I'm the same as you. My emotions have been numbed. I gained immense power as I walked on the path of darkness. But I can't feel anything anymore, she said. Paimon retracted her arm after the scythe disappeared. She took out the flag post. This is your third trial. Teach me about emotions. Oh. Neo looked at her, unable to understand the nuisance behind her words. How far you can walk on the path of darkness is measured by your emotions. The more emotions you can sacrifice, the higher your progress. But sacrifice everything, and you'll reach your limit, never to progress on the path again. I've lost them all. So, teach me about what I can't remember. It was a difficult trial. The second trial was nothing compared to it. Last time he knew what he had to do, but now, he had no idea. Barbados has made this trial for you. Teaching me will have you teach yourself about the emotions too. If you succeed, you won't fall to the numbness of darkness in the future. Neo massaged his head. Fuck. Paimon chuckled when she saw his expression. You should return to the world of living. It should be time for your academy to begin. Worry not, we have plenty of time. Time? Neo's expression worsened. The time limit would begin when he returned to the other side. Okay. Neo stood up and used Immortal to leave. He wanted to refresh his mind and try to come up with a solution. The world shifted. Neo woke up in his room. The sunlight peeking through the window made him squint. He waited for the quest timer to appear. But, where is it? It never came. Just then he heard a voice. It's been a while since I came to the world of living. A small skeleton doll, the size of Neo's palm, wearing a cute dress, jumped down from his head. It landed on the table and looked at him with his burning black eyes. Paimon? Indeed, it is I, Paimon, in bones, she chuckled. Neo sank back into the sofa. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. This is why the timer didn't appear. I haven't left the quest area as Paimon came with me. The quest is going on even though I've returned to this side. It was one less thing to worry about. However, he still had to think of a way to teach Paimon about emotions. You should freshen up, no? The classes should be starting soon. Neo nodded. He had a lot of things to do in the world of living. Finding the 5th team member, completing the team registration, learning about magic spells, and complete missions. The worst? He had a Barbados training too. Why are you smiling? Paimon questioned. Nothing. I'm just happy. Everything he did was for his future. How could he not be happy? Chapter 71. The Trickery of Darkness. He stood up and folded the will he wrote before leaving. What is this? Paimon asked. My will. Neo placed it inside the drawer. He turned to Paimon. Will you follow me with that appearance? Indeed. But, worry not, hardly anyone can see me. Now, give me your hand. He followed her words. Paimon jumped on his palm and climbed his arm. She sat on his shoulder. Let's go, my soldier. Neo smiled at her actions. He grabbed the door's handle, opened it, and saw his homeroom teacher, Anna, and a short old woman, the principal probably, outside. Anna carried a long bag on her back while Charlotte stood with a cane's support. The two women stared at him. Neo, surprised, quickly calmed down. Charlotte opened her mouth before him. See, Elise? He is alive. I told you it was a needless worry. Anna, maybe Elise was her nickname, did not reply to the principal. She stared at Neo silently. Her gaze shifted to his shoulder and she looked at Paimon. Neo froze. Now, young man, don't be surprised too much. Ask us to enter the room at least. You are making us stand at your doorsteps, Charlotte said. Please come inside. The two women entered. Neo closed the door behind them and followed them into the hall. Charlotte sat on the main sofa and Anna on the small one on her right. Neo was on sofa next to the Anna and directly in front of Charlotte. Young man, can you release your death aura? Charlotte asked. Oh. Confused, he asked cautiously. Why? We sensed a thick aura of death and darkness on the campus a few hours ago. It took us time to find its source and the clues led us to you, Charlotte answered. Neo noticed Anna's gaze was aimed at Paimon. Could she see her? Hopefully not. Young man. Okay. He unleashed his death aura. A flicker of surprise passed through Anna's eyes. Charlotte raised her hand to cover her mouth. Your mastery of death is about to reach adept rank. How did you do it? Charlotte questioned. She turned to Anna. You never told me his immortality worked against spiritual death. I did not know about it myself, Anna answered. Seeing the confusion in Neo's eyes, Anna tapped her necklace. Her figure blurred, and a woman with white hair and cold expression appeared in her place. Elizabeth? What is she doing here? Wait, she is my homeroom teacher? Neo, while outwardly calm, was surprised. The principal and Elizabeth knew each other. This was clear at a glance. Did she hire Elizabeth and ask her to become our teacher in disguise? Looks like Elizabeth told about my immortality to her. Charlotte coughed to bring Neo out of his thoughts. The aura of darkness you are releasing shows your mastery over it has reached apprentice rank. I believe both of your masteries increased because of a similar reason. Oh, he was releasing aura of darkness? Neo expanded his senses. He failed to find any traces of darkness on himself. Young man, please tell us, how did you manage to kill your spirit mind? If it was just a physical death, we would have ignored it. But a method to harm the spirit mind is dangerous. We can't let someone capable of wielding such powers roam on the campus unsupervised. Neo understood Charlotte's words. However, he didn't understand the meaning behind them. I killed my spirit mind? Sorry, I don't think I know what you are talking about. Young man, there is no need to hide the truth from us. There is only one way your mastery of death nearly reached adept rank. From apprentice to adept. You've experienced a spiritual death, Charlotte spoke with a strict tone. Watching Neo's confused expression made them realize one thing. He wasn't acting. He didn't know what they were talking about. Physical death is where your body dies, while spiritual death is where your spirit, mind, dies. The fastest and riskiest way to increase your mastery over death element is to experience different deaths. Physical deaths will help you reach apprentice mastery, and spiritual deaths will lead you to adept mastery. I see, Neo said. He knew these things already. However, he never went through a spiritual death. Huh? That can't be possible. Neo died inside the illusions when he first attempted to climb the mountain during the second trial. He woke up at the foot of the hill after the death. He thought he had been lucky, that he broke through the illusion of the darkness through sheer luck. Luck? He survived the assault of darkness through luck? It's impossible. The darkness would never make such a mistake. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Goosebumps rose on Neo's arms. I didn't survive back then. My mind was consumed by the darkness even though I was physically alive at the base of the mountain. Neo's face hardened. I died at that moment. Immortal. The skill revived him. Neo's spirit died and he was resurrected back to his physical body in the underworld. He did not survive through luck. He never survived. No, wait. If I was resurrected back then, why didn't the count of immortal reduce? Neo opened the status. 2 stacks of immortal left. Time until +1 stack. 16 hours and 15 minutes. Neo lost 1 stack after his fight with Great Gremlin. It was res-tacked after the midnight. This left him with 4 stacks. He lost one of them after he devoured all gremlin corpses and another one when he returned with Paimon. He should have 2 stacks left. The status screen showed the same. So I never died inside the illusion? Neo felt confused. If he didn't die spiritually, how did his mastery over death improve? He stared at the status screen. There was something he was missing, something he couldn't understand. Suddenly, a sharp pain tore through Neo's head. He clutched his temples and groaned. Neo? Anna moved next to him swiftly and looked at him with a concerned gaze. Chapter 72. Tyrant's Whim. I'm okay. He bit his lips. The pain increased over time. He started to hear voices. Found Jesue failed donata si da shinata sedonatist. The noise of darkness grew louder and louder. Neo tried to suppress the screams. The status screen glitched. It shook. The noises grew chaotic. He maintained his focus on the status screen. And changed. 1 stacks of immortal left. Time until +1 stack. 16 hours and 15 minutes. From 2 to 1. Hehehe woofenjagia found sit wash funitois funlits playagajinagain. The noises disappeared. Neo was left gasping for breath. His clothes were drenched with sweat. He raised his eyes and looked at Charlotte. The aura of darkness. I was releasing. Do I still have it? It disappeared just now. Her answer horrified Neo. He had been, since the moment he stepped on the mountain, under the illusion of darkness. Had he killed himself twice, thinking he had 2 stacks left, when in truth he had only 1 stack remaining. Neo took deep breaths to calm himself. Took him a few minutes. I'm sorry for acting weirdly, he said. Have you calmed down? Charlotte asked. Yes. Can you tell me what happened? I was under the influence of darkness until now. I see. Charlotte's gaze sharpened. Back to the topic. How did your masteries increase? Paimon spoke before Neo could. The matters of the underworld cannot be revealed to the souls of living. Charlotte and Elizabeth turned to Paimon. They could see her. You were the reason he died a spiritual death? Elizabeth asked. Partially, yes. Elizabeth clicked her tongue. And Paimon's body suddenly exploded. Neo was left stunned. Why did you do that? Because she made me angry. Elizabeth ignored Neo's trepidation and looked him in the eye. Did she threaten you when you visited the underworld? Oh my, we have a feisty child here. Paimon appeared on Neo's other shoulder. What would you have done if I was really threatening Neo? Attacking me suddenly will put him in danger if you can't defeat me in one attack. Elizabeth clenched her fist. A small black hole appeared over Paimon's navel. It sucked her body inside itself. I just need to kill you in one attack. You can't kill what isn't alive. The skeleton doll appeared above Neo's head. It was as if she was always there. Paimon smiled. Child, you need to think before you act. Or your actions will be the death of you one day. Elizabeth's eyebrow twitched. She was about to attack again until Charlotte called her out. Elise, stop. Charlotte's word made Elizabeth turn to her. We need to think calmly before doing anything. That being is from Underworld. Her words changed nothing. Elizabeth was still raring to go. She suddenly looked at Neo, realizing he would be caught up if they fought without holding back, and returned to her seat with a fiery gaze. Thank you for stopping. Before you misunderstand, all of my actions were done upon Neo's request, Paimon explained. He asked to be killed? Elizabeth questioned. No, and I didn't kill him either. I was partially responsible, yes, but he knew the risks beforehand, and he always had the choice to back out, Paimon said. A heavy aura appeared in the room as Elizabeth tried to control her anger. She turned to Neo. Why didn't you back out? I was training. His words made her go silent. She asked after a few seconds. How many times have you died while you train? A few times? I don't remember the exact number. Suddenly, Neo felt as if he was being stared at by a predator. His back was drenched in sweat and his teeth clattered. Neo? Elizabeth spoke. There was no warmth in her eyes. It was the gaze of a tyrant. Have you let the fact you have a little bit of talent get to your head? Neo couldn't move. He had trouble breathing. Stop your training. I won't. I'll kill you if you refuse. Neo bore the immense pressure and smiled. Well, I'm immortal. You think that is fooling anyone? The pressure weighing him down doubled. There has to be a condition to your immortality. A limit to the number of resurrections? Or do you need to sacrifice something? Maybe you need to complete tasks for the Grim Reapers and they revive you in return? Blood trickled down from the corner of Neo's lips. His bones creaked. Whatever it is, your immortality isn't invincible. I just need to kill you enough times to make sure you stay dead. So, tell me, will you stop your training or not? We can always try if I'm really immortal or not, Neo answered. Just when he thought he would be squashed completely, the pressure disappeared. Then, do as you wish. Elizabeth stood up and turned around to leave. Wait, Neo called out to her. That bag. Does it have the item I asked for? This bag. She pointed to the bag. Yes, the trident is inside it. Thanks for bringing it to me. Who said I'm giving this to you? That was the deal. It was. But have you seen a tyrant keep their side of deal? Neo was left stunned. Why was she being so petty? Watching her departing figure, Neo realized she might be angrier than he thought. Maybe I should skip her class for today. Elizabeth stopped at the door. She tapped the necklace on her neck and returned to the disguise of Anna. Don't even think about bunking. I'll help you train as much as you want. So look forward to the class. She left. Neo covered his face. Charlotte chuckled. Since I've confirmed what caused your spiritual death, I won't pry into your matters anymore. I'll be taking my leave. She turned around just as she about to step out of the doors. Elise likes plushies. Oh. After Charlotte left, Neo was left massaging his temples. Is she telling me to gift plushies to Elizabeth? No way. Wouldn't that backfire? He could imagine himself getting blown by a gravity attack after he decided to gift a plushie to Elizabeth. I should just go to the class. Neo stood up. He walked down the corridor and spoke to Paimon. Chapter 73. Even pettiness should have limits. Why didn't you tell me I was being influenced by the darkness? I'm not here to help you. The trials are yours and yours alone to clear. Fair enough. Seeing her smile, Neo understood it was a facade. Paimon smiled since it was seen as a friendly act and it lowered others' defense towards her. It wasn't because she was happy. The distance to the class was considerable. Neo covered half of the way when a notification arrived on his smartphone. Official notice. First period has been rescheduled from Aura class, Theory, to Aura class, Practical. Arrive at the given venue before the designated time. He checked the venue and the time in the attached mail. The venue was a massive gym. I need to reach there in 5 minutes? That's impossible. Suddenly, he wondered if this was Elizabeth's doing. It can't be. She isn't our practical class teacher. The timetable was released a day ago. It showed different courses and teachers responsible for the courses. Elizabeth taught only Aura Theory to Neo's class. He ran to the venue and reached it in 10 minutes. I shouldn't be the only one who is late, so I guess it should be fine. His words got stuck in his throat when he pushed open the door. Everyone was there. They stared at him. Judging from how they stood in organized rows, they reached the venue long ago. You are 5 minutes late, Neo Hargraves, Elizabeth spoke. She stood in front of the group of the students. The teacher of the Aura Practical class, an old man, sat on a chair and read newspaper while ignoring the class. Did she substitute the class? His future didn't look bright to him. I apologize, Neo spoke. He joined the students. You will receive a penalty later, Elizabeth said. We will start the class now that everyone is here. Today we will have a training session. Quickly form teams according to your elements. Oh! The students frowned. They had to team up with those who had same element as them. The teams would be imbalanced if that were to happen. Arthur raised his hand. Speak, Elizabeth said. Isn't what you said disadvantageous for students with rarer elements? It would. You don't need to worry about others. Her sharp answer forced Arthur to lower his hand with an awkward smile. Form teams of 3 students at most. The students dispersed. Neo wondered if he should go for death or darkness when Arthur and Felix approached him. Why were you late? Felix questioned. I wasn't. It took 10 minutes to run from Seraphim Hall to here. Yeah, we know that. There was enough time to arrive at the venue. We got the message 10 minutes before the class started. Oh! Neo took out his phone and showed them the message. Arthur and Felix's eyebrows shot up in surprise. They showed their inbox to Neo. Why did you two receive the message 5 minutes earlier than me? It's the same for everyone. Felix's answer made Neo frown. Neo looked at Elizabeth from the corner of his eyes. She didn't send me the message late on purpose, right? Of course, that can't be possible. It must be a network error, Felix sighed. Anyway, which elements group are you two joining? Lightning. Death for me. What about you? I'll join water. The 3 talked a bit before splitting up. Neo didn't worry about Felix getting harassed. There was no way the students could act up under Elizabeth's eyes. Neo saw the number of students in Death Elements group. There is no one here. Death was a rare element. Even if someone had affinity for death, they didn't use it since it was hard to raise Death's mastery. But wasn't it too much to have 0 students with Death Element as their priority? He turned to the group of students with Darkness Element. The place was empty. Maybe I should change my group? Neo would have been fine being alone. If the training helped him. It was easy to see that wouldn't happen. Elizabeth seems to be out to punish him. Water Element's group looks okay. He took a single step when suddenly he heard Elizabeth's voice. Choose the groups according to your primary element. She spoke while looking at him. Neo closed his eyes. Yeah, he was fucked. The gym was divided into several rooms joined by a long corridor. The rooms were opened from above. There were seats on the second floor. They allowed the teachers to observe the rooms from above. He stood in front of the door of Death Element's training room. You can enter, Elizabeth said. She was on the second floor along with the teacher, Adam, responsible for practical aura class. Her eyes were fixed at him. Neo could tell that without looking up. The room, empty, was as big as a mid-sized hall. Do it, Elizabeth told Adam. The old man put down his newspaper. He stood against the railing and opened his mouth. Bloom. Glowing pollens rained slowly. They suddenly expanded when they touched the floor. The divine energy from the air was sucked into them. Neo took a step back. His eyebrows creased. Disgust. He felt loathing from the deepest part of his soul when the pollen swole and transformed into a humanoid golem made from tree branches. Life element. His reaction was similar to when a person saw trash. He didn't want to go near it. The pollens continued to fall. More plant-type golems appeared. Some of the pollens mutated into wooden birds. They flapped their wings and took flight. Neo Hargraves. Elizabeth's voice snapped Neo out of his thoughts. He looked up. As a penalty for being late, I will be putting restrictions on you during today's training session. Obias trembled. No, she is. Before the sword could complain, it shot out of Neo's grasp and floated behind Elizabeth. I will be confiscating your personal weapon. Neo looked at her, exasperated. She ignored his gaze and opened her mouth. Now, I will explain the training's content. Chapter 74. Short training session. Lightning element training room. The flying golems give 5 points. Your task is to destroy as many of them as possible while the bipedal golems attack you. The team with the highest points will win. Each room will have one winner. The explanation was easy to understand. Arthur looked around. While he was searching for teammates, he saw Morrigan. She was being ostracized by the Zeus clan and their new leader Lucas. Morrigan, you don't have teammates either? How about... She passed him without acknowledging his existence. He smiled bitterly. Look, she is still angry about the cafeteria incident. Arthur looked around. It was compulsory to form teams. He would have to join the students who were left out. Sigh. I feel like a loner. Water elemental training room. Thanks for letting me join your team, Felix said. It's no problem. I'm happy to help Neo's friends, Christian said. Christian had an underhanded motive for teaming up with Felix. He planned to have Neo owe him a favor for helping Felix. It was a good thing I became Neo and Arthur's friend, Felix smiled. She understood Christian's intentions rather easily. Who is our last teammate? She asked. It's Mississippi. The two looked at the corner of the training room. Leonora sat there on a beanbag made through a water element magic spell. She chewed a bubble gum while playing games on Switch and wore earphones to drown out the noise from outside. Is that allowed? Felix questioned. I wish it wasn't. Christian held a defeated expression. He had long given up on making Leonora work. It was good enough she was attending classes. Suddenly, Anna spoke from the second floor. The winning teams will receive 0.3 credits as a reward. The students looked at her in surprise. A smile bloomed on their face. Death Element Training Room. Doesn't that mean I'm confirmed to get 0.3 credits? Neo doubted his ears. As the only person in the room, he was guaranteed to win. Moreover, he did not need to share the credits with the teammates. Wasn't she trying to punish me? He looked up at Elizabeth. She is unexpectedly kind. Just as he thought that, a vine was whipped towards his head. He barely dodged the attack. The other bipedal golems pounced on him without warning. A few of them slashed their elongated arms like whips while others attacked in close quarters. Neo used Ocean's Embrace. He punched the golem closest to him and blew off its face. A punch came flying towards his chest. Neo shifted his weight. He grabbed the golem's fist after he dodged the attack with a hair's margin and flipped the golem over his head. While the golems had advantage in numbers, Neo was experienced in fighting large groups. He fought while carefully maintaining his stamina and divine energy reserves. It should have been an easy battle. Damn it. Neo jumped back to create a gap between him and monsters. How am I supposed to take down the flying golems? I don't have any long-ranged attacks. He would win by default even if he didn't take down the birds. However, he didn't like that. And what's up this damned element? Who named it life element? It should be called zombie element. The broken golems stood up. Their limbs and destroyed body parts regenerated. TCH, their numbers are too much to use necrotic touch on them. Neo was caught in a useless battle. He wouldn't lose, but he wouldn't win either. I guess that's my only choice. He used the aura of death. Silent red lightning crackled around his arms. Neo tried to use aura slash from the distance like he did in the Underworld only to realize he couldn't. Moreover, was harder to use aura than usual. What the hell? Confused, he punched the golem approaching him. The condensed aura of death seeped into the bipedal monster. Couldn't regenerate anymore and died. Why can't I use aura slash? He could coat his arms in aura of death and punch with it. But the condensed aura wouldn't go too far from his body, leaving him incapable of using aura slash. Neo continued to fight. He used aura of death only at critical moments. The divine energy consumption of the aura decreased after his mastery over death increased. However, it was still quite high. Damn it, is it because of Obias? Only after losing the sword did Neo realize he was depending on it too much. The sword bolstered his ability to manipulate divine energy infused with elemental affinities. It was why he could use aura slash. He became helpless as soon as he lost the sword. Second floor. Elizabeth pursed her lips. Her eyes followed Neo. He is too strong for a newly evolved grade 4 awakened demigod. She clenched her jaw. Did he devour something? The conversation she had with him in the morning. She never received an answer due to the interference of the being from Underworld. However, there were clues. They were enough. He devoured a large number of targets. The darkness killed him, but he revived with his skill, and his masteries increased along with his stats. The sudden increase in masteries of death and darkness came at a risk. Elizabeth clenched the railing. Why is he pushing himself to this extent? Neo was in a hurry to grow stronger. Why did he need power to the point he would kill himself for it? I can't allow it. She had to stop him, even if he would hate her. Elizabeth had seen many people whose only goal was strength. None of them had a good end. They regretted wasting their life on pointless pursuit of power. She didn't want to see Neo in the same situation. Death Element Training Room. Neo gasped for breath. He had been holding his own until now thanks to the secondary stats he gained in the Underworld. But he was reaching his limit. These bastards won't just go down. Pain surged through his core. He had converted too much divine energy into death-infused divine energy. Huff! Huff! Only a single shot. That was all he had left in him. Neo stared at the bird-type golems in the sky. He hadn't defeated a single one. Let's try it. Neo pointed his finger at the sky. He blocked all of his magic circuits except for the one on the tip of his index finger. He aimed and pushed out the condensed aura through a single point. Chapter 75. Lover's Quarrel. Lightning crackled around his finger. Not yet. I need to increase the pressure. It was similar to pinching the mouth of the water pipe to increase the force of water flowing out. He blocked as many magic circuits as possible and diverted the excess death-infused divine energy to his finger. The intensity of lightning increased. Condensed bolts of lightning shot out of his finger. One of the flying golem was hit. The golem died, fell out of the sky. Neo suddenly felt hollowed out. His divine energy reserves hit rock bottom and he could barely stand. I think the attack is called Aura Snipe? Well, mine was more similar to a cannon with weak firepower. It needs to be refined. His vision blurred. Exhaustion overtook him. The last thing he saw were the remaining 9 flying golems. The training session ended. Students left their rooms and gathered in the hall. Arthur. Felix ran up to the heavily bruised Arthur. How was the test? What happened to you? My teammates betrayed me. Arthur smiled bitterly. He explained how his team members turned out to be the spy of Zeus clan. He barely managed to secure the first position in his room. Wait, what? You were first? Yeah, I was lucky. They were attacking me and a stray attack hit Morrigan. All hell broke loose after that. I used the opportunity to sneak out and kill the birds. What about you? I rode on the tailcoats of the Poseidon clan. Felix smiled embarrassedly. First? Yup, first. Arthur's exhausted expression changed to a smile. Congrats. You too. They bumped their fists. A notification arrived on Felix and Arthur's smartphones. Plus 0.1 credits. The training session has ended. I hope it helped you to understand your weakness and the importance of compatible teammates. The class is finished. You can leave, Elizabeth spoke. The students turned around to leave. Where is Neo? I don't know. Arthur spoke and approached Elizabeth. Professor, the ruler, Neo, hasn't left his training room yet. His training is still going on. Arthur found himself unable to speak up when she gave a cold answer. Her presence was too overbearing. He decided to wait with Felix for Neo to return. Neo Hargraves has to undergo a longer training session as a penalty for being late. You two should leave. Arthur wanted to wait for Neo. However, Felix pulled him out of the gym. Why did we leave? Neo would be tired when he comes out. We should have waited for him, because the professor told us to go. Felix lied through her teeth. She had always been sensitive to other people. It was easy for her to notice the homeroom teacher, Anna, was paying special attention to Neo. Is it because he is the ruler? That doesn't explain her today's actions. She helped him on the first day, but she was targeting him today. If Anna was Neo's supporter, she wouldn't have punished him. And if she was against him, she wouldn't have saved him on the first day. Felix couldn't find the reason behind Anna's contradictory actions. Suddenly a wild thought appeared in her head. Is it a lover's quarrel? No. What am I thinking? It was impossible. Still, why would a young teacher help her student, then become angry with him the next day for no reason? I guess I'll keep my eyes open. It smelled like a spicy gossip. Second floor, elemental training gym. A golem carried Neo to the infirmary on the second floor. The nurse set up a blood transfusion to help Neo recover his divine energy faster. God blood gained through this method was harmful, as every demigod had a different bloodline. The method was not dangerous if it was done in small quantities, and it recovered the divine energy quickly. As for the physical injuries, all demigods had superior healing, and Neo barely sustained any wounds. Hence the nurse did not need to use elixirs to heal him. Elizabeth entered the infirmary. How is he? Hale and hearty. His body is weak, but surprisingly, he wasn't injured. He should be waking up in an hour. The nurse left after the diagnosis. Elizabeth checked her schedule. She had a class to teach. I'll skip today. It's not an important class. She sat next to Neo's bed. He woke up an hour later. A thick aura of death and darkness descended. It disappeared a split second later. Neo's muscles tightened. His eyes shot open. He is preparing to fight as soon as he woke up. Elizabeth pinched her arm to stop herself from frowning. Neo's actions were instinctual. How many times he was attacked as soon as he woke up to react like this? Underworld. He must have experienced those battles there. She didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. Where am I? Neo groaned. Infirmary. He looked at her when he heard her voice. Oh. Thank you for bringing me here. MHM. They stayed silent. Neo sunk into the fluffy bed. He was resting when Elizabeth opened her mouth. Why do you want to grow stronger? Just cause. Elizabeth didn't believe him. His drive was too strong for it to be a whim. You won't stop no matter what I tell you? Neo let out a bitter smile. It was enough for an answer. Elizabeth pursed her lips. She wanted to force Neo if that was what it took for him to follow her words. But, take this. She was no longer a tyrant. After thinking hard about it, she decided. Her past was a lesson she had to learn from. Forcing others would never work out. When there was a conflict, both sides had to compromise. This Neo looked at Obias and the bag placed next to his bed. He stared at Elizabeth, wondering if she was really giving them to him. Don't look at me like that. They belong to you, Obias, and the replica of Poseidon's trident. Finally, he had them both. Thank you, Neo said. Though you are correct. They belong to me. You just snatched them and refused to return them. It was for your own good. Elizabeth huffed and looked away. Neo smiled. She was cute even when she was angry. Neo rested for a bit before he stood up and removed the blood transfusion packs. Where are you going? She asked. Chapter 76. Group Chat. I have a class, he answered. Give me your number before you leave. Don't you have it already? I have your official mail, not your personal contact number. Neo nodded. He exchanged contacts with her and added her to his friends. See you later. Elizabeth pursed her lips, as if she had something to say, but stayed silent in the end. Neo grabbed Obias and the bag with the trident before he left. Paimon opened her mouth when he arrived outside the gym. Why aren't you angry? Oh. She treated you unjustly and didn't apologize. Even at the end, she only corrected her mistakes. Was there a need to thank her? Neo stopped walking. He pondered over Paimon's words. People are flawed. Elizabeth was a tyrant who only knew how to give orders. She never took no for an answer. It's how she was raised and she lived. No one could change overnight. The change was a gradual progress. It needed constant effort. She didn't apologize. However, she took a step back and let me do what I wanted. It's an improvement, Neo continued. I can't say I understand emotions myself, but I do know that everyone is different. No one is perfect. Elizabeth, like everyone, has flaws. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Flaws are what make us unique. They are the stroke of colors on a finished painting. They defines us. Just like a stroke of color is to a painting, the flaws can add charm to a person or destroy them, Neo explained. You have quite a poetic way of talking, Paimon said. I'll think of it as a praise. Neo chuckled. He went to his dorm room. After putting the bag there, he was about to leave when Paimon spoke. Is it okay to leave the weapon like that? Yeah. The principal knew about the trident's existence. She would keep it under a strict surveillance. How will you use the trident? Are you curious? Somewhat. Neo shook his head at her blatant lie. He explained nonetheless. I can't use the trident with my current strength, and its immortal slayer trait makes it too dangerous to let others use it. I originally planned to destroy it. By the time Neo became strong enough to wield the trident, he would have better weapons than it. The risk of keeping the trident was greater than its benefits. Now, though, I think I'll try to devour it. Devour it? With your current mastery. Paimon looked at him with a surprised expression. You'll die. I know. That's why I am planning to suppress the trident's powers before I devour it bit by bit. There were a lot of preparations to be done. Neo had to prepare a chamber to seal the trident's presence while he devoured it. It would be dangerous if others sensed the trident and found it. Additionally, he would be burnt to crisp if he went near trident with his current strength. The bag is sealing the trident. I need to find a method so I can bear the trident's pressure. Since I'd rather not be burnt to ashes while I absorb it. It sounds like a difficult task. It is, but the returns were worth it. Devouring the Poseidon's trident would give him a major boost. Anyway, I have other things to focus on for now. Neo took out his smartphone to check the schedule. The etiquette class is next and spell casting theory class is after it. Neo did not plan to attend the etiquette class. It was low on his priority list. If I'm not wrong, nothing was taught in the first class of spell casting theory. I can skip it. Why are you skipping the classes? You told that professor you would attend them, because I think I found a way to solve the third trial. He continued. It's a shot in the dark, but it's worth it. The only problem was time. He had to hurry. On his way, Neo made a group chat for teammates. You've created the group, Umbra. Christian has been added. Leonora has been added. Mars has been added. Group chat. Christian. What is this? A group for our team? Me, yes. Mars. I was wondering when you will invite us all. Is it time for a mission? Christian, good afternoon, Mars. I didn't know you were the fourth teammate. Leonora has muted the group. Mars. Nice to meet you too, Mars. I didn't know the other members were also OP guys like Neo. Mars. I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. Mars _. Me Hilda Cafe in 30 minutes. Me will do a mission briefing. Mars. Finally. Christian. Isn't it too early? Christian. We haven't found the fifth teammate yet. Me, leave that to me. Christian. Understood. I'll meet you at the venue. Mars. I'm on my way already. Me at Christian, bring Leonora too. She has muted the group. I doubt she will read the messages either. Christian. I'll do my best. Group chat. Neo closed the app. He wondered who he should choose as the fifth member. Someone who was already strong. Someone who would become useful in the future. Someone who was hiding his strength and identity. Or should he pick a random student? I don't know if the other person will join my team. The easiest way to get the fifth member is to pick anyone at random who agrees to join. Neo sat on the bench inside the mission hall. The place was filled with hundreds of first-year students. Who should I choose? Neo noticed someone looking at F-rank missions. Only solo students chose F-D rank missions. The person had to be the same. Why isn't he in a team? No way. Did he not join Arthur's team due to the butterfly effect? Neo took out his phone to confirm it from Felix. He might have struck diamond. Chat, Felix. Me. Who are your teammates? Felix, YLOL. Felix. Me, Arthur, Nathan, Clara and Sean. Felix, you don't know Clara and Sean. I'll introduce them to you later. Felix. Nathan is the same who attacked us during the entrance ceremony. The one who used shadows. Me, yeah. I remember him. Felix. What about your team? Me, Christian, Leonora and Mars. Felix. WTF. Felix. I know about Christian and Leonora. Felix. But how did you get Mars? Felix. He refused everyone. Felix. How did you do it? Felix. Don't ignore me. Chat, Felix. Neo closed the chats with a chuckle. The notifications continued to arrive. He ignored them. I bet he is going to be livid when we meet next time. His actions confused Paimon. Chapter 77. Fifth teammate. Is what you did really funny? Paimon questioned. It is. Sometimes you just want to mess with others. Neo returned the phone to his pocket and waited. Jack continued to stare at F-rank missions, unable to pick a choice. He looked around for help and happened to meet Neo's eyes. Jack looked in a different direction quickly. I just made eye contact with him. He won't get angry, right? The rumors of Neo being a crazy bastard were spread far and wide. Jack did not want to have any connection with Neo. Suddenly, Neo stood up. He approached Jack. Don't run away. Don't run away. He isn't coming to me. He will pass by me and go somewhere else. Jack repeated the words in his heart only for Neo to stop before him. Can I help you? Jack questioned. Neo looked up at the F-rank mission list. He lowered his gaze and met Jack's eyes. I noticed you were looking at F-rank missions. Are you going solo? Yes. Jack scratched his cheek. My rank is quite low. Nobody wanted to team up with me. While he answered properly, he wished for Neo to leave as soon as possible. How about you join my team if you don't have anyone else? We still need the fifth member. Thanks for the offer. I can't. What? Jack paled as if he saw a ghost. Why you are asking me to join your team? Yes, but you are the ruler. I bet the rest of you teammates are top 100 too. That's true. I see I can't join a team like that. I'm too weak. Are you sure you want to refuse my offer? I can ask someone else if that is the case. I'm sure there are others who will join my team happily. Jack, about to refuse, closed his mouth with a snap. He looked around. Many students surrounded Neo and him. They heard them talk and a few of them looked eager to join Neo's team. The team made by the ruler where the rest of the members were top 100 students. It was bound to be successful. Why is he inviting me into his team? Does he have an ulterior motive? Jack couldn't make a choice. Was Neo asking him team just to fill the vacancy? Besides, what would he gain from someone like Jack? Calm down. I'm not forcing you to join my team. You can refuse. Neo stared at the students around them. He muttered to himself, "Guess I need to find someone else." His words struck Jack's ears like a thunderbolt. "Wait. I'll join your team." "No. Please let me join your team." The teammates were fixed until the next semester. They couldn't be changed. Besides, Jack would gain rewards and credits by joining the team, regardless of Neo's motives. "It's a good choice." Neo smiled. His handsome features stunned Jack for a moment. "I'll send you the team form. Let's exchange contacts." "Why yeah." After he filled the team form, he let out a sigh. "Good work. Now let's go. I'll introduce you to the others." Jack nodded. They went around the campus and entered a cafe. "Welcome." The host stammered when she noticed Neo's clothes. "Ruler." The top-ranked student. Silence spread inside the cafe. The students stayed quiet. "We have a reservation." "I see. Please follow me." They entered the deeper area of the cafe. Jack couldn't help but cower at the attention he received by being at Neo's side. Is it always like this for him? The first rank was a respected position. Neo would receive recognition whenever he went, be it inside the academy or outside. Jack joined the team of such person. He was still having trouble believing the reality. The host took Neo to a private room. She opened the door. "Your friends are inside." Neo entered the room with Jack. The room, fragrant, was small and cozy with a window towards the garden. "Hey, you are finally here." Mars grinned. "Good afternoon, Neo," Christian said. Leonora focused on her game and ignored him. "Hi," he replied and pointed at Jack. "He is our 5th team member." Hello. I'm Jack Hanma. 1721th rank. Jack's heart was beating loudly. His ears rang and he was sweating badly. Neo, while 1st rank and stone-faced, was amicable. But the 3 people in front of him had an unapproachable air. Jack knew about them. They were existences he could never dream to meet in his life. They didn't respond to Jack's greeting and stared at him instead. Thinking again, "I shouldn't be in this team." "Don't worry. They aren't angry. Just wary of your aura." Neo placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. "There is no need to be nervous. Take deep breaths." Jack never realized he was releasing his aura. He followed Neo's advice. The aura spreading out from him disappeared. "That aura, it was death element?" Christian asked. "Why yeah. I'm sorry. My mastery is low and I can't control the aura. I swear I wasn't trying to threaten you." "Low mastery?" Christian frowned. Jack's aura wasn't weak. It was scary. No, not just scary. It was almost as frightening as Neo's aura. Had he been a second late to retract his aura, Leonora's spirit, Ruby, would have attacked him. "Do you really rank in 1700s? Christian spoke. Jack nodded. "Weird." Christian turned to Mars. It was rare to see Mars not smiling. "What do you think?" "I don't know. He feels weak. But something is weird. It's like his strength doesn't have a fixed shape." "Okay, that's it. You guys are being rude to Jack." Neo clapped. "Jack, they are Leonora, Christian, and Mars in order. He is Jack. We can ask him about his specialties later. Welcome him at least." Mars and Christian nodded. "I apologize if my words were rude. Sorry. We didn't mean to scare you. We were just startled because of your aura." It's fine." Jack realized they were not as scary as he thought. It was his fault to begin with. He was about to sit next to Leonora when she looked at him and clicked her tongue. Jack, being wise, chose to sit beside Christian and Mars. She frowned again when Neo sat by her side, but Neo ignored her. "I'll explain the mission now." Chapter 78. Secret revealed. "Before that, there is something we must discuss," Christian said. "That is, who will be the team leader?" His words made Neo smile. "Why are you asking me about this? The answer should be obvious." "That," Christian pursed his lips. "I hope you can let Miss be the team leader." Leonora raised her head from the screen with a snap and stared at Christian. I don't. It's not about your preferences, miss. You are the leader of Poseidon clan's faction. It should be clear you can't work under someone else. The family elders are livid because you chose someone outside of our clan to team up with. If you let him be the team leader on top of that, you will be smearing mud on our clan's name. The elders won't let go of his matter. Christian's words made Leonora sulk. She didn't want to take the burdensome position of team leader. Neo, I hope you will understand our position. Giving up the status of team leader is not an option for Miss. Of course, we will compensate you with the credits you would have earned had you become the team leader, Christian said. It was a reasonable request. Christian's down-to-earth approach made it difficult to refuse him. But I can't give up the team leader position. Neo shook his head. If this was how it was going to be, you should have said it when I invited you to the team. That, Christian had no reply. Leonora looked at Neo with twinkling eyes. She couldn't be more happy. Besides, what's the problem with being under me? Sai, you might not know this. The god clans look down on those from outside. It would have been fine if you were from a great god clan. Even a high god clan would have worked. But you aren't from either. Christian wasn't looking down on Neo's origin. He was revealing the harsh reality. There is no need to worry if that's true. I might not be from a god clan. However, I have the bloodline of Hades. Bloodline of Hades? I guess that works. Christian stopped speaking. He looked at Neo with a confused expression. Come again. I have the bloodline of great god of death. Seriously? Yeah. Christian took a deep breath. What? He shouted. Mars and Jack's reaction was no different. Even Leonora was looking at Neo with a stunned face. There has never been a demigod with Hades' bloodline. How do you have it? Christian grabbed Neo's shoulder. How? Calm down. It's not that big of news. How is it not big news? You are the only person with the god of death's bloodline. Do you realize you are the current clan leader of the third great god clan? Oh, Neo hadn't thought about it. Still, what use was the clan when he was the only member? No, this has to be a joke. Are you trying to prank us? Why would I joke about my bloodline? If my teammates misunderstand my abilities, it would endanger us on the missions. Christian grabbed his head. He needed time to digest the information. Damn, that's sick. That's why your auras were so powerful. Mars was quick to return to his usual mood. My heart didn't lie. I chose the perfect rival. Neo really wanted to know why and how he became Mars' rival, but he had an important task at hand. I guess that solves the problem of team leader. Next I'll explain about the mission. Neo continued. Tomorrow, an S-rank mission will be posted. It has 3 slots. That means 3 teams can choose it. I want our team to get one of the slots. That mission was the only way Neo came up with. Could help him clear the 3rd trial. Is the source of your information credible? Mars asked in place of Christian, who was still in denial. It is. Why do you want that mission? There are other S-rank missions too. You'll know it tomorrow. After talking a bit, the group disbanded. They agreed to meet in the mission hall tomorrow. Neo was on this way to Seraphim Hall when he received a message from Arthur. Why he is asking to meet at that place? The location was outside Teacher's dorm. Teacher's dorm lied between the buildings where their classes took place and the Seraphim Hall. It was not weird to meet up there on the way to the dorm. Neo was just sensitive after he was fucked over by Elizabeth once. I guess I'll go. He met Arthur on the bench under the tree's shade. What's up? Nothing. Felix said he had important news and wanted to meet us as quickly as possible. But I don't understand why he called us here. Arthur scratched his cheek. Neo sat beside him. The two waited for 15 minutes until Felix came out of the teacher's dorm. He fixed his clothes and waved at a female teacher who was looking down from her window. Ha! Arthur froze. Neo, please tell me I'm overthinking it, but does it look like Felix? Felix arrived next to them before Neo could answer. You changed your gender? Neo asked. Not changed. I can't control my unique skill. You don't know it since you are from outside of God clans. It's because I can't control my skill that I'm called the weakest demigod of the history His monotonous words made it look like he didn't care about the rumors, though Neo knew the truth was otherwise. Anyway, I was lucky to change to this body a few hours ago, and I got my hands on a nice piece of news thanks to that. Wait, did you just had SSE? Do that with the professor for the news? Arthur's bright red ears brought a wide smile to Felix's face. He put his arm around Arthur's shoulder and whispered, "Yes, we had sec." Arthur let out a shrill scream like a girl and moved away from Felix. Seeing him, Felix laughed. He laughed hard. "Gosh, you actually believed that?" "Oh, I'm lying, of course. Why would I fix my clothes outside and not in the room?" Felix looked at Neo. "Well, I guess Neo wasn't fooled. To then why did you meet that professor?" Arthur asked. "I exchanged credits with her to buy information." "Why did the professor look so happy if all you did was buy information?" Felix smiled without saying anything. Chapter 79. A way to solve the third trial. Felix smiled silently. It made Arthur's imagination run wild. Why wouldn't she be happy? She earned credits without lifting a finger, Neo thought. He chastised Arthur for overreacting, as if he wasn't the one whose brain stopped braining when he was with Elizabeth inside the water cave. Felix didn't say it, but Neo knew he must have borrowed credits from other students to pay the professor. He went ahead and did it even after I told him to not borrow credits from others or he won't be able to take on SS rank missions. Well, whatever. It's his choice. Arthur's flushed face wasn't coming down. Neo decided to change the topic. "What's the news you wanted to tell us? Are you curious about it?" Felix grabbed Neo's shoulder and gave him an unamused stare. "First, tell me, how did you get Mars in your team?" "He came to me himself." "Himself?" "Yeah," Felix scoffed. "I don't believe it. Mars might be ranked only 100th, but he is on par with Morrigan. Everyone knows Mars only acknowledges those who are stronger than him. Why would he approach you first?" "I don't know about it myself. If you don't believe me, ask anyone who saw Mars when he met me in the mission hall." Felix pursed his lips. He had questioned around. The information he got roughly matched Neo's answer. Felix thought Neo might have moved behind the scene, but talking to him now made Felix realize that was not the case. "Sigh, I get it. Also, sorry about calling you weak. Don't worry about it. I don't care about the opinions of a guy who sells his body for benefits." Neo smirked. "Hey, I told you we did nothing." Felix also laughed. Looking at the two, Arthur wondered if he was the one had outdated beliefs. The three chatted and entered the cafeteria. They joined the line. "I wanted to tell you two about an S-rank mission that would be posted tomorrow." Felix lowered his voice. "Sphinx is the one who assigned the mission." Arthur's eyes shot wide open. It took him a second to realize they were in a cafeteria. He coughed and looked around to see if someone was looking at them. "The Sphinx?" Arthur whispered. "Yeah, that one." Sphinx was one of the 4 guardians of the Academy and an administrator of Akashic Record. Missions provided by Sphinx were rare. Completing gave them an answer as a reward. The Sphinx's knowledge was vast. It was almost omniscient. There was nothing it couldn't answer. If there was someone who could tell Neo what emotions were, it would be the Sphinx. "Neo, why aren't you shocked? You knew about the mission beforehand. Didn't you?" "I didn't." Felix's brows creased. He stared at Neo's face as if he was searching for something. "Did our homeroom teacher tell you about the mission?" Suddenly bringing Elizabeth's name into the conversation made Neo react. He quickly returned to his expressionless face, however, it was useless. "Why did she tell you about the mission?" Neo pursed his lips. It was clear Felix wouldn't let go of the matter until he got a proper answer. "I brought the information from her with credits." Neo gave the first excuse that came to his mind. "Yeah? Where did you get the credits from?" "From friends." "Friends? You, the person who eats in cafeteria only because we drag him out of his room and the one who pissed off half of the students with his speech, has friends? Don't lie. Say it. Why did the professor reveal such sensitive information to you?" Neo was exasperated at the blatant insult. He wasn't a loner. He wasn't, right? "If you were calling me that, then how did you borrow credits from others?" I doubt you have more friends than me. Arthur nodded from the side. All three of them were equally hated by the students. Or so he thought. Hey, that's insulting. I might be infamous in the God clans, but I'm pretty well received by the students from outside of God clans. You two are the only ones who don't have friends. Arthur, on the side, didn't say the words he was about to say. The stray shots from the conversation between Felix and Neo hit him hard. That's impossible, Neo retorted. It's not. Unlike you two, I have social skills. Besides, I'm handsome. Everyone from Aphrodite clan was handsome. Felix's appearance was cut above the rest even there. Neo wasn't jealous. He was handsome himself. He definitely didn't plan to devour some monsters to see if he could absorb secondary stats related to appearances. The three ate lunch and returned to the dorm. In the end, Neo never gave a reason as to how he found the information. It made Felix's imagination go above and beyond. The next day, Neo arrived at the mission hall. He met up with his teammates. The team registration is done. Our team is now officially formed, Neo said. Mars, Christian, and Jack nodded. As for Leonora, she was nowhere to be seen. While they were waiting for the S-rank mission to be put up, Arthur and Felix arrived with their team. Guys, how is everyone doing? Felix asked. They greeted each other. Felix introduced the twins, Clara and Sean, to Neo and his teammates. Neo did the same for his team. Well, what's the name of your team? Felix asked. Umbra. Oh. Felix turned to Arthur. It's quite a coincidence, right? Yeah, Arthur nodded. He told Neo, our team is called Lumen. It means light, and yours? Umbra. It's another word for shadow. I thought you would choose a name related to your death element. Neo shrugged. He liked the name because it was antithesis of Arthur's team name. The S-rank mission was put up while the group chatted. There were a lot of teams ready to take the S-rank mission. Felix wasn't the only one who brought the information. Neo and Arthur were ready to take the mission when... Chapter 80. Another butterfly effect. Neo and Arthur were ready to take the mission when... Huh. What's that? S-rank mission. Details. Redacted. Rewards. Redacted. Slots 3. Assigner. Sphinx. Participation requirements. Only teams who have cleared 3 C-rank missions, 2 B-rank missions, and 1 A-rank mission can accept this mission. The mission will be given on first-come, first-served basis. Mission details and rewards will revealed only to teams who have met participation requirements. S-rank mission. The participation requirements were not supposed to exist. Neo was caught unprepared by the unexpected situation. Another butterfly effect. But how? He thought hard and realized the reason for the change. Fuck, so that's how it is. Originally, Arthur was never seen as a threat by the God clans. While strong, he did not have a background to support him. It was why Felix could pull the rug under everyone and manage to take one of the mission slots. However, the present changed when Neo appeared. He was the little brother of Henry Hargraves. The Hargraves Corporation was a contender for the top position in the weaponry market. They were rich and influential. Still, they were not a match for the God clans, until Neo became the ruler. If Hargraves played their cards right, they could stand on par God clans. Neo was a threat. He couldn't be allowed to soar any more than he did already. There are many professors and staff members from God clans. They can't openly refuse to give you the S-rank mission due to the principle, so they used a roundabout method, Christian said. He was also shocked. His clanmates never told him about anything. They are isolating me because I joined Neo's team? Christian realized and let out a bitter smile. This is bad. Arthur spoke. He looked at the C-rank mission list. The missions were being rapidly taken by other teams. They are working together to make sure we can't complete the mission requirements. Not just the teams made by top 100 students. The other teams were also recruited by the God clans to impede Neo and Arthur's team. We might need to give up. Felix bit his lips. He suddenly looked at Christian with hopeful gaze. Can we get Poseidon clan's help? If it's... He stopped speaking when Christian shook his head. I didn't even know the teams were working together. The clan elders have probably forbid anyone to assist us. We are on our own. There were 20 S-rank teams. Teams with at least 3 top 100 students, fighting for the 3 slots. That alone would have been an uphill battle. The 18 teams could hoard missions to make sure the last 2 teams of Neo and Arthur didn't get anything. But against nearly 300 teams, there was no hope for Neo and Arthur. Neo walked up to the C-rank mission list. "What are you doing?" Felix questioned. "Choosing a mission. Even if everyone works together, which I doubt is possible, they still can't hoard every mission. There was a limit to the number of missions a team could accept at once. The God clans probably planned to take everything except the most difficult missions. With the first-come, first-served basis, they only had to stall time and get the slots before Neo and Arthur. We are trying to get the S-rank mission because it has the best rewards. Isn't it a given we need to work hard for something like that?" Neo spoke. Neo wanted to be the best there was. He long accepted he would have to outperform everyone to reach his goal. It excited him. The feeling of leaving others in dust, even though they worked hard, thrilled Neo. I guess Grandpa was right. Only insane people can succeed in today's world. Arthur stood next to Neo. He picked out a few missions. Neo spoke when he was done. "See you later. Hope you guys get a slot." "Same to you." He went to the desk attendant and got approval for the 3 C-rank missions he found. When Neo returned, he saw his teammates looking at him in awe and admiration. "What?" he asked. "Ahahaha. Nothing. All I want to say is as expected of my rival." "Oh." Neo turned to Christian. "You really deserve that rank." "Oh." Jack was looking at Neo with a similar respectful gaze. "What the fuck? Why are they acting like this?" All he did was do what he planned to do originally. The additional mission requirements messed up their plan. Still, Neo didn't do anything special by deciding to continue moving forward. What he didn't realize was his simple choice was something only he could have done. If Neo was not there, they would have decided to back down. Neo ignored their reactions. After leaving the mission hall, he revealed the missions to them. C-rank mission. Detail. Extract 5 bottles of honey from beehives of salamander bees. Assigner, Firefly Apiary. Reward, 4 credits. 3 500 milliliters bottles of energy replenishment, fire-flavored. C-rank mission. Detail. Subdue the wailing ghost that appears in the female bathrooms of first-year buildings. Assigner, Janitor of Aurelia Block. Reward, 4 credits, wind elemental vision glasses. C-rank mission. Detail. Destroy the rolling boulder monster on the path between Veritas Block of First Years and Uja Farms. Assigner, Ranch owner of the 12th Plantation. Reward, 4 credits, 70% discount of all farm vegetables and fruits brought from Uja Farm, 12th Plantation. For a year. Despite the distinct names of the places, all of them were located inside the Demigod Academy. The academy was fully self-sufficient, from food to clothes to factories. Everything was present on the campus. We need to complete the missions as soon as possible. We'll split up. For these missions, we'll do me and Jack and Christian and Mars. As for the last C-rank mission, we'll do it together. Now choose the mission you will complete, Neo said. I wanted to be in your team, Mars complained. I joined the team to compete with you. That's why I put you with Christian. Let's see who will complete their mission first. Oh, that's a good idea. It was easy to handle Mars. They held a short discussion and picked their choices. Chapter 81. Salamander Bees. Our group will do the mission from Firefly Apiary and Mars and I will complete Rolling Boulder Monster mission, Christian said. They split up. Neo and Jack visited the Firefly Apiary's shop. A plump woman welcomed them. Hello. What are you looking for? We are here for the mission. Neo showed them the information on his phone. The woman, Joanna, covered her face with her hand. The ruler accepted our mission? She smiled. It's our pleasure to have you. Please follow me. They entered the door behind the counter. After moving through the indoors, they came out in the backyard. It was filled with trees. Long trees. Salamander bees use sunlight to make their honey. The taller the trees, the tastier their honey. Salvana trees are their favorite. The expected height of nests can reach anywhere from 500 meters to 1,000 meters, Joanna explained. It would hurt if someone falls from there, Jack muttered. That's why we ask students to collect the honey for us. Salamander bees are quite an aggressive bunch. Jack nodded in a daze. What happened to the people who fell from that height? Did they survive? His question was rhetorical. He believed the apiary must have safety equipment to prevent falls. But Joanna's smile made Jack afraid. Did they survive? And Neo, I think I know why this mission wasn't chosen by other students. Suddenly, Jack recalled something. You should climb, Neo. You survived the fall from the cliff during the entrance exam. This much should be a child's play for you. It was a logical division of labor. Still, Neo couldn't help but smile bitterly at how quickly Jack threw him under the bus. I guess I'll do it. It will double as my training, as expected from the ruler. Nothing is difficult for you. Please come this way. I'll give you the equipment and teach you how to extract the honey, Joanna said. The woman led Neo to a shed. She gave him a brown full-body suit. It had a large backpack connected to a vacuum hose. The gloves and boots work will stick to the trees if you pass your divine energy through them. You can practice a bit before you start working. Neo wore the suit. It was hot inside it, and the mask of the suit got covered with fog whenever he took a breath. This is annoying. He didn't take long to adjust to the suit's functions. After all, his magic circuits on palms and soles were developed thanks to his spells. The only problem was the amount of divine energy being consumed. Neo had to use his divine energy carefully if he didn't want to be emptied midway and fall. I'll climb now. Good luck. You will need it. Jack spoke the last part in a barely audible whisper. Neo heard the words since his hearing was boosted when he devoured the gremlins. However, he let Jack go and focused on the task. Here I go. He circulated his divine energy through his limbs and climbed. The gloves and feet stuck to the tree's bark like they were glued. Neo had to cut off the divine energy supply when he wanted to remove his limbs from the tree. Circulate the divine energy. Stop. Climb. Circulate the divine energy. Stop. Climb. He repeated the same thing over and over. For someone like Neo, whose biggest weakness was his divine energy control, it was a wonderful training. There was only one problem. Neo was down to the 1/4 of his divine energy reserves before he climbed half of the tree. He had to climb to the top and return too. Damn it. I'm wasting too much divine energy. My control isn't refined enough. Over 60% of his divine energy was leaking while only 40% went into the suit. Neo used the Essence Breath spell to recover his divine energy when he hit 1/10 of his divine energy pool. His climbing speed decreased drastically. Using divine energy for the suit and for the spell while making sure he wasted as little of it as possible was hard. He had to divide his focus between 3 tasks. The boiling heat inside the suit wasn't helping. Neo felt he was swimming in sweat when he reached the top. 2 hours. Huff, huff. Fuck this. His limbs were sore and he felt exhausted. Unfortunately, the salamander bees didn't appreciate his hard work. The palm-sized orange bees flew around like a storm and bashed their bodies against his suit. They died when they hit him and exploded into a blazing fire. The heat and force of the attacks were fierce. However, the worst part was the explosion. The smoke from them blocked his air supply tubes. Neo felt he would die from suffocation if he didn't die from the fall. Fuck off. He used Ocean's Breath spell. It did little against suffocation. As more and more salamander bees attacked him, Neo felt he would fall from the tree. The burning heat was boiling him alive. He clenched his teeth and used the aura of darkness. Every elemental aura carried the property of its element. Just like how aura of death could kill, the aura of darkness could absorb. Black flames burst over Neo's suit. It lessened the impact of the explosions and salamander bees' attacks. Neo used the chance to pull out the vacuum tube from his backpack. He stuck it inside the beehive and let it absorb the honey. The task was slow. It wasn't long before the salamander queen bee, almost as big as Neo's torso, appeared. I'm fucked if that thing attacks. Neo regretted not bringing Obias up there. He left it since there was no place to keep it in the suit. However, had he known the attacks of salamander bees were so fierce, he would have carried the sword no matter what. The queen salamander bee flew towards Neo like a cannonball. Neo held the tree with one hand and pointed his other hand at the salamander queen bee. Red lightning flickered around his fingertips. Aura snipe. A single bolt of lightning shot out. The attack seemed weak compared to his first aura snipe. However, it was far more condensed. Chapter 82. Energy Replenishment Elixir. The salamander queen bee suddenly stopped breathing. Its wings no longer moved and it fell out of the air. The corpse exploded after it fell for a few seconds. The shock waves of the explosion hit Neo with powerful intensity. I was really dead if that thing attacked me. Neo filled his backpack with honey and quickly started descending. Using aura of darkness for too long was draining. It was nighttime when he reached the ground. You are back. Jack's face lit up. The workers of the apiary were waiting for him. Neo threw away the suit as soon as stepped on the cold hard earth. He didn't care if he was half naked or about the gazes of others. Finally, he took a deep breath. The freezing air cooled him down. These are your clothes. Joanna came to him with a flushed face. Can I have a shower before that? Yes, of course. She maintained her professional attitude despite the scene before her eyes. Neo noticed her gaze moving to his lower half, but he was too exhausted to care about anything. After returning from the shower, he crashed on the chair next to Jack. Both of them sat under the moonlight in silence. You are quite bold. I didn't expect you to get naked as soon as you completed the job. Jack chuckled. He was no longer a nervous mess. There are quite a few young ladies working at the shop. How do you think they will react now? You think I give a fuck about what others think? Neo noticed some of the girls peeking at them from the window. He pursed his lips. You should try to wear that suit under the sun and see if you don't get cooked. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. Anyway, where is the salamander queen bee corpse? Why, are you thinking of... Yeah, I'll devour it while the apiary prepares our rewards. Jack stopped smiling. It was known to everyone how the users of darkness ended. Insane and corrupted. Not a single darkness user was spared from the wretched fate. He wanted to advise Neo against it. However, it was clear Neo wouldn't listen to him. Come with me. They said we could take the corpse since we hunted it and stored it for us. Neo followed him. They found the salamander queen bee's corpse inside another shed deep into the forest. Want to watch the process? It will help you with your element. Neo questioned. No, I'm okay. I'll wait for you outside. Jack closed the doors and left. Alone, Neo inspected the corpse. It didn't die from the explosion, but from the aura snipe. If Neo had not killed it, the salamander queen bee could have bombarded him with multiple explosions. He once again realized how close he was to dying. It's too late to be afraid of death. He chuckled and formed the hand signs. Darkness, devour. The shadows bloomed, and the noises returned. Come play again, we want to play again. Age cometu our world Neo will treaty ufair lacometus nila tesplayajan. It was unpleasant. He couldn't get used to it no matter how many times he did it. Dynamic vision +1. Agility +1. He left the shed and returned to the apiary with Jack. Joanna waited for them there. These 4 bottles are your rewards. We've mailed you the mission completion documents. Once you return to the mission hall and complete the verification process, you will receive the credits. 4. The reward was only 3 bottles of energy replenishment elixir. Yes, the 4th bottle is a thanks from our side. You completed the mission in half the usual time. It helped us too. Neo accepted the rewards. He popped open one of the bottle and drank it. Tasted sweet. A warm sensation traveled through his body and he could feel his physical exhaustion disappearing. It's nice. Thank you. Our products are in high demand across the academy. But it is always nice to hear the praise of a ruler. Neo left the apiary with Jack. Why were you so cold? I'm pretty sure the girls there would have liked your number. Jack teased. I'm busy. He took out his phone and dialed Christian's number. What are you doing? Jack asked. Asking them about their mission progress to see if we should start the last C-rank mission. Already? It's midnight. We don't have time to rest. Besides, I don't feel exhausted after using the energy replenishment elixir. It was harmful for the body to use the elixirs in large amount. They could impede the growth of stats. However, Neo was tight on time and he barely drank anything. It was not dangerous. Not yet, at least. Christian picked up the call after he dialed it the third time. Hello? Crack. Crack. Boom. Are busy. The monster, boom. Evolved. It's too strong. The mission, boom. Boom. B rank or even an A rank. The static noises and the explosions made it difficult for Neo to understand Christian's words. It was clear they were having a hard time. Do you need help? Neo asked. Even if the mission's rank was evaluated wrongly, which shouldn't have been possible, they did not have the time to report the error to the mission hall and receive another mission. They had to complete the mission today itself. No. We boom. Crack. Ourselves. You two go for the third. Crack. Boom. The call was cut. Neo bit his lips. Will it be okay? Jack questioned. If Mars and Christian are having trouble, then the monster has to be strong. Neo nodded. Mars was on par with Morrigan. For now, at least. A C-rank mission's monster should have been no match for Mars. Christian wasn't weak either. Those two could handle an A-rank mission's monster if they were well prepared. We can only leave it to them. But they said they would complete the mission themselves. Let's trust them. Jack nodded with a hardened face. They went towards the location of the last C-rank mission. There were 8 buildings for the first-year students of Templar course. These buildings were called blocks. Aurelia Block, Veritas Block, Tempest Block, Nexus Block, Orion Block, Arcadia Block, Helios Block, Solstice Block. Each block was ginormous and held different classes. For reference, these 8 were blocks assigned to Templar course students. There were dozens of more blocks for different courses. Thankfully, Neo did not have to go to a different courses block, since just walking there could take half a day or more. They met the guards of the Aurelia block and showed them the mission document. Come inside. The guard, stern-faced, opened the doors for them. Chapter 83, Veritas Hall and the Bloodthirsty Ghost. He gave them torches. Go straight down the corridor and the stairs. Turn left from the first corner, go straight and take the third right. You'll find the janitor's room there. He will explain the mission details to you. They took the torches and entered the building. Do you remember the location? Jack asked. Because I don't. Follow me. It was their first time in Aurelia Block. Neo had to circle around the corridors a few times despite remembering the location. You sure you remember the location? We can still return and ask the guard again. Shut up. In the end, it took them 20 minutes to find the janitor's room. A dim light flickered above the door. Neo knocked. A noise, as if something fell, came from inside the room. The door opened, and a man with hollowed cheek and large dark circles beneath his eyes revealed himself. We've accepted the mission. Neo revealed the documents. The janitor showed no reaction. He stepped out of the room and walked into another direction. Oh, I think he wants us to follow him, Jack said. They climbed the stairs and reached the 4th floor. The janitor stopped before the women washroom. It comes here. No fixed time of arrival and you can't see it. He spoke with a ghastly voice and left. Huh? Wait. Where are you going? Jack asked. The janitor did not return. Jack was left exasperated. That's all information we have for the mission? Wow. Neo stepped into the washroom. He scanned the area. Ghosts were an invisible entity. One needed elemental vision with death affinity to see them. Paimon, can you help me locate the ghosts? No. He expected the answer, but it still disappointed him. Guess we need to do it the hard way. Neo turned around only to see Jack still outside the washroom doors. Why aren't you coming in? Can I do that? I'm a man and it's women washroom. Neo gave him an unamused stare. Jack, we don't have time for jokes. I wasn't joking though. Jack stepped inside with an embarrassed expression. The two waited for the ghost to appear. Nothing happened after 2 hours. Is this even working? Besides, how will we deal with something we can't see? We'll use our death affinity to dodge the ghost's attacks and counter it. Doesn't that mean we have no plan? Neo looked away. It would have been easy task if he had elemental vision. However, one needed to reach adept mastery in an element for it. We are wasting too much time. I'll try to lure out the ghost. Please protect me and deal with it when it arrives, Jack said. He sat crossed-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. His lips moved while he chanted multiple spells. Parallel spell casting. That's a technique barely any students from our batch can use. I don't know if I should call him coward or stupid for choosing 1700's rank with that ability. Neo shook his head. He waited for Jack's magic spell to work. A sweet scent spread out from Jack. The smell was an illusion only dead souls or those with affinity for death could smell. Necromancy. It's that wretched ability. Paimon suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Neo noticed her disapproval for necromancy. Why are you upset? He whispered. I'm not upset. It's just that the necromancy is a forbidden branch of death element. Disgusting. He couldn't understand her words. Devouring others was fine, but necromancy wasn't. I know what you were thinking, and you are wrong. Devouring is another form of death. It's the end. Necromancy, however, is an act against death itself. It strips the dead of their autonomy and makes them mere tools for necromancers. Those disgusting mages corrupts both life and death for their personal gain. Tell me, am I wrong to hate such repulsive acts? There is no need to think about necromancy in this situation, though. Jack is simply luring out the ghosts. Neo answered her calmly. He made sure to keep his voice low lest Jack heard him. Before long, Neo's senses rang. He ducked and rolled into Jack's direction. Deep scratch marks appeared on the wall where Neo stood moments ago. He grabbed Jack. Wake up! The ghost is here. Jack's eyes were unfocused and he continued chanting the spell. This damned guy. He is completely out of it. Set up a defense spell at least. Suddenly, Neo felt a heavy presence of death. He used Ocean's Embrace only for the spell to provide paper-thin defense. Fuck! Blood poured out from the gashes on Neo's back. He protected Jack, but it cost him. This damned ghost can use Aura of Death? Aura of Death could inflict wounds that were hard to heal and ignore the opponent's defense to a certain degree. With his low mastery of Ocean's Embrace, it might as well not exist for Neo. Unfortunately, Neo found this just now. He held Jack in a princess carry and retreated when suddenly his senses warned him of another attack from behind. I can sense one in front of me and another at my rear. There are two ghosts. He jumped to the side. His expression worsened. There could be multiple ghosts. Not just two. They could be hiding in the washroom stalls. I can't risk it here. I'll be emptied out after attacking once. If they dodge it, I'm done for. Neo had to change locations. He ran to the window and jumped out. While he was in the air, his senses warned him of another attack. He had no way to dodge and took the attack head-on. Deep wounds appeared on his shoulder. Neo barely managed to land on his feet. As soon as he landed, his senses warned him of 5 presences surrounding him. Neo looked at the window. He didn't sense any other ghost up there. Thanks for following me out. He dropped Jack and held Obias. Chapter 84, Using the Mission Reward. Red lightning and black flames materialized around the sword. He slashed in a wide arc before the ghosts could run or attack. The trees at the end of area suddenly dried up and died. Screeching wails of the ghosts echoed. Their presences disappeared a beat later. Neo gasped for breath and sat on the ground. My condition is better than the previous time I used Aura Slash. But I'm still fucked if there is another ghost. While his limbs no longer trembled and he didn't feel like dying after just one Aura Slash, it didn't change the fact his divine energy reserves were back to 1/10 of their total. Neo waited. He spread his sense wide to locate another ghost. There was nothing. He let out a sigh and used Essence Breath spell to speed up his recovery. Jack woke up with a groan. What happened? Neo, are you okay? Blood poured out non-stop from Neo's back and his shoulder had an ugly injury. He looked like he had a step inside the grave. I've seen better days, Neo smiled. He wasn't joking. The only worrisome fact about the wounds was they were made from death aura-infused attacks. They wouldn't heal unless healers used purification on him. Neo, however, as a death wielder could suppress the death aura lingering on his injuries and remove it with time. As long as he removed the death aura, his super healing would do the job. In short, he was perfectly fine. What about the ghosts? Is there anyone left? Neo asked. No, the reason I woke up was because their presences disappeared. Good job. Go to the janitor and report the mission's completion. I'll try to recover in the meantime. Jack didn't look enthused to leave Neo alone given his grievous injuries. However, Neo's nonchalance forced him to follow his words. While Neo was focusing on removing the death aura and recovering his divine energy, Paimon opened her mouth. I've been curious about something. How can your spirit wield more than one element? It should be impossible. I don't know myself. Neo lied as naturally as he breathed. He was worried Paimon would destroy Obias if she knew the sword's origin. The former Grim Reaper noticed his lie rather easily. Worry not. I won't do anything just because it displeases me. If I did, I would have killed your friend and every necromancer out there. Neo felt his scalp go numb, because he knew she had the ability to follow up on her words. Paimon was strong. She could kill others or spare them on whim. It was one of the reasons why Neo pursed strength. He didn't want to let others decide his fate. Jack returned. He brought plain glasses with him. The rewards of the mission could provide the wearer wind elemental vision. You can have them. I barely did anything in this mission. Okay. Neo wasn't the one to refuse free gifts. He pocketed the glasses for later. The two left the Aurelia block. They crashed into the cafeteria and ordered food. Morrigan was, once again, eating piles of bread. She looked like she had just finished her training. Neo was about to call out to her until his senses warned him. She was pissed, and she would attack if he annoyed her. I bet it's because the Zeus clan members made fun of her. Yeah, it's definitely not because she is holding a grudge for the ranking tournament. Neo wisely sat on another seat. Jack let out a sigh of relief. He was worried they had to sit with Morrigan. It wasn't long before Christian's call arrived. We are done. Where are you two? Cafeteria. The one near the Seraphim Hall. Okay. Wait for us. Neo told the chefs to delay his order for an hour. He was waiting for Christian and Mars to arrive so as to eat with them. I'm not doing this to make more friends or because I want to prove Felix wrong. This is my actual personality. I'm an extrovert who had been posing as introvert until now. After self-justifying himself, he waited for Christian and Mars. They arrived almost an hour later. You two look like shit. Tell me about it. Christian smiled bitterly. He was carrying an unconscious Mars on his back. Their clothes were burnt, torn, and covered in mud. Neo gave them the energy replenishment elixirs. Christian drank it. His complexion improved slightly. He used the other bottle and made Mars drink it. What happened on your mission? Jack asked with concern. Can we eat first? I'm famished. And we are poor. We don't have credits to buy the extravagant meals. Jack spoke. Neo stood up before the mood of the group sank. The head chef is the friend of the Uja plantation owner. I'll see if we can have them use our reward from the plantation mission. The price should go down if the cooking ingredients are 70% off. They held a surprised expression. Their faces were saying, how poor you have to be to come up with that thought. Neo frowned. He couldn't say he learned this hack from his past life. Of course, 90% of the restaurant threw him and his friends out when they used this hack. He hoped it would work in the cafeteria. After explaining the matter to the restaurant staff, Neo was surprised to see them readily agree to his request. Weird. Is it so easy because I'm the ruler? Or was the mission's reward supposed to be used in this way? They ordered lots of food after hearing the new discounted prices. Neo noticed Morrigan looking at their table with a salivating gaze. He called the waitress and whispered, "Can I order something for her?" "I apologize, sir, but only your team can use the discount. Others need to pay the full price." Neo nodded. "Fine, just give her some portion of my food. Or is that impossible too?" The waitress alternated her gaze between Neo and Morrigan. We can allow it if it's just this time. Chapter 85. Chatting in the Cafeteria. Thank you, and if she refuses, please say it's a gift from the cafeteria, because she is a regular patron. The waitress nodded. Neo was thankful she accepted his request silently. He returned to the table. What were you talking about with the waitress? Jack said with a suggestive smile. Nothing. Christian noticed the weird nuisance behind Jack's words. Why are you asking that? He questioned while he ate the food. Listen to me. This guy went naked in front of half-dozen people. Of course, most of them were girls. Christian froze. Really? He asked slowly as if he had trouble believing Jack's words. Neo didn't bother pointing out how Jack left out the reason why Neo did what he did. He focused on the food. Weren't they disgusted? Bah! What disgusted? It's different when rich and handsome guys like him do it. You should have looked at the hungry look in the girl's eyes. Rich and handsome. Those words were something Neo would have been never associated with in his past life. The transmigration changed everything for him. Neo smiled. Above all, he was happy. He might have been an extra who died before the original novel's plot began. However, he could change his fate as long as he worked hard. While they were talking, the waitress delivered the order to Morrigan. Confused, Morrigan asked why was she receiving something she never ordered. The waitress explained the reason. Morrigan frowned. When she was about to refuse, the waitress used her glib tongue to have her accept the order. Nice. Doesn't look like she knows I was the one who ordered it. Neo secretly gave a thumbs up to the waitress and received a nod in return. He was partially, definitely not fully, responsible for Morrigan's current situation. Even so, it wasn't the reason why he helped her. He knew she went easy on him during the tournament and she tried to protect him from being killed by other participating students since he chose the first-rank token. Neo was only trying to fulfill the favor he owed her. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have credits. This should even us out. He focused on his table. Your missions were quite difficult. I apologize for dumping 2 of them on you. Christian smiled wryly. He heard the whole story from Jack. I'm pretty sure yours was worse, Jack said. I wouldn't say that's the case. We were just unlucky the rolling boulder evolved as soon as we found it. I checked and the mission was posted a few months ago. No one took it since then. The delay was the reason why the rolling boulder was able to grow stronger than what was written in the mission details. It was a fault born out of negligence. In short, Neo's team was just unlucky. I will report the disparity in the mission details and the actual details to the mission halls. We should be compensated. Don't get your hopes up though. Nobody likes to accept their mistake, Neo said. Mars woke up while they ate. He was felt rejuvenated thanks to the energy replenishment elixir. Where am I? He massaged his brows. Cafeteria. Since you just woke up, drink some water and eat something light. Don't eat more until you are sure you won't get an upset stomach, Neo spoke. Thanks. Mars was tired beyond measure. His element, fire, was weak against the earth-wielding rolling boulder monster. It was worse because Christian was the tank and he was the damage dealer. Mars had to exhaust himself beyond his limits to burn the monster. After they ate their fill, Neo opened his mouth. Whoever is tired can take a 2-hour nap. I'll submit our mission completion documents and get other missions for tomorrow. In the meantime, we are fine. Let's go together. Mars grinned. Neo shook his head. Stop putting up a front. Our next missions are B rank and A rank. If you aren't at your best tomorrow, our progress will take a huge hit. It's better to rest now when you can. Sigh, thank God. I wanted to sleep. Jack sunk into the chair. You are coming with me. You hardly did anything. What? Jack's face fell until Neo laughed. I'm joking, of course. Take a rest. Where should we sleep? If we go back to our dorms, we would waste half an hour just going to and fro. Christian asked. Sleep here, Neo said. He left before they could complain again. After arriving at the mission hall, he submitted the documents. We verified the completion of missions. You are allowed to take more missions now, the attendant at the mission hall said. Neo nodded. He reported the error with the rolling boulder monster mission before choosing the next missions. His device rang. Plus 24 credits. Total credits. 24. Neo paid 0.3 credits at the cafeteria. That left him with 24 credits. The others should have received their credits too. It was a good amount for less than 1 week. If we can maintain the pace, we have a shot at the slot for the S-rank mission. No one had yet completed the mission's participation requirements. Neo knew his troubles were just starting. The Zeus clan and others would start moving as soon as they realized Neo's team completed 3 C-rank missions. We need to hurry. It would have been better to start moving as soon as possible. Neo knew Mars would have been fine without rest. However, Christian and Jack couldn't continue in their current condition. Neo didn't want to push his team too hard for the S-rank mission. He could do it. However, he felt like he would lose as a person. That wasn't Neo's aim. His goal was to be the perfect being. How could he claim to be perfect if had to sacrifice his morals to strengthen himself? It was what weak did. And Neo wanted to become the strongest. Let's see. What missions should I choose? Neo stared at the B-rank mission list. He could choose 2 of them at once. These 2 look good. He read their details. Chapter 86. Preparing the Trap. B-rank mission. Detail. Hunt the Kraken that had been eating fishes from the Cisco River and creating trouble for the fishermen. Assigner. Fisherman East Department. Reward. 5 credits, 3 days and 4 nights free trip in Zentia Resort. B-rank mission. Detail. A Minotaur has escaped from the Paris dairy. Bring it back without severely injuring it. There should be no damage to the genitals or the mission would be cancelled. Assigner. Paris dairy. Reward. 5 credits. Physical reinforcement spell. Echo rank. B-rank mission. Neo took the missions and returned to the cafeteria. Mars, Christian, and Jack were asleep. He sat in an empty area and focused on recovering his injuries. Fortunately, the ghost's mastery of death was not very high. It was not too difficult to remove the lingering aura from their attacks. He awoke others 2 hours later. Yawn, is it time already? Jack asked. Yeah. Neo showed them the missions. I'll choose the Kraken one. I can fight underwater thanks to my bloodline, Christian answered. He rubbed his eyes to wash away the sleepiness. That sounds good. It will be a good challenge to fight with fire element underwater. Mars grinned. Neo shook his head. Mars, you'll team up with Jack for the B-rank mission. Your elemental affinity will put you on a disadvantage if you go to battle the Kraken. But, Mars, you'll have plenty of opportunities to fight stronger opponents. We still have an A-rank mission left, and don't forget our main goal is the S-rank mission. We need to conserve our strength for that. Mars looked unconvinced. The Minotaur mission is more difficult. Because you need to subdue it without harming it. Neo lied with a straight face. His explanation made Mars nod with a satisfied expression. Are you sure you want to come with me, Neo? Fighting underwater is completely different from fighting on the ground. Don't worry about it. I have a spell for it. Christian noticed the hidden meaning behind Neo's words. It has to be a water spell if it helps you fight underwater. You have water affinity? Yeah. How many affinities do you have? Quite a few. His ambiguous answer raised their curiosity. They wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, Neo never planned to satisfy their curiosity. The group split up. Neo and Christian crossed the Uja farm. They traveled for a few hours before they reached the Cisco River. It was big and deep enough to be called a lake. Neo silently marveled the landscape before his eyes. You 2 younglings. Get away from the river. The Kraken is still there. A fisherman approached them with a slipper in hands. Lucas Room, Seraphim Hall. Why have they cleared the C-rank missions already? Lucas questioned. That. Zoe stammered. I gave you a team and made you a team leader because you wanted to prove yourself. The only thing I asked from you was to make sure those mudbloods can't compete with us for the S-rank mission slot. How did they complete 3 C-rank mission then? Lucas questioned with a smile. Harrison and other members of the Zeus clan were present in the room. Stares of multiple people, especially Lucas, made Zoe tremble. Don't be scared, Zoe. I'm not scolding you. I'm just asking for the reason why it happened. She gulped. We made sure only the most difficult missions were left. But somehow they cleared them all. Zoe prepared meticulously. From making sure the salamander queen bee was present in the nest, there were multiple ghosts, to confirming the rolling boulder monster was about to evolve. She checked the other remaining missions were just as difficult if not more. However, it was as if Neo knew the specialties of his teammates. He chose the missions best suited for them. You are saying that Fraud Ruler managed to study his teammates in detail within a day and chose missions according to them? Yes. Her words were cut short when Harrison scoffed. There is no way a team that formed a day ago can have a proper coordination to complete multiple missions at once. It's clear you were at fault for leaving easy missions behind, Harrison spoke angrily. Zoe cowered. Lucas interfered before the matter escalated. It's okay, Zoe. Everyone makes mistakes. Just make sure they aren't repeated. You mean? Those mudbloods chose 2 B-rank missions. It's these 2. Lucas showed her the details of Neo's team missions. I want you to make sure they fail this time. Why, yes. Make sure you confirm the completion of the task yourself. We can't have another failure, right? Lucas' smile made Zoe shiver. She nodded and left the room in a hurry. Cisco River. The fisherman glared at Neo and Christian. How did you 2 come here? Go shoo. Attend your classes. Christian turned to Neo with a wry smile. It looked like the fisherman did not recognize Neo's clothes. We are here for the Kraken subjugation mission. Neo stepped forward. He revealed the mission's document. The fisherman looked at them with a doubt. You 2 peanuts will defeat the sea god? Sir, Kraken is not a sea god. Please refrain from speaking thoughtlessly like that. Okay. Christian's sudden strong tone made the fisherman flinch. He looked at Neo. We should start the mission. I doubt these people can provide us any valuable help or information. Neo nodded. It was his first time seeing Christian angry. Christian and Neo entered the river. A blue aura covered Neo when he used the ocean's embrace. They dived underwater. The flow of the river was strong. It was powerful enough to uproot a tree. Neo took a few tries to adjust himself. He began to swim nimbly like a fish. When underwater, ocean's embrace allowed him to breathe and it boosted his movement speed. He felt no different from standing on ground. The only difference was he could move in any direction, including above and below. His smooth movements surprised Christian. Follow me, Christian signaled Neo. I can sense the Kraken in that direction. The 2 swam towards the center of the river. Again, the river's width and depth surprised Neo. When they reached the location, Christian stopped. It's down there. Christian pointed at the natural trench on the riverbed. No light returned from its depth, leaving it shrouded in darkness. Christian used another spell and created an air bubble around them. They could finally talk. We should discuss our roles. I'm a tank, but, strictly speaking, I'm stronger than you. And while you are a damage dealer, you have better defenses than me. I think for this battle you should be the tank and I'll be the damage dealer, Christian said. Neo shook his head. I can use Aura Snipe and Aura Slash to end the battle in one go. Besides, I can shield only myself with my spell and not you. I can't be the tank. He tightened his grip around Obias. Christian pondered over Neo's words. I doubt your mastery is enough to take down the Kraken in a single attack. But you are indeed correct. You have more lethal attacks than me. While they were discussing the plan, Neo focused on the Kraken sleeping inside the trench. The darkness was no problem for Neo. He could see the ginormous body of the Kraken and its 8 limbs coiling around the rocks clearly. Chapter 87. Kraken. It looks like a giant squid. That was Neo's first thought. Perhaps Christian knew what Neo was thinking because he said, a dangerously powerful giant squid. Anyway, you can see in the darkness? I expected it since you have the darkness element, but isn't too much? You can kill ghosts, control darkness, breathe underwater, and climb 500-meter trees without a break. Is there anything you can't do? There are plenty of things I'm incapable of. Though, I'm planning to learn them all. Neo's answer exasperated Christian. At that moment, Neo saw the Kraken move. It opened its eyes slowly and met his gaze. Dodge! Neo pushed Christian out of the air bubble and dodged backwards as fast as possible. Suddenly, tentacles shot out of the trench. They moved as fast as bullets and pierced the air bubble where Christian and Neo were moments ago. If Neo was late to react, they would have died then and there. Christian chanted spells. A translucent blue armor formed around Neo. At the same time, a shield and lance of water materialized in Christian's hands. The weapons crystallized into ice. Christian stuck his lance against the shield. A powerful ripple spread out. The Kraken let out a frenzied shriek when it heard the noise and attacked Christian. He swam between its attack and conjured ice shields to block attacks he couldn't dodge. While the Kraken was distracted, Neo dived downwards at full speed. He coated his blade in the aura of death and darkness. Just as Neo was about to slash, the tentacles attacking Christian split up. Half of them shot towards Neo while other half kept Christian busy. Fuck! We split up since it would have been easier to attack it. But it used our plan against us. Neo spun on his position and swung his blade while using a weak aura slash. The tentacles suddenly became slower. They were alive and kicking. Neo used the chance to enter Christian's range. Several tentacles attacked him from multiple angles. He would have been crushed alive if not for Christian's ice shield appearing around him in the nick of the time. The ice shields froze the tentacles. Neo struck the frozen tentacles and they shattered only for the Kraken to regenerate them a second later. Christian struck his shield again and used another taunt. The Kraken was not fooled this time. We can't attack its main body since it's too far. These tentacles aren't letting us close the distance. Neo had to come up with a plan quickly. Cisco River Bank. Zoe stood at the edge of the river. The surface of the water rippled continuously and powerful shockwaves continued to hit the river bank. They started fighting. She, while hidden, could see dozens of fishermen around the river. All of them were waiting for the result of the battle. I'm telling you they will die. We should have just accepted the sea god's wrath and given more sacrifices to appease them. We are doomed. Those kids angered the sea god. The fishermen wailed. Hearing them made Zoe sick. I can't believe they are so stupid. Despite her thoughts, she let out a smile. Still, it's true that Lunatic and his team will fail. She took out a red pill from the bottle and flicked it to the center of the river. The pill dissolved quickly. With this, they will fail their mission even if they manage to survive. I wonder if the other guys dealt with Mars and his lackey. She moved away from the river and returned to her base. Under Cisco River, Christian and Neo continued to dodge the attack while trying to get closer to the Kraken. Suddenly, both of them sensed a change in the water. It was a small change and something eerie. The Kraken's eyes turned red. It let out a roar. Christian and Neo stiffened. They were unable to move. The roar immobilized them. Neo noticed the Kraken, crazed, coming out of the trench. The monster filled the water with black ink. While their visibility was reduced to null, a massive tentacle stuck Christian. He was thrown backwards like a baseball hit with a bat. Neo barely had time to react himself. He used the aura of darkness to lessen the impact. The tentacle hit him. The ice shield was torn apart like paper. The flames of darkness reduced the force of the attack slightly, and the ocean's embrace saved Neo from being flattened like a pancake. Still, he was hurled into the riverbed at breakneck speed. Fuck! Neo's body screamed when he tried to move. He looked above. The river was filled with ink and the visibility was zero. But Neo could tell. That fucker is trying to go out of the water. He didn't know why, but the Kraken had clearly gone berserk. This is bad. If the Kraken went out of the water and destroyed a settlement, Neo's team would not only lose the mission, they will have to pay penalty too. Neo swam upwards like a bullet. Another tentacle came out of the inky water and flew towards him. He cancelled the ocean's embrace and focused on aura of darkness only. The black flames reduced the impact enough for Neo to grab the tentacle. He used the tentacle's momentum to reach the riverbed, and he sunk his feet into the floor. Neo tightened his muscles and pulled the tentacle. Come down! Veins burst on his limbs. He tried to wrestle the ginormous Kraken inside the water. Just when another tentacle was about to hit him, Christian returned. He rammed into the Kraken. The monster lost its balance. It was just for a moment, but it was enough. Neo turned around and pulled the Kraken over his head and smashed it into the riverbed. Shockwaves rippled non-stop. It was as if a thunderstorm arrived. Neo clenched his teeth and swam towards the Kraken. The monster was blasted into the floor. Its mouth, which was usually hidden beneath its body, was in the open. Neo dived inside. Hundreds of teeth greeted him when he stepped into the Kraken's mouth. They came down at him like a grinder. Neo unleashed his aura of darkness and used the ocean's embrace. He triggered the necrotic touch to wreak havoc from inside. Christian, outside, used his weapons to use ram attacks and lance thrusts. Both of them continued their assault without giving an inch to the Kraken. The monster stopped moving. Christian waited for Neo to come out. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. Just when Christian thought the worst, Neo tore open the Kraken's stomach and stepped outside. He was covered in green blood. "It smells," Neo mouthed with a displeased expression. A smile bloomed on Christian's face. He came down to Neo and created an air bubble to talk. "We won thanks to you. I didn't do it alone. Still, I will apologize for looking down on you when we started the mission. I would have failed if you weren't there to help me. That's why we are a team. You help me, I'll help you." Neo hit Christian's chest lightly and smiled. "Let me devour the monster before we return." Okay. Jack had told Christian about Neo's tendency to use darkness to absorb the monsters. He was not surprised. Neo was about to use the hand signs when a voice appeared inside his head. "Let me eat it. I'm hungry." He nodded. "How should I do it?" No answer came from Obias. Neo followed his instinct. Chapter 88. Obias uses Devour. He grabbed the hilt upside down with both hands and tapped the tip of the sheath on the ground. Devour! The shadows of Obias suddenly swelled. They spread far and wide and covered the riverbed. The noises returned when the corpse started to sink into the darkness. They were bearable. Muscle flexibility +1. Neo was surprised to see his stats increase even though Obias devoured the corpse. He recalled Henry's words. "Obias is linked with me. It will grow as I grow." Looks like the opposite is also true. Obias let out a satisfied hum and returned to the sleep. The scabbard became slightly loose. "It's about to be completed." Neo turned to Christian. "Let's return." They swam back to the riverbank. Neo was drenched with water, unlike Christian, who was dried as soon as he stepped on the land. Christian noticed Neo's displeased expression. "Please don't get naked now. I'm not an exhibitionist." Neo was exasperated. Maybe he should have stopped Jack from over-exaggerating the story. They met the fishermen after leaving the river. "Please sign the mission completion documents and send them to us." We will. We will." The old fisherman nodded. He gave Neo the Zentia resort ticket. After completing the procedures, Neo and Christian left. "You look worn out." "I'm fine." Christian shook his head. His pale complexion was due to lack of divine energy. Not everyone had a terror-ranked breathing spell to recover their divine energy. "I don't think Christian, Jack, and Mars can fight anymore. I'll have to make sure the next mission we choose isn't a battle mission. You are doing a good job. Just hold on a bit longer. We can rest as soon as we clear the last A-rank mission," Neo said. His words brought a smile to Christian's face. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to the resort. It's quite famous." They were on their way to the mission hall when Jack's message arrived. Neo read it out aloud. "Mars and I've cleared the mission. But there is a problem. Meet us near our dorm." He looked up at Christian. Their expression turned serious. "We should hurry." Indeed, they met with Mars and Jack at the specified location. Mars had a smile on his face and his clothes were damaged. Jack, on the other hand, bit his nails and paced around. He noticed Christian and Neo. "Hey, you are back." "Yeah, we just completed our mission. Congrats. Ours was a success too." "Good job." They sat on a nearby bench. "Why did you call us? What happened on your mission?" "That." Jack turned to Mars and signaled for him to speak. The mission was simple enough. The only hiccup was how the Minotaur suddenly went berserk and attacked us. We were almost forced to kill it, Mars grinned. Neo frowned. The same happened with the Kraken on their mission. It suddenly went berserk. Why do you look happy if you almost failed? Neo questioned. Because someone was responsible for the Minotaur going berserk. They tried to have us fail the mission purposefully. Of course, I completed the mission and dealt with those certain people. Mars cracked his neck. He looked refreshed. It was a nice workout. Crazy bastard. He is happy he got a chance to fight others, Neo thought. Jack spoke up. That's the problem. Those people had their faces hidden. Someone came and rescued them before we could confirm their identities. Neo pursed his lips. They had to be strong to rescue the perpetrators before Mars could stop them. It's someone from Top 10 or from a great god clan, Neo said. Yes, that's what we think too. They finally started openly hindering us. Neo pursed his lips. It's better to ignore them for now. We are almost on the finish line. Let's focus on the completing the A-rank mission. The other three nodded. They were about to move towards the mission hall when Mars took out a pen drive from his pocket. He gave it to Neo. The physical reinforcement spell we got as the reward of the mission is in there. I gave a copy to Jack. You can have the other. What about you and Christian? Neo asked despite knowing the answer. I can't use the spell and I'm sure Christian has something better. Indeed, Christian nodded. Got it. Neo pocketed the pen drive. He would learn the spell later. Lucas' room, Seraphim Hall. Harrison grabbed Zoe's neck and smashed her into the wall. How did you fail again? Condensed aura of lightning flickered around his arm. It burned Zoe's neck. She screamed due to the pain. Answer me. Harrison increased the strength behind his grip. Mars was too strong. I could barely rescue my teammates before he saw their faces. Then what about that mudblood? How did he defeat the Kraken when you were there? He threw her across the room. Not satisfied yet, he was about to kick her again when Lucas stopped him. We don't have time. They will soon go to receive the A-rank mission. Let's go to the mission hall. Lucas gave a glance to the bleeding Zoe before stepping out. Harrison clicked his tongue and followed behind him. Mission hall. Neo completed the verification process. Plus 10 credits. Total credits. 34 credits. He received the notification. After confirming the rewards, he was about to move towards the A-rank mission list when he noticed something. S-rank mission. Details. Redacted. Assigner. Sphinx. Reward. Redacted. Slots. February 3rd. S-rank mission. 2 teams completed the participation requirements. There was only 1 spot left. This is bad, Christian muttered. We might not be able to complete the requirements on time. Does anyone have any idea which teams cleared the participation requirements? Jack questioned. I think it's Zeus clan teams. I would have known if it was someone from Poseidon clan. But aren't you being ostracized? Wouldn't they hide the news from you? This type of information isn't worth hiding. While they conversed, Neo took out his device and contacted Felix. He wanted to know if Arthur's team was one of the 2 teams who cleared the mission requirements. Felix, me. How many missions have you completed? Felix, we are doing our last B-rank mission before we move on to the A-rank mission. Felix, why? Me 2/3 slots are filled. Felix, Neo closed the chats. It's not Arthur's team. Chapter 89. Clash with the Zeus clan faction. Let's just pick the mission. The Zeus clan teams have acquired 2 slots already. The Poseidon clan teams wouldn't be far behind them. They might finish the requirements anytime. We have to move quickly, Jack shouted. Hearing his firm voice, the others smiled wryly. That's right. We have to focus on completing our missions. Neo was about to pick an A-rank mission when suddenly a boy with large build blocked his path. Heh, what's this? Our fake ruler is choosing an A-rank mission. Harrison looked down on Neo. A-rank missions are too dangerous for someone like you, fraud ruler. He smirked. When Neo tried to move around him, he grabbed Neo's wrist. What's the hurry? Scared to face me? We have a mission to do. Harrison put strength into his grip. A slight noise of Neo's wrist snapping echoed. Mars, Christian, and Jack almost attacked Harrison. Neo had to raise his hand to stop them. Ha 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 ha. Look at this pussy. He isn't even trying to fight back. Guess you know your place. Harrison's grin grew wider. We'll be penalized if we fight inside the mission hall. You should stop, Neo spoke calmly. The injury on his wrist was barely worth mentioning. His battles in the underworld skewed his perception of grievous wounds. It was why he didn't react against Harrison's taunt. For him, it was nothing more than a bump on shoulder. Neo didn't want to waste his breath on such a small matter when his time was limited. Fight? You'll fight me? Fuck. Does this idiot thinks he is on par with us just because he managed to get the first rank? Harrison's face scrunched up. Bastard, your stats aren't comparable to even top 50 students. Let alone me. We are leagues apart. It won't be a battle if we fought. Just one-sided stomping. A sigh escaped Neo's lips. He released his aura. I told you. The heavy pressure pressed down everyone present inside the mission hall like a boulder. Harrison, closest to Neo, found it hard to breathe. I'm busy, so move. Harrison's knees buckled. He released his own aura to counterattack Neo's pressure, but it barely helped. The presence of Neo felt like cold fingers wrapped around his neck. Harrison let go of Neo's wrist and unconsciously took a step back. This is how you should have acted from the beginning. Neo clicked his tongue because of the wasted time. He moved towards the A-rank mission list. What should I choose? Everyone is exhausted. I can't pick a battle mission. It should be something that requires less effort and can be completed quickly. While Neo was carefully choosing a mission, Harrison felt his blood boil. He could think again after he got used to presence of Neo's aura. Even if Neo's presence was strong, it was just his presence. He was weak in every other field. Harrison could defeat him easily. He, humiliated, was about to attack when suddenly Mars and Christian blocked his path. They stood between Neo, who was focusing on the mission list, and Harrison. Jack, positioned behind Harrison, prepared his spells in case Harrison attacked Neo. Just as Neo chose the mission, the other members of Zeus clan who were nearby arrived. They pointed their weapons at Neo's team. The tension ramped quickly. A fight was almost imminent when Felix stepped into the mission hall with Percival. What are you all doing? The student council president's presence hit the area like a hammer. His terrifying aura forced others to listen to him. You all are fighting when time is running out? I know the S-rank mission's details have not been released. But use your head. If the Sphinx has assigned a mission, it must be something of the utmost importance. Instead of completing the participation requirements, why are you lot fighting amongst yourself? Is this how the students of Demigod Academy should act? His voice boomed. Half of the students lost consciousness while other half bled from their mouths and ears. Everyone was brought to their knees. Percival glared at Neo and Harrison's team. You two teams meet me outside. Now! He turned around and went out of the mission hall. Felix ran up to Neo. Sorry about that. I thought the God clans might stir up some trouble. So I brought the student council president. I didn't know you would be implicated too. Don't worry about it, Neo said before he turned to his teammates. All of you go first. I'll get the mission before I follow you. They nodded. While they went outside, Felix spoke. I'll come with you. Our team need to complete the verification for our B-rank missions and pick an A-rank mission. They ignored Harrison and the Zeus clan members glaring at them and went to the attendant. I want to pick this mission, Neo said. A rank mission. Detail. A young phoenix is about to undergo rebirth. It needs condensed and pure fire element aura to aid its rebirth. Assigner Mystica Fauna Preserve. Reward. 6 credits. Beast Communication Spell. Whisper rank. A rank mission. Understood. The attendant completed the procedures. You have received the mission. Please visit the Mystica Fauna Preserve to complete the task. Neo nodded. He turned to Felix. See you later. Good luck. Both of them were busy. With only one slot remaining, it was clear only one among them could be chosen for the S-rank mission. If Arthur's team fails, it will derail the plot of the novel completely. There would be negative consequences. Arthur had to meet the Sphinx and ask an important question. The answer he would receive would become the foundation of Arthur's ambition. But I can't give up. This is the only way I can complete my trial. If push came to shove, Neo would answer Arthur's question. He was deep in his thoughts as he left the mission hall. Their Percival was waiting for him. Chapter 90, Young Phoenix. Neo was about to meet up with Percival and others when he noticed Lucas speaking to Percival. A thought occurred to him. He took out his device and messaged Felix. After receiving the reply, he joined the group. We apologize for the commotion inside the hall. It was entirely our fault, Lucas said. It's good you know that, Percival frowned. He turned to Neo. Why are you late? I remember telling you to come out quickly. His displeased expression made it clear he wasn't playing games. It was completely different from the friendly demeanor he showed in the library. I apologize for being late, said Neo. Good. At least you know you shouldn't make excuses. Percival looked down at the two groups. All of you will be fined 10 credits per person. But I don't remember giving you the permission to talk. Jack Hammer rank 1721. If there are any problems, relay them to your team leader and ask him to deliver those issues to me. I'm sorry. Jack lowered his gaze under Percival's glare. Percival glanced at them. Does anyone have an issue with the fine? Christian stopped Mars before he could speak up. Percival noticed their actions. Neo Hargraves, extra 5 credits fine to your team. Yes, sir. Percival left after collecting the fine and giving them one final warning against creating a public commotion. I'm sorry. Mars and Jack held downcast expression. Just be careful from next time. Neo patted their shoulders. Anyway, let's go to the mission venue. Harrison glared at Neo's team while Lucas spoke to his own group. Neo ignored them. On the way, he noticed Mars, Christian, and Jack were drained physically and mentally. The strain on their divine energy reserves was bad enough, and they lost their morale after losing the credits. He opened his mouth. Don't think too much about the credits. We can recoup our losses later easily. I know. It's just that I don't like how we got the short end of the stick when it was Harrison who started everything, Jack said. Well, let's just wait and see. There is a reason why people call karma a bitch. Oh. Jack didn't understand the meaning behind Neo's words. I'm not letting them go after this, Neo thought. He was gonna fuck them up nicely. The Mystica Fauna Preserve was a wildlife sanctuary. It was created by Derek Palmer to study the evolution of mystical beasts, aka monsters. Due to the aim of the research, the sanctuary housed unique beasts rarely found in the outside world. The beasts living in the sanctuary required extensive care. Oftentimes Derek would need the Academy's assistance to take care of them. It was the same for the young Phoenix. Derek welcomed Neo and his group when they revealed their reason for coming to the sanctuary. Please follow me inside, Derek said. They walked down the path made of vines. The forest was filled with an aromatic scent and the noises of beasts echoed at regular intervals. While they walked, Derek continued to peek at Mars. What is it? Mars grunted. Oh, it nothing. I was just surprised to meet Mars Everhart in the flesh. Oh. Derek was caught by surprise when Mars spoke to him. He regained his composure after a few seconds. It's related to my research. Magical beasts can use only a few spells and they can't learn more of them. Despite this, they are stronger than demigods. It's because of their high mastery of spells and their refined control of divine energy. You are similar to monsters in that regards than to demigods. I would appreciate it if you can take us to the Phoenix quickly. We are in a hurry. Neo's interruption made Derek realize he had been rude to Mars. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what I was saying. I don't mind it, to be honest, Mars spoke. The Forsaken Genius. While his current strength was on par with Morrigan, he had reached his limit. He could not grow stronger. It was why the Ares clan had him choose the 100th rank. Everyone in the academy would soon surpass him. Are you okay? Neo asked. Yeah, Mars grinned. He hid his emotions behind his smile and focused on the mission. The group reached the end of the vine road. The appearance of the forest changed. From lush trees to burnt barks and charred ground. From fragrant air to ashen scent. This is a biome created for the phoenix. Derek led the way. He told them about the biome and stopped when they reached a giant burning nest that lay on the ground. The phoenix is inside there. We can provide you fireproof clothes. However, they will impede the transfer of flame element divine energy. I would suggest going in there as if you have adept master of flame element. Please give us one suit, Neo said. Derek nodded and took it out of the bag he carried. Seeing the same suit as he used during the Salamander B mission brought unpleasant memories. He suppressed them and opened his mouth. Thank you. We'll take it from here. I'll leave if that is the case. There are more beasts that require my attention. After Derek left, Neo wore the fireproof suit. I'll go with Mars while he feeds the phoenix. Christian and Jack will secure the perimeter. Do we need to secure the perimeter? I doubt the Harrison and his team will do anything after the student council president scolded them. You can never be too careful. Besides, Percival was angry because we created a public commotion. He was never angry about the fight, Neo thought. Mars, you can enter the flames without the suit, right? Yup, I'm at Adept Mastery. These flames are no problem. Neo stepped into the nest with Mars. The heat made him frown. They encountered the phoenix. It looked like a chick with flames instead of features. That's the phoenix? It's smaller than I imagined, Mars said. This one hasn't gone through a single rebirth. It will grow stronger and larger every time it dies and revives. Phoenixes were unique among the magical beasts. They were hybrid of living souls and spirits. Spirits disintegrated into divine energy upon death and souls went to Underworld. When a phoenix died, it would crumble into divine energy and reform into a stronger soul instead of dying forever or going into Underworld. One could say a phoenix cheated death. It was why the situation in front of Neo was weird. He was a wielder of death. He could kill an unkillable being like Phoenix. The Phoenix should have been afraid of him. However, it stared at him in fascination. As I thought this Phoenix... Chapter 91, Phoenix's Death. This Phoenix has been corrupted. The research was a fake front. Derek was building an army of powerful beasts to attack the academy. He was doing it slowly to make sure the principal did not catch him. The Phoenix would become one of the most dangerous monsters in the future. Suddenly, Obias trembled. Can I eat it? It looks tasty. Neo was about to refuse when Obias added, eating it will complete me. Phoenix, even if corrupted, was delectable for darkness wielders. Neo smiled bitterly. Sorry, but I have to focus on mission for now. For now, that is. He walked up to Mars, who crouched next to the Phoenix. Can you do the mission? I know you are tired, but we don't have much time. Do I just need to circulate my flame element divine energy into the Phoenix? Yes. High purity divine energy will give it the energy it needs for the rebirth. Then it's no problem. Neo gave the same excuse as Derek. In truth, the Phoenix, had it not been corrupted, should have been able to go through the rebirth by itself. Mars sat in the lotus position. He placed Phoenix on his palms. Wisps of flames materialized around him. He closed his eyes and circulated the divine energy. It shouldn't take more than an hour, Neo thought. He was pushing Mars to his limit. However, there was an important reason he chose this mission. After confirming everything was going smoothly, Neo left the Phoenix's next. He met with Christian and Jack. How is it going? Jack questioned. Good. While he was speaking, his device rang. Felix, transfer me 60 credits. Me, why? Felix. I need it for the task you told me to complete. Me, wait a minute. Felix. It was the thing he asked from Felix before he met with Percival. Neo called out to Christian and Jack. I need you guys to send your credits to Felix. How much? All 20. Jack pursed his lips. Are you sure, Neo? They might have some use for their credits in their mission. If we help them, they could complete their mission before us and get the slot. Neo frowned. Jack's words were not wrong. He could not trust Felix to follow his words. But, yeah, it's for something important. Christian and Jack nodded. They agreed to transfer their credits to Felix. Felix, Me, I'll send them now. Me, but how will you get them? There is a limit to the number of credits you can take from others. Felix. I spent 200 credits, increasing the limit to 1,000. Me. Where did you get the credits from? Felix. I told you. I'm famous outside of God clans. Felix. I asked for 2 or 3 credits from quite a few people and voila. Me. Why would they help after teaming up against us? Felix. Not everyone did that because they wanted to. They couldn't deny the God clans. Felix. Anyway, got to go. Felix. Neo closed the chats. He spoke to Christian and Jack for a few minutes before he returned to Mars. West Section, Mystica Fauna Preserve Sanctuary. Did you send the others to that blonde and his team? Lucas questioned. Yes, I've sent Kendrick and Gwen, Harrison said. That bitch Zoe really wasted a lot of chances. Lucas clicked his tongue. The two stood at the top of a small hill. They could see the majority of the sanctuary from their location. Are we really going to do this? Harrison asked. This would be too easy. Track back to us. It doesn't matter. The principal will never interfere, and without her testimony, they won't have any guaranteed proof. Lucas grabbed the bow and knocked 3 arrows at once. He pulled the string. Divine energy rushed into his core. It transformed into space-infused divine energy before Lucas casted a spell. Miniature portals appeared on the tip of the arrows. It's time we show them their place. Lucas fired. Phoenix Biome, Mystica Fauna Preserve Sanctuary. Neo waited for Mars. In the meantime, he observed the phoenix. The presence of death around it was unique. Is it like this because the phoenix can revive itself? Neo felt as if he was close to enlightenment. Only a small barrier lay between him and adept mastery. Just then, the presence of death flared. A wrist-sized hole appeared before Neo's face. He saw 2 similar holes materialize around Mars at the same time. There was only a split second for him to tilt his head and dodge the arrow that flew out of the portal. It slit his cheek. Mars, are you okay? Neo quickly stood up. He scanned the area. There were no further attacks. But, Neo? Mars held the corpse of the phoenix in his hand. An arrow was shot through its heart. The phoenix was dead. They failed the mission. Neo's face hardened. What about you? Are you injured? He asked. No, I was able to dodge the attack, but the attacks aimed at us were a distraction. Their real goal was the phoenix. Mars, exhausted due to the missions he did during the past day, was not able to react on time. He couldn't protect the phoenix. Slowly, Mars' face morphed into a frown. Who did this? Giant threatening flames covered his body. They twisted, transforming into eastern dragons, and roared. Neo looked at the hill in the distance. Who did this? Neo knew the answer. However, he couldn't do anything. Things like this happened in every competition. I bet they think like this. Phoenix, already corrupted, was going to become a huge threat in the future. Couldn't be saved. Neo always planned to kill it. And he used Zeus clan as the scapegoat. Return to the mission hall with Christian and Jack, and take another A-rank mission. It might not be too late if we hurry. I'll deal with the matters here and inform the sanctuary owner about the mission failure, Neo said. Mars barely suppressed his anger and nodded. After he left, Neo stared at the corpse of Phoenix. Who was he to refuse a free gift? He called out to Obias. Devour the corpse. The darkness slithered. It pulled the phoenix into its embrace. Voices returned. Neo could sense the presence of Obias swelling. Strength +1. Divine energy +2. Obias pulsed. It grew stronger and stronger. Neo suppressed it. Sleep. There is no need to hurry up your awakening. That will only harm you. Thank you. Give me a few hours. I'll meet you soon. Neo smiled. He could sense its emotions. It was feeling guilty because it couldn't sense the attack on time. Shaking his head, Neo left the nest. I failed the mission as I planned. Now it's Felix's turn. Chapter 92, 3/3 slots. Neo left the Phoenix biome. He stepped towards the center of the sanctuary. After crossing a few different biomes, he came across a brown building. He entered Derek's office. Has the Phoenix finished its rebirth? No, we failed. It's dead. Is this a prank? Derek waited for Neo to say something. When Neo didn't reply, his face morphed into an ugly grimace. Do you realize what you've done? It was a Phoenix. A Phoenix. If you are incapable of completing the mission, how dare you take it? Neo let Derek vent his anger. A Phoenix is more expensive than your entire life. I'll make sure your team is penalized for this. Not just penalized. I'll make your life a living hell. You damned brats. I'll be taking my leave. Please visit the mission hall if you have any complaints, Neo said. Derek fumed. Neo was on the doorstep when he stopped and turned around to face Derek. Also, the Phoenix was weird. It wasn't afraid of me even though I have death affinity. I suspect it had a tainted bloodline and it is the reason its rebirth failed. His words made Derek shut his mouth with a snap. After all, Derek knew exactly what was wrong with the Phoenix. Did he notice? Derek's palms were covered in sweat. He did not reply to Neo. Again, I apologize for the mission's result, Neo said. He left the sanctuary. On his way, his device rang. A rank mission failed. -60 credits. Total credits. -60 credits. That's some balance. He chuckled wryly. Jack ran up to him when he reached the mission hall. Neo, did you take another mission? About that. The slots are full. Who was it? Jack's expression fell further when he noticed Neo's frown. It hit him again that they failed the participation requirements. Arthur's team, Lumen. They were a few minutes faster than the Poseidon clan's team. Neo patted Jack's back. It's fine. We'll get a slot. Oh. Neo didn't explain further. Few hours ago, Neo left the mission hall after taking the Phoenix mission. He was about to meet up with Percival and others when he noticed Lucas speaking to Percival. Lucas, this guy will definitely interfere again in our mission. I can stop him, but it's bothersome. A thought occurred to him. It's better to let him attack us and use him. He took out his device and messaged Felix. Felix, my team will give up the third slot. It should increase your chances of securing the slot since my team has the highest chance of getting the slot. Felix, what do you want in return? It's a good thing you are quick on uptake. I want you to. Present. Felix met up with Percival. He was nervous. Why did you call me? Percival questioned. I wanted to report about the interference of God clans in our team's mission. They have been repeatedly trying to sabotage us. A sigh left Percival's lips. You think this is the first time something like this happened? If you think like that, you are wrong. Get used to it. It will keep happening in the future too. And if you don't like how things are done here, deal with them yourself. The professors won't help us? Felix questioned. They won't unless something crosses the line. Everything Percival said was same as what Neo told him. The Academy already knew what was happening in the competition. They were ignoring it purposefully. Sigh. Can I meet the principal? Felix asked. Are you thinking of complaining to the principal? Don't do that. You will need to pay with credits for an official hearing and pay extra on top of that if you want the principal to act as a witness. 6,000 credits in total. 2 people can attempt the Junior Templar exam with those credits. It's useless to go to the principal even if you that much amount. It was a checkmate for Felix. There was no way he could get the Zeus clan and others punished. Or so Percival thought. I still want to visit the principal. Do I need to pay credits for it? Felix questioned in a mocking tone. It's not needed. The top 10 students can meet the principal whenever they wish. Percival whistled. Pegasus flew down. It lowered its head and let Percival caress it. He turned to Felix. Sit behind me and hold tight. They climbed the Pegasus. The winged horse neighed and took off to the sky. It flew higher and higher. Felix saw the campus from above. No matter how high they flew, everything within his gaze was inside the Academy's boundary. It's quite big, he said. Yeah. The horse reached a giant cloud. It flew above it. There a majestic mansion lay. Percival flew down and landed on the clouds. Enter the mansion and go straight to the office on the 3rd floor. You'll find the principal there. He left after giving the instructions. Felix walked on the clouds. The door of the mansion opened when he stepped near them. He entered the place. It had a grand foyer, marble floors, 3 chandeliers, velvet drapes, ornate furniture, sweeping staircase, and sunlit rooms with tall windows. The mansion seemed devoid of any living presence. Felix recalled Percival's words. He climbed the staircase for the 3rd floor. The office was the 2nd room to the left of the stairs. Felix was about to knock when he stopped. He gulped. I agreed to Neo's plan since it seemed to be the only way my team could qualify for the slot. But I'm pretty sure the principal would kill me if the plan fails. His heart hammered against his chest. Should I just dip? Arthur and his team already got a slot. Neo couldn't do anything if Felix went back on his words. It was an easy choice. Should have been easy. Felix bit his lips. Damn it. He knocked. Come in. The voice answered from the inside. Felix gulped and opened the door. Chapter 93. Planning 2 steps ahead. He saw the principal busy with documents while Anna, his homeroom teacher, sat across the table and helped the principal. Sit, Charlotte said. Felix nodded. He sat next to Anna and in front of the principal. Charlotte removed her glasses. She rubbed her tired eyes before focusing on Felix. You have 5 minutes to speak. If I feel like you've come to waste my time, you will be fined with 1,000 credits. She picked the hourglass from the table and turned it upside down. The grains of sand fell through the narrow opening. You can start. I'm here to complain about the recent competition among the teams for the slot of the S-rank mission posted by the Sphinx. You want an official hearing? Charlotte drummed her fingers on the armrest. It costs 1,000 credits. Add another 5,000 credits if you want me as the witness. The principal, Charlotte, could observe the campus at all times. She saw everything that happened inside the academy's boundary. Thus, her words were absolute. If she said she saw someone do a crime, the person would be found guilty no matter what evidence they brought. There is no need for the principal's testimony. I only need to start the official hearing. Very well. Charlotte nodded. She took out a new page and placed her pen on top of it after Felix paid the required credits. What is your complaint? I want to file an official complaint against the principal of the Demigod Academy, Charlotte Fontaine, for allowing students to use unsavory means to win the competition. She's turning a blind eye to cheating, bribery, and sabotage, and it's tarnishing the reputation of the academy. This isn't about honing our skills anymore. It's about who can manipulate the system the best. Charlotte froze. She raised her head and stared at Felix in the eye. You are filing a complaint against me? Yes. Felix tried his best to maintain his composure. A groan left his lips when the principal's pressure hit him. Brat, have you gone mad? Felix's limbs trembled. Damn it. Neo, I'll haunt you if I die here because of you. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Charlotte snorted. What are you trying to achieve with this? The complaint alone can't do anything without evidence and testimony of witness. Do you have anything to prove your words? Charlotte looked down on Felix. She was furious at his actions. In normal hearings, Charlotte decided who was guilty and who was not. She didn't need any evidences or witness. However, when she was the accused, there would be a public hearing and the judgment would need witness or evidences. The testimony? Felix turned to Anna at his side. The homeroom teacher was staring at him. Does it work if our homeroom teacher acts as a witness for our side? Charlotte closed her mouth. There should have been no one inside the academy who would act as a witness against her. Felix's complaint was useless. But what about Elizabeth, who was disguised as Anna? Would she help Charlotte or Neo, who was about to lose the slot due to interference of Zeus clan? These brats. They planned everything. Charlotte tightened her fists under the table. She had seen Neo devour the corpse of Phoenix. Coupled with what was happening before her, it was clear Neo always planned to fail the mission and get a slot by forcing Charlotte to make a move. He was trying to get the best out of everything. Charlotte's anger simmered. It didn't feel good to be outsmarted by kids who were 1/10 her age. Go out for a few minutes, Charlotte said. What? I can't leave the principal alone with Miss Anna. There is no guarantee if... Brat! Out, I said. Felix felt the hair on his limbs burn. The principal was angry. He nodded and left the room. What are you going to do? Will you act as a witness against me? Your master who gave you a place to stay when you have nowhere to go? Or will you take my side? Her words made Elizabeth wrinkle her brows. Neo, tisk, shouldn't have expected anything from someone who returned to her master only when she needed a favor. Elizabeth looked away. The more Charlotte thought it, the more she didn't like Neo. It was one thing to try and one-up her. She would have liked Neo's plan under normal circumstances. But to have her disciple choose him over her was crossing the line. Charlotte called Felix back into the room. Despite being nervous, he maintained a calm expression. Withdraw your complaint. I will deal with the god clans who sabotaged other teams if you do that. Or you can proceed your complaint. Your homeroom teacher here will help you win the hearing against me. However, don't think you'll be safe after dragging my name through the mud. Felix gulped. He was relieved. Everything went as Neo told him it would. I'll withdraw my complaint. He let out a bitter smile. After all, I'd rather not have the principal hold a grudge against me. Charlotte snorted. She returned his credits and pressed the bell. 2 dolls in maid costumes entered the room. You called, my liege? Both of the puppets spoke in unison. Their voice was sweet, yet it made one's heart beat faster in fear and trepidation. Goosebumps ran over Felix's skin. Bring Team Umbra, Astra, and Tempest. As you wish. They formed hand seals. Divine energy in the air churned. Dozens of portals appeared inside the room and students fell from them. What was that? Ah, fuck, my ass. I think it broke. Some of them complained. They fell silent when they noticed their surroundings. Felix locked eyes with Neo. It's done, he mouthed. Good evening, Principal. Lucas stepped forward and greeted. Other students followed behind him. Charlotte nodded. Good evening. I've called you all here because I've noticed some of you using underhanded means to win the slots for the S-rank mission and hinder other teams' progress. Oh? Lucas and Harrison's face hardened. It was the first time the principal was getting involved in a matter like this. They looked at each other and then around the room. Noticing Neo's calm expression, both of them had the same thought. Chapter 94, Old but petty and young but calm. How did he do it? There is no way they could have collected 6,000 credits to start a trial and have the principal act as their witness. Their faces scrunched when they heard her next words. Team Astra and Team Tempest will be disqualified. What? Why? There is no proof we did anything. The members of Team Tempest, Zoe's team, spoke up. No proof. Charlotte's aura hit their shoulders with a crushing force. You dare use those words in front of me? The students fell to their knees. We apologize for our rude words. MHM. Charlotte let them suffer under her aura and turned to Lucas and Zoe. As I've said, both of your teams will be disqualified. Team Umbra, which should have received a slot had you not intervened, and another team will get a slot in your places. Listening to her made Lucas frown. He thought hard. Suddenly, his brows jumped. Principal, it is true we had won the slot, no? Yes. Then can we cancel the disqualification if we pay enough credits? Charlotte looked at Lucas with surprise. She hadn't expected this. This year's brats have a good head on their shoulder. She smiled. Her gaze met Neo's gaze. He didn't want Lucas's disqualification to be revoked. His frown made Charlotte's smile grow wide. 500 credits to cancel disqualification for one team, she said. Thank you, Lucas replied. He looked at his teammates. They understood his intentions and sent him their credits. 190 credits. Lucas' team was short of 310 credits. Zoe, tell your team to transfer us their credits. But, Zoe, give me the credits. Hurry. Lucas smiled. It made Zoe shudder. She lowered her head and nodded. Tears welled up in her eyes as she collected credits from her teammates and sent them to Lucas. 410 credits. 90 credits remaining. Lucas turned to Felix. Felix, As you can see, we are in a pinch here. Can you help us? Lucas was not stupid. He saw Neo came to the principal with them and Felix was there already. Clearly, Felix was the one who had enough credits to demand a trial. Why should I do that? Because we are friends and I don't want to harm my friends. Or my friends' friends. In short, Lucas knew Felix borrowed credits from other students. He would go after those who helped Felix if he did not listen to his demand. Felix bit his lips. He turned to the principal. It doesn't look like she plans to stop Lucas from threatening other students in front of her. Seems like she hates us for forcing her to move. Felix smiled bitterly. In the end, he shook his head. I don't have any credits left. I used them all for the trial. Is that so? That's quite bad. Lucas backed off easily. Principal, can I make some calls? I need to arrange the credits. Go ahead. He took out his device. A few minutes later, he transferred 500 credits to the principal. Team Astra's disqualification has been revoked. With this, Team Astra, Team Lumen, and Team Umbra have received the slots for the S-rank mission. Charlotte smiled. Allowing Lucas' team to keep the slot was her way of getting back at Neo. But, Neo was smiling, as if he predicted this to happen. No, that's impossible. Her smile disappeared. All of you can return. Portals appeared beneath their feet when she finished her words. The students fell into the torn space. Only Neo was left behind. You seem calm for someone who kicked up a storm just now. Storm? I'm sorry, Principal. I don't understand what you mean. She scoffed at his innocent facade. Did you bait Lucas into killing the Phoenix? It was Lucas? Neo's eyes widened. Elizabeth burst into a chuckle at the side. She quickly returned to her cold, expressionless demeanor, but it only served to irritate Charlotte more. This brat. Charlotte barely stopped herself from blasting Neo into the sky. I thought he would boast about his master plan. If that happened, I would have used his words as evidence and held him accountable for Phoenix's death. Even if Neo was smart enough to make such a simple yet crafty plan, he was still a child. He should have been excited and boasted about his plan's success. Instead, he is calm. He knows he will be punished for Phoenix's death. So he is acting like all of it was a coincidence. Charlotte massaged her temple. Neo was a tricky opponent to deal with. His plans were simple, yet they had no weakness to be exploited. She was about to send him back when suddenly an idea came to her. Neo Hargraves, congratulations on receiving a slot for the S-rank mission. I've closely watched your team's performance and I've been impressed with everything I saw. Neo's smile disappeared. He felt it. Something bad was about to happen. However, I've noticed one of your team members did not participate in any team activities. Teams are made up of 5 members for a reason. If Leonora von Villiers continues to skip the missions, I would have no choice but to revoke your slot. Fucking. Did you just curse at me? No, I said, fair point. Neo's frustrated expression brought a smile to Charlotte's face. You can go back now. Again, make sure Leonora von Villiers participates in the S-rank mission, or your entire team won't allowed either. Understood. A portal appeared beneath Neo and he was teleported to the mission hall. His teammates were waiting for him. Why were you late? Jack questioned. The principal wanted to talk to me. It was nothing important. Anyway, let's go eat. I'm hungry. They could tell Neo's mood was off. However, they couldn't question the reason behind his mood when he clearly refused to talk about it. How am I going to get that lazy bum to move? Neo thought. He turned to Christian. Christian, let's just say we need to get Leonora's participation in order to be allowed to do a mission. How can we make her join us? By giving up on the mission. There is no way Miss is going to do anything that needs her to leave the room. Christian's swift answer made Neo close his eyes. That damned and his future didn't look bright to him. Sighing, he entered the cafeteria and saw, What are they doing? Neo couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 95. Their dreams. Neo couldn't believe his eyes. Tell me I'm hallucinating. Yes, I think it's mass hallucination. The cafeteria was filled with energy, laughter, and music. Students danced, shouted, and clinked their glasses. Felix noticed Neo and his team at the cafeteria's door. "Neo, come inside. Eat with us. What's happening here? Our team threw a party to celebrate us receiving team slots. Where did you get the credits to pay for everything?" "We used the credits we borrowed from them." Neo looked at him as if he was an idiot. Felix scratched his cheek. "The transfer limit. There is a limit to how many credits you can get from others. The students wouldn't have been able to receive their credits back right now. So we decided to throw a party." He came closer to Neo and whispered, "This was the perfect way to establish a good relation with everyone." "I guess that's true, isn't it? Will you throw a party too?" Neo was exasperated. He wants to split the bill? This guy. Our negative credits were just cleared, and we have only 6 credits. He let out a smile. "No thank you. Tisk." Felix clicked his tongue silently but made sure it was audible. He left when a few students called out to him. "Let's take something to eat." "You mean order, right?" "I meant what I said. They are throwing a part, so we might as well partake." Jack looked at Neo. The more time they spent together, the more he realized Neo, contrary to cold and emotionless face, was shameless in both words and actions. Their group sat in a corner. They chatted while eating. A group approached their table. "Team Umbra, correct? I've heard you guys managed to receive a slot. A weak team like yours must have made some underhanded deals. I don't think your team can complete an S-rank mission with your current strength. Let us join your... You have 10 seconds to fuck off." Neo cut off the leader of the group. "What? Why you cursed at me? Do you even know who I am?" 10. You better think carefully. 5. What? You just skipped the counts. 3. Neo was about to continue when the group took a step back. The boy, their leader, clenched his jaw and glared at Neo. "I won't forget this humiliation. Remember this. I, Seabass Morris, will have my revenge for this insolent act." They flinched when Neo opened his mouth and left before he could speak. "Pfft. I never thought I would see someone act like that in real life." Jack let out the laughter he had been holding back. Christian shook his head and Mars scoffed. It was already common knowledge Neo's team received a spot. They expected someone to join their team for the S-rank mission. "Now that we have a slot, what are you guys planning to ask from the Sphinx?" Jack brought up the topic while they ate. The 4 stared at each other. Christian cleared his throat and put his spoon down. "I'll go first. I want to know about the fastest way for me to become a senior exorcist." "Wow, you don't want to know how to become a senior exorcist, but how to become one as fast as possible." "That's some confidence," Jack spoke. His awe-filled gaze embarrassed Christian. "My turn." Jack stood up. He exaggeratedly spread his arms and made big motions. "I want to write an autobiography. The title would be, I became the strongest necromancer after receiving an oracle from the Sphinx." They laughed. "What's the real question you would ask?" "I doubt you would actually do that," Christian spoke. "Well," Jack let out a wry smile. "It's a bit heavy topic I'd rather not about, or it will dampen the mood. To be honest, I'm worried you all will become jealous of my soon-to-arrive success." As if Christian felt stupid to have expected a serious answer from Jack. Just a few days ago, Jack was trembling when he met their eyes. Going through life and death struggles closed the distances between them easily. Now Mars' turn. "I want to ask for a way to surpass the Supreme." Suddenly, the group fell silent. Supreme was the highest mastery of a magic spell. Barely anyone reached Supreme Mastery in their life. Mars was an anomaly to have achieved Supreme Mastery within a few weeks, even if it was for the lowest Whisper-ranked spell, since it took years of practice for that. "Mars?" Christian couldn't complete his words. "Don't worry about it. Everyone knows my condition." Mars smiled and continued. "My heart is weak and it can't pump enough divine energy-rich blood throughout my body. It's why I can use only the weakest spell of my element. I'm called one of the strongest in our year because I managed to train the Fire Punch spell to Supreme Mastery." But his comprehension was unparalleled. However, he wasn't blessed with a good physique. No, he was cursed with a broken body. A body that won't grow any stronger. With that, I've reached my limit. I can't grow anymore. It wouldn't take long for everyone to surpass me. Mars clenched his fists. He grinned. That's why I must surpass the Supreme. I'm not giving up my title of a genius. He pointed at Neo. I'll use you as the grindstone for my success. You better not slack off in your training, my rival. Neo wasn't strong. He was weak. If Mars had to be honest, Neo was the weakest in their group. But Neo had something they didn't, a power they could never hope to achieve. His unrivaled drive to improve himself. Mars respected Neo for it. Unknown to Mars, Neo's drive was something he learned from Mars. Neo wanted to be like Mars. Someone who wouldn't give up even if he had to burn his life for just an ounce of strength. Someone who wouldn't bend his morals and take the hardest path without cowering. Burn his life, huh? Neo smiled bitterly when he recalled Mars' future. I bet you can do it. Jack bumped his fist into Mars' shoulder. He turned to Neo. What will you ask from the Sphinx? Chapter 96. Subtle Manipulation. I want to know about emotions. Oh, I'm a darkness user. Someone I know told me I can maintain my sanity if I can understand emotions. Only after he spoke did he realize his words brought the mood down. As a darkness user, Neo was bound to lose himself to the darkness. Today, tomorrow, he did not know when it would happen. It was not a question of if, but of when. Sounds like a plan, Jack grinned. He spoke to clear the heavy mood. After the dinner, they returned to the Seraphim Hall and split up. The briefing for the S-rank mission is day after tomorrow. Make sure to be on time, Neo reminded them. Neo was about to return to his room when he saw Mars sneaking out of the dorm. Where is he going late at night? It's almost the next day. He followed him. Mars stopped at the end of a small cliff. He stood against the railings and stared at the cliff. You can come out now. I know you are there, Neo. When did you know I was following you? Since the beginning. Mars' answer made Neo smile bitterly. Neo stood next to him. Both of them stared at the moon. It would soon disappear behind the horizon and the sun would rise. Why did you leave silently like that? You could have told us. Christian and Jack would have liked this place too. I wanted to be alone. But, Mars chuckled. A certain someone doesn't understand the logic of privacy. Sorry? Silence fell between them. The cold air brushed past against Neo's skin. He exhaled and rubbed his palms to keep them warm. Suddenly, Mars opened his mouth. You have the bloodline of Hades. Does it mean you can see more than others? Like what? Approaching death. Can you see that? Neo's silence answered more than it should have. Sigh, you must have seen mine too. I guess it was never a secret from you. I don't have much time left. My heart is beating on borrowed time. Neo tightened his grip around the railing. He knew. He knew it since long ago. Mars smiled when he noticed Neo's expression. There is no need to look like that. I've come to terms with my death. My only goal is to surpass Supreme before I die. Sigh, this heavy atmosphere really isn't my type. I want to train and forget about everything. Though I guess I need to ask that before we return. Oh. Mars shook his head with a smile when he saw Neo's confused expression. I made sure you saw me when I sneaked out. Don't tell me you thought you saw me by chance. So even you can make an expression like that. What do you want to ask? Neo asked. He wanted to change the topic before Mars pointed out more of his faults. How long do I have left to live? Neo pursed his lips. How long? His mastery of death was not enough to answer that question. Still, he knew the answer. 2 years. I see. Mars, I think I should ask Sphinx how to lengthen my life instead of how to surpass the Supreme. Neo closed his mouth when Mars said what he was about to say. Mars continued. I can do that. But what's the point of living like that? I've searched through the libraries and legacies of my family as well as my clan. There was no solution to save my life or to surpass Supreme. Sphinx might have answer to both. But I can choose only one. He reached out to the rising sun. I would burn brightly like a great fire before I die rather than spending my life as a dimly lit candle flame. Neo could not tell Mars to choose the other option, because he was doing the same. Darkness would devour him soon, and he was still going to use it. Don't tell others about it. You are the only one who knows this. Neo nodded. He turned around and stared at the forest behind them. When Neo turned around, Jack flinched. Does he know I'm here? No, that can't be possible. Mars had no way to sense him when he was hiding in the shadow space, and Neo was too weak to be able to find him. Jack followed them when he saw Neo tailing Mars. It was out of pure curiosity. He never thought he would chance upon such a huge secret. Mars is going to die? Jack was too stunned to think of anything else. Despite the short amount of time he spent with Mars and others, he became a friend of theirs. I don't want to see that. It was clear Mars would choose his strength over his life when he met Sphinx. Should I use my answer for him? Jack bit his lips. He was carrying too many responsibilities to throw them away for a friend he knew for less than a week. He could not put Mars above his own needs. But, damn it, Jack wished he wouldn't have followed Mars and Neo. Neo returned with Mars to the Seraphim Hall. Sorry, Jack, but this was the only way. I can't let Mars die and I can't give up my own chance. Neo always knew Mars was baiting him when he sneaked out of Seraphim Hall. Since he could guess the reason, he made sure to have Jack follow them. It was not hard to achieve, and the results were in his favor. I'll solve your problems, Jack. So please help Mars this time. Neo disliked manipulating his friends. I don't want to do this again if possible. However, he knew better than to pin his hopes on the future. After returning to his room, Neo looked at the rising sun through the window. I can't go meet with Leonora this early in the morning. Should I take a short nap to pass time? He was tired. It was best to rest and return to his peak condition since the S-rank mission would start the day after tomorrow. S-rank mission. I should try to recruit Morrigan again. The group's combat strength will fall by half without her. It's too dangerous. Although Leonora would be with them, she was too lazy to fight. Just when he was about to sleep, he felt a presence swelling inside his mind. Obias? Neo sat up with a snap. He grabbed his sword. Faint red arcs slithered around the sheath and tiny condensed flames burned brightly on its edge. Obias? Are you awake? There was no answer. Neo grabbed the hilt. It was complete. At least that was what he felt. Let's try it. He tried to pull the blade out from the scabbard. Chapter 97. Obias unsealed. The sword slid out of the scabbard without any resistance. It had a curved black blade with pitch-black texture that seemed to pull oneself into it. A kodachi. Well, it's a bit long for a kodachi. The sword's shape was exactly how katana swords were depicted in his previous world. I'm sure the original Obias was different. Did the appearance change to fit my preference? Neo swung the blade. It fit perfectly in his hand, the weight was balanced, and he could tell his control over death and darkness increased tremendously. Something is weird. His divine energy control seemed to have improved. But why is Obias absorbing my divine energy? Neo slashed. Something changed when he pulled out Obias. He couldn't put his finger on it. Suddenly, Paimon opened her mouth. How is this possible? Why can your spirit connect you to the underworld? Her words made Neo's brows jump. He realized what was wrong. My stats aren't suppressed anymore. The debuff disappeared. As a kin of death, he was weakened in the world of living. However, that was no longer the case. Neo returned the sword to the sheath. The debuff reappeared and Obias stopped absorbing his divine energy. His limbs felt heavy, as if he was wearing sandbags. How fascinating. I've never seen anything similar. Neither have I. Neo shrugged. He did his best to hide his smile. After curbing his excitement and taking a power nap, he visited Leonora's room. He rang the doorbell twice. There was no reply. Leonora, open the door. He knocked this time and the door opened. It was not locked. Neo called out to her a few more times from the doorstep. There was no reply. Should I just enter? He decided against it when suddenly he heard a scream from the room. His eyes widened and he ran inside. Leonora, what happened? She turned to him and Principal office. Charlotte closed the set of documents. She rubbed her eyes with a sigh. Is there a problem, Master? Elizabeth stared at her with worry hidden deep within her gaze. The owner of Mystica Fauna Preserve filed a complaint against Team Umbra. He wants to be reimbursed for the phoenix's death. Phoenix was one of the rarest mythical beasts. Its value couldn't be counted with money alone. And the money is a problem. That too. But there is something else I can't understand. For someone like his personality, Derek is complaining quite calmly. I expected him to burst through my door yesterday, but he only sent a letter. It was as if he wanted to suppress the matter without creating much commotion. Charlotte closed her eyes. She tried to think of a reason behind Derek's strange actions. Elise, how is that boy? Oh, how does he act? Is he the type to put others at risk for his benefits, or does? Neo is kind, gallant, and heroic. Charlotte closed her mouth when she received a swift answer from Elizabeth. It's my fault for asking the question from you. Sigh. Where did my Elise go? You look just like her but act like a little girl who had her first puppy love. My Elise will never act like that. Elizabeth looked away at the accusation. Charlotte stood up and decided to leave the room. She wanted to get some fresh air. While on the walk, she continued to think about the mysterious circumstances around Neo's A-rank mission. The boy is sly. However, he doesn't look like the type to kill a phoenix just for his personal benefits. Could there be more to Neo's action? Why would he kill an innocent phoenix? He even tried to protect the phoenix. He tried to protect the phoenix. Charlotte repeated the words. How was he able to stay near the phoenix? The bird should have attacked him as soon as he tried to get close to it. The phoenix was not normal. She realized something was wrong. Did Derek know about this? Is this why he was trying to close the case without causing any fuss? An ominous premonition swept through Charlotte's heart. Charlotte's eyes glowed. Her senses expanded crazily. She could see everything inside the academy in great details. Students sneaking out into the bushes, ongoing classes, teachers gossiping in the staff rooms. She zoomed into the Mystica Fauna Preserve. TSK. He ran away. It was now clear to her. Derek was planning something at the wildlife sanctuary. He escaped when he was about to be caught. Tessa, Talia, send an investigation team to the Mystical Fauna Preserve. I want to know everything Derek did there. 2 dolls wearing maid dress appeared behind her. They bowed. Understood, Master. The dolls disappeared, leaving Charlotte alone in the long corridor. She sighed as he looked out of the window. Was this a coincidence too? Or did Neo know something was wrong with Derek and did all of this to expose him? It was impossible. Neo, a first year, came to the academy a few days ago. There was not enough time for him to find dirt on Derek. However, the proof in front of her eyes was saying otherwise. Sigh. I hope all of this was a misunderstanding and Derek did nothing. Charlotte massaged her brows. She was beginning to struggle with understanding the full extent of Neo's plan. Leonora's room, Seraphim Hall. Leonora was about to throw her controller in anger when she saw Neo. Her gaze wandered to his back. She noticed the open door. Why did you enter the room without my permission? Instead of answering her, Neo stared at the TV display and "Game over" written on it. Did she shout because she lost the game? He was at a loss when he noticed the room. Empty snack wrappers and soda cans were littered on the floor. Her clothes were strewn across the bed and chairs. The desk, dominated by a glowing monitor and tangled cables, was surrounded by scattered game cases and half-finished energy drinks. Wow! Rude, she spoke sharply. First you enter a girl's room without permission and now you are checking everything. Don't you have any manners? Neo opened his mouth. You think I wanted to enter this dumpster? Chapter 98. Gaming Addicts. Neo closed his mouth abruptly. I'm here to have her join us on the S-rank mission. It's better to be careful of what I say. He opened his mouth. I rang the doorbell twice. There was no answer and I suddenly heard you scream. That's why I entered the room. As you can see, there is no problem here. So get out. Neo took a deep breath. Don't react to her taunts. That's what she wants. I'm here for a job. Focus on it. Leonora was the only heroine he disliked with passion. It was not easy for him to get along with her due to his personal bias. Look, can we just talk? I have something important I need to discuss. Shut it and leave. I'm busy. Like what? He pointed at her room. I bet you haven't attended classes during the past days and you didn't join us on the missions. What was important enough to keep you busy? I was beating the Enma Shrine 3. Enma Shrine 3? Yup. I beat in it just 2 days. Her smug expression confused him. What's Enma Shrine 3? You don't know about Enma Shrine 3? I guess I shouldn't have expected much from an idiot. She clicked her tongue. It's the game that will receive Game of the Year for this year. It already broke most records. Even though it came out only 2 days ago, it had more sales than entire Sanguine Penguin series combined. Leonora grew excited as she spoke. She stopped, stared at the empty air next to her and coughed. Suddenly, she became calm. You skipped classes just for a... Neo stopped speaking. He couldn't chastise her. After all, he had been in the same situation when Elden Ring and AC Odyssey were released. He was a worse gaming addict than Leonora. Was she such a hardcore gamer? He didn't like it. He didn't like how he shared his favorite hobby with her out of all people. That's what you say because you can't understand the greatness behind Enma Shrine 3. I bet you can't defeat even the first boss. What? Neo failed to realize how smoothly and confidently Leonora was talking when she was within her room. He stopped caring when he challenged his inner gaming addict. You think I can't do what you did? Gaming was the only field where he could call himself the best. His face scrunched up when he recalled he lost the last game he played in his previous life. Fine, I'll show you your place. He went past her and picked the other controller. Hey, what are you doing? Leave that alone. I'm just proving your words otherwise. Neo saved her DLC progress and created a new save file for himself. Leonora was about to stop him until she saw he understood the know-how of gaming. Is he angry because I said he couldn't clear the first boss? Leonora was exasperated. She couldn't follow his train of thoughts. He was fine when the entire academy was calling him fraud, but he can't stand this? Seeing Neo focused on the game, Leonora felt he forgot why he came to meet her for. This game is like Elden Ring. It's almost like it's plagiarized. Neo frowned. What's Elden Ring? A game, Neo said. A good game. Neo did not take long to defeat the first boss. His control surprised Leonora. She sat next to him without realizing it and pursed her lips. That was luck. Besides, I defeated the first boss on my first try too. It's the second one where it gets challenging. Neo scoffed. He continued to play. When he died after meeting the second boss, Leonora chuckled. See, I told you you were lucky. He chose play again and went towards the second boss the second time. Took him 5 tries to win. TSK. I swear it's the controller that I can't. Neo, about to give an excuse, noticed Leonora's stunned expression. How many tries did you take to clear the second boss? Her silence spoke plenty. The corner of Neo's lips rose into a smug grin. Leonora snatched the controller from his hand and created another save file. She started the game from the beginning and defeated the second boss in 3 tries. I took 3 chances, she answered with a smirk. If that's how you are going to do this, then let's try again. Neo took 1 chance to defeat the second boss. Leonora achieved the same after her next try. I defeated the boss faster, Leonora said. You must be blind. Should I give you glasses? His shamelessness made her grit her teeth. There are more bosses. I don't believe you can get lucky enough to defeat them all. Just accept it's a skill issue on your part when a newbie can clear the bosses before you. Both of them were immersed in the game. Their entire focus was on deciding who was a better gamer. Sometimes Neo was faster and sometimes Leonora. It wasn't until they reached halfway into the game and the doorbell rang that Neo recalled his purpose for visiting Leonora. Check the door. Why should I? It's your room. Go yourself. I'm busy with this boss. It will disturb my concentration if I leave now. I wish you were half as good at games as you are with excuses. Neo shook his head and stood up. He opened the door and saw Christian. Christian's brows shot up. What are you doing in Miss' room? I was here to ask her join us for the S-rank mission. Neo answered with a yawn. This early in the morning? And why? Does it look like you've been awake the whole night? What are you talking about? It's afternoon right now. Neo stopped speaking when Christian showed him the time. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. We've been playing games for the whole day? Neo was stunned. He massaged his eyes and spoke to Christian. Why did you come to Leonora's room? I wanted to ask Miss if she would join us on the mission and… Is it really true you were just gaming? Chapter 99. Calamity Rank Window. What else would we do? Neo rolled his eyes. Come in. Christian followed him into the room. Where is Miss? She is playing the game in the hall. There was no one in the wide hall. He saw Leonora through the open door. She was sleeping in her room. Is she faking sleep because Christian came? What is he, her mother? Neo entered her room. He was about to wake her up when Christian stopped him. It's fine. I'm not blaming you or anything. You are adults. It's not my decision to make your life choices for you. I think you are misunderstanding something. She was awake until now. It's okay. I understand. You understand nothing. I haven't even met her for long. Why do you think anything happened between… Neo gave up explaining when he saw Christian's expression. As if Christian was looking at a kid who was caught while stealing a cookie and was now giving excuses. Is this how Amelia felt when I lied about our relationship to brother? Wow, it feels like shit. Christian patted Neo's shoulder. The mission briefing will start in half hour. Please be there on time. As soon as he left the room, Leonora raised her head slightly. He is gone, right? Neo took a deep breath. Don't hit her. Don't hit her. He opened her mouth. Could you have not done that? He has a stupid misunderstanding now. It's fine. Christian has tight lips, and even if he spreads the news, I'm not bothered by it. But it bothers me. If the news of him being in a relationship with Leonora was known, he wouldn't be able to get in an actual relationship. Fuck. Neo didn't want to remain a virgin again in this life. He clicked his tongue. Anyway, I need to leave. You are leaving? Yeah, I have to go for an S-rank mission. He recalled why he came to Leonora's room yesterday. Before he could ask her, she spoke. Will you come again? What? You haven't completed the game yet. She pulled her hoodie down and muttered in a barely audible whisper. Won't you come again to complete it? And I'll come to the mission if you play with me again, she spoke hurriedly. Neo blinked in surprise when he heard her. Leonora stammered. She corrected herself quickly. I mean, I can't have you dying on a mission before you except I'm a better gamer than you. Okay? Neo was stunned. Wasn't that too easy? Give me a few minutes. I'll freshen up before we leave. I have to do that too. Neo sniffed himself. Guess I'll return to my room. That will take too much time. Do you want to get scolded again for being late? Use one of the bathrooms inside my dorm. I don't have clothes. Use mine. She didn't leave room for negotiations. Despite being timid, she turned out to be unusually assertive in weird places. Neo used her place. Since Leonora did not like showing too much skin, she wore baggy and full-sleeved clothes like pants and shirts, unlike most girls. They were good enough for Neo to use. He came out after washing himself. I smell like her. He made an awkward expression and waited for Leonora. Aren't you too used to girls? Paimon suddenly spoke. Oh, that teacher, the lightning girl, and now her. You seem quite experienced despite your age. Must be your imagination. Neo rolled his eyes. One was a tyrant, another was a crazy bitch who stabbed him with a sword, and the last one lived in a dumpster. What was girly about them? Felix had more qualities of a girl than the three of them combined. Don't go too deep in denial or you'll drown. Paimon chuckled. Neo was exasperated at her joke. Leonora returned after a few minutes. She wore the usual hoodie and pants to hide every inch of her skin. Let's go. She walked behind him. The two were going down the corridor when Neo recalled something. He stopped. Wait a minute. Neo approached the door next to the stairs. He rang the bell. The door opened and Morrigan stood on the other side. What? I wanted to ask if you wanted to join. Morrigan slammed the door on his face and returned to her room. Neo was left hanging outside. He turned to Leonora with an awkward gaze. Let's go. Why yeah. Thankfully, she didn't laugh at his failed attempt. They reached the meeting venue. It was an empty lecture hall. Students sat in dispersed groups while Charlotte and Elizabeth stood at the podium. The projector ran behind them. 1 minute before the scheduled time. Should I call you punctual or lazy? Charlotte asked. Punctual, if you please. Charlotte was exasperated at his shameless attitude. Sit. We'll start the mission briefing now. She clicked her tongue. He approached the seats where his team and Arthur's team sat. Leonora walked a few steps behind him with crouched shoulders. Christian noticed Neo wearing Leonora's clothes, but he ignored it. Felix, on the other hand, was staring at his attire with stupefied gaze. That's not his? Felix closed his mouth before anyone heard him. He didn't want any rumors to start. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill on his back. He noticed Elizabeth staring at Neo and Leonora. Neo, he whispered. Get away. Did you say anything? Neo sat next to Felix and Leonora sat on the empty seat beside him. This idiot. Felix covered his face with his palms. The group was about to start chatting when Charlotte hit the podium. Silence. Focus on the mission. 2 dolls appeared in the room. It was as if they were always there. They distributed documents among the student. The image on the projector changed. It showed a torn sky. Dark rain fell from the crack in the sky. Beyond the crack, there were countless ruins and shadowy monsters. Window number 12862. This window connects our world to the world of shadows. It opened above Shiria Hills 5 days ago. Due to its current growth rate, its potential has been marked as calamity rank. A heavy silence descended in the room. Charlotte continued. Yes, calamity rank. 3 calamity rank windows connecting to Shadow World have appeared during the past decade. Today, all 3 countries where those windows materialized have become a graveyard. Neo pursed his lips. So it begins. The mission where everyone but 5 are fated to die. Chapter 100, The Big Four and the Inconsequential Zeroth. So it begins. The mission where everyone but 5 are fated to die. Charlotte continued with the briefing. The information about windows and elemental dimensions should be known to all of you. But I'll explain the basics for those not from God clans. Each elemental, the smallest unit of an element, came from a different dimension. Fire elemental from the world of blazing flames. Death elemental from the world of eternal death. These elementals seeped into the real world through windows. The area around a window, where multiple dimensions coexisted due to the formation of window, was called zone. There was a lot one could excavate from zones. Treasures of elemental planes, rare metals, exotic beasts, elemental seeds, mythical fruits. However, zones were equally dangerous. If the window wasn't destroyed, the elemental dimensions would invade through them and consume the real world. Your mission is to close the window number 12862. Students gulped. Windows were not easy to close. And a window connecting to world of treacherous shadows? Only those with a death wish would go there. I have a question. Arthur raised his hand. Speak. If the window can become a calamity rank window in the future, why are awakened demigods like us were selected for this mission? Isn't it better to send someone stronger? We can do that, and we will do that if you fail the mission. Pardon? Arthur's face hardened. Failing to close the window, especially one of the world of shadows, meant guaranteed death. No, death would be a mercy. The shadows never killed. They granted a fate far worse than that. Don't misunderstand. We aren't forcing you to go on a suicide mission. You have the choice to leave if you want. However, you will be forfeiting the rewards if you do that. The briefing continued. Now, I'll explain about what you have to do in the S-rank mission. While the zone will be handled by the Academy staff, you all will enter the window to close it. Window number 12862 has 3 corners. You will go into the window, place the stabilizers at the corners, and close the window through them. As she spoke, the projector showed different images to give them an idea of what they would face. No one spoke. They stared at the screen with bated breaths. The window connecting to the shadow world will have shadow monsters. It's too long to explain, so I'll warn you about the most dangerous monsters. Your shadow. If you see your shadow, run. World of Treacherous Shadow was a unique world among the elemental dimensions. It mirrored and followed the real world down to the smallest detail, just like how a shadow would. Every person, every beast, every object had a shadow that replicated their actions in the shadow world. Those shadows wanted to become real. If a person was caught by their shadow, shadows would take over their bodies and soul and replace them. Never try to fight your shadow. Charlotte looked them in the eye. It's impossible to defeat your shadow. Just run. That's all from my side. Professor Anna will distribute the equipment to you. The briefing ended. Charlotte left. Someone exhaled and the tension broke. Wow, that's the S-rank mission? It's worse than I thought, Jack commented. I'm not worried about encountering my own shadow. That happens rarely. Besides, I'm weak and so will be my shadow. The problem is, Felix stopped speaking. He stared at Arthur, Mars, and Leonora. We are dead if a shadow of anyone among these 3 appears. The Big Four and the inconsequential Zeroth, huh? Jack said and suddenly stopped. He stared at Neo in shock. The inconsequential Zeroth? Oh, I just remembered I have to go and… The Zeroth. Is me, Jack? Jack bit his lips. From how everyone stared at Jack, it seemed all of them knew about it and decided to hide it from Neo. What's this all about? Neo asked. It's what students have been calling Arthur, Mars, Leonora, Morrigan, and… I get it why other 3 are in the Big Four. But why Arthur? Neo wasn't as pissed as they had imagined. Jack let out a sigh of relief and showed him a website on his smartphone. It's a site accessible by only Academy students. Felix has been posting videos of their missions. Coupled with Arthur's performance during the ranking tournament, most students think he is on par on Mars and Leonora. Neo scrolled through the website. Damn. Felix has good editing skills. He ignored the rumors about him. He had more important things to focus on. Giving a fuck about opinions of students who ranked lower than him was the last thing on his list. If all of you are wasting your time, follow me to the zone, Elizabeth said. The students left the lecture hall. They went towards the location where the ranking battle took place. Elizabeth brought them to a hill. Wow, that's a window, a crack in the sky spanning hundreds of meters. Looked down from above. Black rain fell from it. The forest below was covered in shadows. Academy staff, wearing special suits, fought the monsters born from the window's contamination. The pressure of the window pressed down on them heavily. Neo could feel goosebumps rising over his skin. Elizabeth passed them watches. This watch will warn you when your shadow enters within 100 meters of your range. It also shows you the depth level. Don't go too deep or you might fall into the world of treacherous shadows. The corners are located at depth level. Elizabeth continued to explain. Neo could not focus on her. He was staring at the screen before his eyes. Quest. Single-handedly defeat the shadow of Arthur Kingsley. Reward. Immortal EXP plus 50. Time affinity. Accept/refuse. Neo took in a sharp breath. The quest confirmed Arthur's shadow will be there. I have to defeat Arthur's shadow alone? The quest was impossible for the current him. However, the reward. Time affinity. I can't give up on it. Neo cursed his luck. He had to make a choice.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.